ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún léde ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì.
Ayandaba, 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 ati ayandaba, 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 wana ayandaba, 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 susu baby subramia, sumo. Subramia, Sumo. Suku sunu baby Subramia, Sumo. Suku sunu baby Subramia, Sumo. Suku sunu baby Subramia, Sumo. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana, omo. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana, wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu, omo. Para tuba jodiri chukuma, tuba jodiri ndemo, eguma wego. Para tuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndi mmụọ obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basani kapanto mo. Yeah, dia kugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ati ayandaba, 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 wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Asekwa nefo ya banye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Good day, everybody. Good to see you and happy to have you here. So before we proceed with anything, a quick word from the CEO, Alexander Gomez, his occasional visits to the platform. Good to see you.
Good afternoon from Houston, Texas. How are you today?
I'm good.
This elections, greetings to everyone on the platform. This election on Saturday in Imo State is going to be bloody.
Yes.
Ethan Achonu lives next door to me here in my subdivision.
In Texas?
Yes, he's my wife's first cousin. And they practically grew up together. I'm very, very, very close. I'm closer to him than I am Alex Oti. So that's saying something, isn't it? It's going to be bloody. What it's going to take is going to take. Both parties are going fully out for this win. All things being equal, I think Ethan would win that.
It will unseat a sitting government, a sitting
yes,
governor.
Yes, because Tinubu is not supporting. Tinubu is not supporting. Yeah, he's not supporting him, and they try to have this election on Saturday as what's the word I'm looking for now? I'm running out of words in my old age, actually. I am as pure as it can get. So that's where that is. I saw your headline and I had to come in to talk about it because I know.
Yes, it's going to be quite an event. There are actually 3 elections taking place: Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi State. But nobody is actually talking about the other 2 because when you go now, I play a clip. There's troops are massing already into Imo State. So the government are in anticipation of an outbreak, law and order sort of situation. It's just we just have to keep our fingers crossed for that place. But I cannot see how it would not be bloody.
Now you can't see how
it would not be bloody.
No, it's going to be bloody. There's no 2 ways about it. And the man in question is ready for that. But may the best man win. But I think it's going to unseat they don't want it. People don't want him over there. We need peace in the southeast region. Imo State is in turmoil. Everybody, villages are just empty because of this ESN soldiers and all that. The problem in Imo State started with Nnamdi Kanu's formation of this ESN military unit. And this man, governor, came out with his own version of it, and the killing has just become so rampant. There's no light in the whole of Imo State. The airport has been shut down. It's going to be something else, the worst we've ever seen, in my opinion. So that's why I called in. I'm on top of it. I'll keep you notified.
Yeah, keep me notified, and if you're able to bring that chappie that's your neighbor to the
I will bring him in. That's a promise. I will bring him in. I'm not sure that will be before Saturday, but I'll definitely bring him in. That's a promise to your platform. Okay.
All right, brother. Excellent. So that's the CEO, Alexander. So yeah, I'll pop in again, Alexander. So thank you. So of course, that's the majestic Alexander Gomez who's come to give the platform a pep talk. So thank you. Thank you, Alexander Gomez, and good day to the listeners, good day to the watchers, and how are you? So how are you? I hope you've had a glorious day and hope the glory continues via your participation. I don't even know what I'm saying. So good day to you, essentially, is what I am saying. So good day to you and good to have you here. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We've been threatening round about the 100 likes, and we've been hitting it occasionally, but we want to be hitting it consistently. So the benchmark is a minimum of 100 likes for every stream. So set us on the way. Set us on the way to that by clicking on that like button. So click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. You should be subscribed already. You spend every single day here, so why not be subscribed to it? So click on like and click on subscribe. Click on the, we were actually targeting 100,000 subscribers this year, and the year came and went, and we're nowhere even near that. So, but the year is not gone yet, so I'm not one to give up. Are you? So if you're not one to give up, then why don't you just click on the subscription button? So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come join us on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation to come. So that's your open invitation to come. So if you click on that, it puts you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So nothing complex, nothing outlandish, just as simple as that. So yeah. So that's all of that. So let me just take you quickly and straight away to where we're going to be. So of course, a lot of the narratives is going to wrap around the Imo State space, but there are other storylines as well. But before we even go to anything, let me show you this clip. This is a clip that forebodes what's to come in Imo State. Watch this. So there it is. No, they are not going to a war zone. They are going to supervise an election. So that's how elections are conducted in Nigeria, especially that sort of elections that they're anticipating in Imo State. So the troops are massed. So the first headline, I have no reason to encourage or support an assault on Joe Ajaero. He is pursuing his personal interest. So this is Hope Uzodinma finally breaking cover, coming out to the public space to speak. Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has distanced himself from the attack on President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, during protest in the state. Appearing on Channels Television's Politics Today on Thursday night, November the 9th, Uzodinma stated that whilst Ajaero is pursuing his own interest in the state, he has no reason to support or encourage an assault on him. He said, I think Joe Ajaero is pursuing his interest. He has said times without number that he's a member of the Labour Party. He has a candidate in the election. So he is driving whatever program will give an advantage to the Labour Party in Imo State. If you follow with interest the history of let's take that from the top again. He said, I think Joe Ajaero is pursuing his interest. He has said times without number that he is a member of the Labour Party. He has a candidate in the Imo election. So he is driving whatever program will give an advantage to the Labour Party in Imo State. If you follow with interest the history of the Labour Congress from 1999 till date, never in the history of any government has the Labour Congress or Labour Union shown the level of hostility they have shown to this administration. Assuming anyone has gone to Joe Ajaero to report that there was anything the Imo State government has done has not done right, I think the first thing he should do is to try and find out from the state government. As I speak to you, we have not met. We have never discussed. He has never presented anything to me. I am not a member of the labor union. I have no reason to encourage or support an assault on Joe Ajaero, who is the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, on if he would directly apologize to the NLC president over the assault. Uzodimma said, ordinarily, whether Ajaero is the Labour president, if such a thing happens to any human being, I must apologize because it is in my state. Whatever has happened to Joe Ajaero in my state, which I am not aware of, can never be aware of, that led to him being assaulted, of course, must be regretted by both my government and my person. So that's what Uzodimma now are clarifying somewhat. Quite interesting. Joe Ajaero went into that state under the guise that the Imo State government had been owing our workers' salaries for months on end. So that's the situation. That was the excuse that he used to enter that state. So now the state government has been owing salaries to workers for months on end. So if that is the case, which Uzodimma disputes and denies, by the way, if that is the case, then what has Joe Ajaero done to mitigate that before it crescendoed into a protest? That's the question. Joe Ajaero has not said anything on that. But what Hope Uzodimma is saying is that if there was any complaint, the first thing, and whether you like Hope Uzodimma or not, very difficult to disagree with that the first thing that Joe Ajaero should have done was to approach him and bring the grievances of the workers to him. If they are not able to reach an agreement, then you can see how a protest comes after. But then, of course, so now it says that the reason why he's in Imo State was to protest against non-payment of salaries. So he said that non-payment of salary has been a situation that it transcends over 18 months. So a situation that transcends over 18 months. So now, if the situation transcended over 18 months, if 18 months of salary has been owing, why is it this moment in time when an election is taking place in that state? Why is this the moment that Joe Ajaero has decided then to take action in Imo State? So a lot of that. So still stay with that storyline. So after that meeting, of course, we all know that Joe Ajaero has called for a nationwide protest, which, by the way, commentaries from all quarters, Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, he has come out in the public space to say that, because, of course, the protest is targeting the aviation sector. So what Festus Keyamo is asking is why the nationwide protest when what happened to you was localized to one state. So that's the backdrop. Let's go on to this. So this is Reno Omok, and by the way, this is the lockdown in Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. So the images you are seeing there now is essentially the protest taking place in Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. All of the back of somebody getting his ego bruised. What is the rationale for the Nigerian Labour Congress shutting down Nnamdi Azikiwe? This is Reno Mokri commenting, by the way. What is the rationale for the Nigerian Labour Congress shutting down Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, over a local matter that occurred between the NLC president, Joe Ajaero, and thugs allegedly sent by the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodimma? Is this not madness? So, because of what happened to one man in only one state, the whole Nigeria should shut down and flights in and out of the nation's capital should be halted. Think of the economic loss to Nigeria to sacrifice one man's ego. How is this punishment inflicted upon the entire Nigerian nation, affecting Hope Uzodimma or Imo State? If you stop people from flying into Imo State, does that not help Hope Uzodinma win the election scheduled for Saturday. Ajiaro is from Imo State and cannot deny that he went there to campaign for the Labour Party candidate. This is very dictatorial of Ajiaro. The NLC under him serves his personal agenda rather than the nation's interest. So I think that guy's time is probably up as the NLC chairman. I cannot see how he will survive this. I cannot see how he would survive that. Okay, still staying with that storyline. So the headline article: Imo election, Labour Party crisis worsen as Apapa-led faction ask court to disqualify Atham Achonu. So Atham Achonu, of course, the Labour Party candidate for that election that Alexander Gomez just told us are likely to win, but in my opinion, highly unlikely. The Abuja division. I need water. The Abuja division of the Federal High Court has declined to grant a motion ex parte brought by the Lamidi Apapa-led faction of the Labour Party to disqualify Atham Achano as the party's governorship candidate in Imo State just 2 days before the polls. Justice Iyang Ekwo, in a short ruling, refused to grant the plaintiff's prayer for an order of interim injunction recognizing their candidate, Joseph Ukwagbu, as validly elected standard bearer of the party. The development followed an ex parte motion moved by counsel to the plaintiff, Mohammed to the effect. Instead, the judge directed Mr. Mohammed to put the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the single defendant, on notice. I am going to allow you to adopt it, the motion, but I will not grant it. I am not granting you the application today, as you have to bring them to court, stated the judge. Let it be that they have been served and they are not in court. So what essentially the judge is saying is that for him to stop INEC has to be in court themselves. So he's now directing them, and this is a time-buying exercise, of course, he's now directing the council to Lamidi Apapa faction of the Labour Party to go and serve INEC, and then if INEC does not turn up in court, then of course he can then grant them that ex parte motion. But by the time all of that has been done, then the election would have come and gone. I am going to allow you to adopt it, the motion, but I will not grant it. I am not granting you the application today, as you have to bring them to court, stated the judge. Let it be that they have been served and they are not in court. Mr. Ekwo added, I have studied the prayers on the motion ex parte and also studied the averment in support. I am of the opinion that I need to hear from the defendant before making further orders on the motion. Also, the case was adjourned until Friday for INEC to show cause. So Friday will be tomorrow. So there is still the high possibility then that the Labour candidates that Joe Ajaero went to campaign for would not even be on the ballot. So there's a high possibility of that. And if that's the case, then that's the case. Then they can duke it out in court later. You know, if it's not on the ballot and that election takes place, then there is no reversing it. There is no reversing it. I am going to allow you to adopt it, but I will not grant it. I am not granting you the application today, as you have to bring them to court, stated the judge. Let it be that they have been served and they're not in court. Mr. Ekwo added, I have studied the prayers on the motion ex parte and also studied the averments in support. I am not of the opinion that I am of the opinion that I need to hear from the defendant before making further orders on the motion. The case was adjourned till Friday. The plaintiffs include the Labour Party. The plaintiffs include the Labour Party, Mr. Apapa, acting national chairman, and Abayomi Arab. Anyway, that's enough of that. So you get the gist of that. That's not flowing quite as I wanted it to. So that's not flowing quite as I wanted it to. Let's go on to this one. Passengers stranded as protesting NLC TUC members picket Abuja Airport. So I think we've already captured that somewhat. So let's go on from that to this one. So now this is now the follow on from that protest. This is now the follow on from that protest. Security forces deployed to disperse NLC TUC protesters at Abuja Airport. So this is usually where it crescendos to. The Nigerian government has deployed a contingent of soldiers, police personnel, and operatives from other security agencies to disperse Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and Trade Union Congress TUC members at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. The NLC and TUC members had assembled at the Abuja Airport to enforce their directives to aviation workers, urging them to halt all flights to Owerri, Imo State. The action was prompted by the reported assault on NLC President Joe Ajaero by police personnel allegedly affiliated to Governor Hope Uzodima's administration. Ajaero was reportedly subjected to physical assault and blindfolded following his arrest by security operatives, according to a statement released by NLC last week. The union also highlighted that Ajaero's confiscated belongings, including his phone, had not been returned. At the protest scene, union members sang and chanted, displaying banners with messages like, "We stand with oppressed Imo workers. An injury to one is an injury to all." One of the protesters informed correspondents that the security forces comprising the Department of State Services or Department of State Security, Nigerian Police Force, Army, etc., were at the airport with instructions to disperse the gathering by force. So let's just have a look at that.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. You're the union.
All right, so there it is right there. Soli. Anytime I hear that song, I'm always reminded of Showore. That's a Showore theme song right there. So let's go on from there. This was a story somebody submitted yesterday, and another person submitted it again today. So we'll read it out, see what people are making of it. Truth Committee has discovered mass grave site in Anambra, says Bianca Ojukwu. Bianca Ojukwu, a former ambassador and widow of Chukwu Emeka Ojukwu, says the Anambra Truth, Justice and Peace Committee has uncovered a mass grave site in the state. The Truth, Justice and Peace Committee was constituted in 2022 by Governor Soludo, the state governor. Let's do that again. Pardon me. Bianca Ojukwu, a former ambassador and widow of Chukwuemeka Ojukwu, says the Anambra Truth, Justice and Peace Committee has uncovered a mass grave site in the state. The Truth, Justice and Peace Committee was constituted in 2022 by Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of the state, to help address the secessionist agitations, insecurity, and other challenges in the state. Chidi Odinkalu, former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission and Ojukwu are the chairman and secretary, respectively. In a statement posted on Wednesday on our Facebook page, Ojukwu said during the course of its public hearings, the commission interrogated a total of 39 witnesses who testified on oath, whilst 243 exhibits were collected. Yeah. All right, let me just give you all of it. She added that 322 persons were verified as killed or dead as a result of violence as testified by the witnesses. The commission also met with 31 pensioners, including 11 organizations, 19 communities, and 1 individual during the marathon sittings, which lasted from October the 29th to November the 3rd. The statement reads, 18 persons have been categorically identified as missing or disappeared. In the course of the proceedings, the gruesome discovery of a mass grave site was brought by testimonies to the attention of the commission. Chairman of the commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, mandated that the suspected mass grave site be sealed for forensic investigation by pathologists. They will help in unraveling who the victims were and the circumstances of their death. The TJP Commission had earlier held the first phase of its public hearing between. So it goes on to round off. So mass grave found in Anambra. So whatever we are making of that. But is that mass grave actually dating back to the Soludo, not to the Soludo, to the Peter Obi days is really where it is. Nigeria's Dangote refinery opens to process crude from state oil farm and industry info news alert. So that's the Dangote space. Okay, let me bring you this one. Yeah, let me bring you this one. Fani Kayode predicts what will happen to obedience by 2027. So Fani Kayode is now coming back into the news cycle. A former aviation minister, Femi Fani Kayode, has predicted that by the next general election 2027, no one will remember obedience. So yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. I agree because the tempo. Anyway, I'm going to play you a clip in a moment. I agree. I agree because the tempo in that obedience space is starting to dissipate quite heavily at an alarming rate. So I cannot even see it lasting to the end of the year. Never mind anything else. The steam has gone out of it. The energy completely gone, and you can just see how it's just puffing away in thin air. A former aviation minister, Femi Fani Kayode, has predicted that by the next general election in 2027, no one will remember obedience. Many people refer to the army of social media users backing Obi for Nigeria's presidency as obedience. In a post on his verified Twitter handle on Thursday, November the 9th, Fani Kayode described obedience as a cancerous blight on the Nigerian political landscape. He was reacting to LP chieftain Yusuf Dati's recent statement, where the latter said he would stop calling President Tinubu a drug dealer. Fani Kayode wrote, the obedience did not even manage to come second in the election, but instead came third. Why won't they scream and holler like a fishmonger's wife that is on heat, given the fact that their pants were removed before the world and they were badly humiliated in the election? So that's language only unique and peculiar to Fani Kayode. If anyone expected anything else from them, then they still don't know who they are and what they represent. If there is one group of Nigerians that need to be dropped into the hot spot in Gaza and left there forever, it is the obedience. they are not only a cancerous blight on the Nigerian political landscape, but they are also hopelessly misguided in their primitive zealotry and their cryptic delusions. If there is any group of Nigerians that I have contempt for, it is them. They are like an army of locusts who follow their leader blindly, devouring and destroying everything in their path. Truth is that the obedient are nothing but a bunch of self-serving, self-seeking, lawless, feral psychopaths who are motivated by religious and ethnic bigotry. And by the way, that religious and ethnic bigotry thing, that was exactly the point that was put into that chappie on Rudolph's platform the other day, and then he just caved in and started to shout abuse. By 2027, no one will remember. By 2027, no one will remember them, because by then they would have been dumped and relegated to the foul-smelling and notoriously filthy dustbin of history. By 2027, an obedient will be regarded as nothing but an affliction and a plague. So that's Fani Kayode in a manner only he can. In a piece related, Fani Kayode said obedience are far more dangerous to the collective cause of the ruling class. So there it is right there. So that's Fani Kayode's take on the obedience space. So that's Fani Kayode's take on the obedience space. Let me play you a couple of clips, and then I'll play you the Kegite music, and then we'll kick the conversation on from there. But this first clip that I'm about to play you, remember when this election ran its full cycle and we had that judgment from the Supreme Court, I did say then that it won't take more than 2 weeks for that obedient movement to find its way back to its natural habitat, which is the Nnamdi Kanu space. I've said this so many times that people cannot pretend not to have heard it. I thought within 2 weeks, certainly long before the close of this year, that obedient movement would find its way back to its natural habitation, which is the Nnamdi Kanu space. So it's not even taking that long. So somebody happened upon this, which is one of the leading obedient Twitter spaces. So somebody happened upon their conversation there, and they clipped it and sent it in. Listen to this.
Get energy.
And by the way, before I play, going to be where this is coming from. This was one of the gold standard obedient spaces in the cut and thrust of that election. And after the election, after the Supreme Court judgment, this is the conversation that they're having now.
Energy. Mazi, if I must be sincere, if you guys continue with Simon Ekpa, you guys will lose too many sympathizers. I repeat, Simon Ekpa is misleading the whole movement Nnamdi Kanu created. If you guys continue to listen to Simon Ekpa, I repeat, if you guys continue to listen to Simon Ekpa, he is just, let's say he is not intelligent enough for this whole movement. He is just too daft enough for this whole movement. I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry to say this. Imagine somebody like him being my prime minister. For what? Come on, I'll go and nationalize in Fuji Island. Or I'll go to North Korea. I'm sorry to say this. Somebody like it is impossible. Simon, that's Simon, when they come and they talk anyhow, we are going to do this, you are going to destroy it. No, come on, please. People should pipe low for now till Nnamdi Kanu comes out. Simon, kill everybody. Do this one. If you come outside, anything you see, you take. Issuing threats up and down. How many times has he called the governors to negotiate with them? Has he written letters to Southeast governors all this while to have like a meaningful conversation with them. If you can go gym finish, you can go wear one kind cloth on a body bulletproof jacket. Come outside, they dance for una go they happy. They give them money. Because don't make me vex. So I go hit them for head. In just enter ground. I beg, use 2 minutes talk. I beg.
Well,
Justice, I'll carry it down to listeners section. No vex. Justice, I beg, go down first. I beg. I don't to accept you. Grandma say you will be next.
well, I'm not even many people why Simon. I have even many people. My brother, imperfect. Okay, no.
All right, so that's the goings on then within the obedience space. So they've now transmuted back to where they naturally belong, to the Simon Ipa narrative. So to the Simon Ipa narrative, joining us, King Emeka, good to have you, Emekus. Enigmatic in the house, so that guarantees a great session. Ajale Koko, father of the bride. Bishop joins us. Good to see you, Bishop. And Thomas is here as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let's kick it off with Enigmatic. So we do like about a 10-minute monologue or so where you just speak to what caught your attention in the news. Enigmatic, good to see you.
Thank you, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. First of all, I have a question, man. I've been hearing "Father of the Bride" when you call Babasmi Majale. What's the meaning of that?
I don't know. It's just random nonsense. Sometimes I call it the man with the golden gun.
Enigmatic. Leave one man alone. He's just enjoying the session.
I'm facing my journey. We're forward projecting it. All right.
Okay. One man, let me start out. How many minutes have you given all of us?
Yeah, I'm going to do 10 minutes and then we open it up. But in that 10 minutes, you just free flow, either to the talking point or what caught your attention.
Yes, I'll try to fragment my conversation, maybe to come back. Okay. First, I've said a lot about the impasse and the unfortunate imbroglio of Ajero and his partisanship, that is already causing, brouhaha now within the Nigeria, political space and even economic space, basically, if you have to say that. And you see the Minister of Aviation has come out to everybody, people who can reason, right, without sentiments, and people who can actually detach their emotions, and they can don't let me use emotion because obedience we always say they're emotional. People who can detach their primordial, let me say fantasy now, they will see that this guy is not neutral. So how would you be having issues in Imo State and you are coming to Abuja to disrupt to disrupt activities and the movement of people in Abuja? Why can't you restrict it to your place? And this guy actually, is a signal that I wouldn't want to go there, but there's no way people will not be having that. This is the guy that is the president of NLC, just a president of a fact of an association, and you are conducting yourself in this manner. And you guys have issues of the trust of Nigerians, having to even have the presidency of Nigeria, just presidents of NLC, you can't handle it. I'll leave it at that and people to ponder on that. Then number two, about what is going to happen in Imo State. First of all, the two incumbent governors in Bayelsa State and Imo State, they will retain their seats. Why we are having most of this noise, or the noise is from Imo State is.
But sorry, Enigmatic. Alexander just came in just as we're starting to assure us that the Labour Party is going to win Imo State. Alexander Gomez, and nobody knows more than Alexander Gomez.
Well, in terms of wisdom, of course, age and every other thing, experience are given that. But politics does not know age; it doesn't know exposure, especially when it comes to Nigeria's political system. Defies all those, those metrics. And I'll explain to you in a second why especially in Imo State that I'm very close to, and I know how the politics works over there. And I'll speak to it in a second. But just before I go there, why we are having so much noise as if there are no other elections in 2 other states is because of the usual truculent and malevolent nature of these headless mobs. Wherever they have interest in, they want to make it like a Nigerian affair, as if the whole Nigeria is actually restricted to that neighborhood alone. I mean, election is happening in River State. I mean, in Bayelsa State, they have a PDP, they have a Labour Party candidate. Do they not care about their Labour Party candidates in Bayelsa State? Do they not care about their Labour Party candidates in Kogi State? Even Kogi State is one of the most the most dangerous flashpoint in this electoral cycle now. Why are they fixated on Imo State alone when they have other candidates in those 2 other states? So this speaks to the volume of it speaks to the volume of the trivial nature of how they ethnicize and they tribalize every other thing. They focus on Imo State because of Opo Dozima. How Opo Dozima is going to win the election? I understand that Baba Gomez solution to Atan or whatever his name is. But let me tell you how it's going to happen.
I think Alexander said that only because that guy is his party man, his friend. Yes.
Yeah, I would have wished my party man to win an election, but objectively, right? Even if you want, I wanted, I loved Omoyele Sowore, but it would be a pipe dream to be thinking he was going to win an election in Nigeria. It should be. I mean, we accept you are stupid that you would be believing Sowore will be a president when you have the likes of Kapanso and and the Agulu Bajwe who cannot even pull anything. So by extension, in Imo State, I see that there will be a tug of I wouldn't call it a tug of war, but there will be some actions. There will be some actions in Kogi State. There will be action in those 3 areas, because these are political gladiators slugging it out in Bayelsa State. Timi Presiva loaded to the brim financially, and the incumbent governor equally loaded. Timi Presiva going for the last kill. The governor is trying to retain his power. Yaya Bello is a thuggish.
It was the former Minister of State for Petroleum, was it not Timi Presiva?
Yeah, for petroleum, and he loomed large during Buhari's administration. He's one of the key cabals in the administration, and that was the reason he was even able to muzzle his way to get the ticket. The ticket should have ordinarily gone to Leon. Leon could have been comfortably coasting home to win during this election. And then one thing that people that I actually like is the way that the presidency and Tinubu he has hands off. He's not trying to tilt the scale or trying to favor any one of them. He has left all of them to go and be politicians and go to the field and tackle themselves. He has provided the institution of a state to do their job and leave the governors and the political gladiators to slug it out. So he's not trying to help anyone at all. So now in Kogi State, Yaya Bello is trying to place his stooge in office, and he's going to do anything.
Enigmatic, how are you, my brother? Sorry for cutting you. When the Imolites are saying they don't want Obo Dodima, and you say he's going to win an election, how is it going to happen?
Yeah, that's
we saw people on this platform say never. We will never want a Supreme God.
Hatred does not amount to the political mathematics or the calculation. They always, obedience. I mean, the headless mob basically. Their judgment is always narrowed through hatred and dislike for people. But you don't reason politics like that, right? You may hate Trump as much as you may hate him, but you can't discountenance, the influence, right? The influence on Trump in Republican. It's like telling anybody that Trump is not going to be the sole candidate of Republican. Have you seen the numbers? Look at the debate yesterday, how it was. So they may hate this guy as much as he knows they don't like him. He knows they hate him, right? Because he came from behind to win, to get an election that was already already in the hands of Ihedio. I got it through the courts. And do not forget that these folks generally, naturally, they are PDP. So anything pro PDP, right? If Omoyele Sowore today is a candidate, right, in anywhere in Nigeria, and is against APC versus Omoyele Sowore, as much as they try to hate him because he says some things about Obi, or even Reno now, as long as it's PDP or pro PDP, you will see anything against PDP. I mean, anything against APC. If you are Jesus or anything, they don't care because they hate that political power at that political party because of two things. They consider it Hausa and Yoruba political parties, so they don't want to deal with anything like that. And you know their feelings towards those two regions in the southeast. So it's a fact. We can't be lying about that. So now going to the numbers. Remember that in the last election, right? Hope Uzodinma is from the the how would I say it? Discussing the political landscape of Imo State itself, focusing on the candidates and the affiliation with within different zones and local governments, right? In Imo State, the Labour Party candidate is from Okigwe zone, right? And that he will have the support of 7 local governments. Okigwe zone, 7 local governments. The PDB guy, that fair guy, I forgot his name now, Nwanyahu, right, is from the Owerri zone. And the Owerri zone, I think they have how many local governments? I think they have 8 local governments, the Owerri zone, right? So now this is the number here. Hope Uzodinma is from the Olu zone. Olu zone, they have 12 local governments. So you are getting it now. So Olu zone from Hope Uzodinma, who is the incoming governor, they have the highest number of local governments, 12 local governments. The guy from Labour Party, 7 local governments is zone, Okigwe zone. And then the PDP guy from Owerri zone had 8 local governments. So when you look at the numbers in the past, the ex-governor of Imo State, right? Governor Ohakim, Ikedi Ohakim, and Senator Ararume, those two guys, they come from Mbano local government area, right? Which, by virtue of their closeness to Hope Uzodinma, they will work for Hope Uzodinma with those 2 local governments, right? And then this will tilt more to 2 more local governments in the way of the incumbent governor now. So when you look at the Mbano LGAs, which Hope we want to, which Hope will be rely on, because those 2 men, they've never, that is Ararume and Ohakim, they've never lost those 2 local governments. Those are two local governments, right? For 12 years in a row, back to back, they've never lost it. So there's no possibility that they will lose it this time around. So imagine the incoming governor having 12 local governments of his Olu zone behind him. Then he's relying on the 2 local governments from the ex-governor of Imo State, Ohakim, and Ararume. So, and these folks are behind, they are with Hope Uzodinma as we speak now. So put that into consideration. And then the immediate past governor of Imo State, what's his name? Okorosha, right? Okorosha is back in the fold. So Okorosha is working with Hope Uzodinma. So now the situation as it is now, when you, like I said again, when you go to the context of the history in that state, basically people who can reason and who can follow what I'm saying now, they will already know that the result is going to be in favor of the incoming governor. In this way, in 2011, when Okorosha contested Okorosha from Olu Zone, the same Olu Zone as the incumbent governor. As an outsider then, he was able to beat an incumbent governor. This is Ihedi Ohaki now, right? So when you try to contrast the former governor's affiliation now with the Okigwe zone, so it will suggest that the incumbent governor at that time, who at that time who hailed from Olu zone, which is Rochas, emerged victorious because of the fact that he has the population of those 12 local governments behind him, and he was able to work hand in hand with some political gladiators in the power then. So even additionally too, in 2019 election, this past 2019 election, it should be noted carefully, people should understand this, it should be noted carefully that 3 candidates emerged from that Olu zone collectively. The 3 of those candidates, they had 350,000 votes, right? Out of 570,000 votes. So this will underscore the considerable impact, and this will continue to underscore the considerable impact and the influence of candidates from Olu zone in any election going forward in Imo State. And that's why I believe, regardless of the hatred or the vitriol or the rhetoric or the narrative or whatever the headless mobs are doing, the cards are falling in the right places for the incumbent governor, which is Hope Uzodinma. I'm not trying to speak about the incumbent factor now, the state power or whatever he has, but I'm talking about the raw numbers that will be coming for him.
So are you suggesting that he can win an election without rigging?
Well, I'm not trying to talk about the factor of rigging, because it's an understatement to talk about election in Nigeria without talking about rigging. Rigging and electoral processes in Nigeria, they are 5 and 6. They are rice and beans, right? It's quite synonymous to issue, but I don't want to mention that. I'm basically giving you. Are you telling me the Hope Uzodinma's people from the Olu zone will vote for Atan, who is not their person from Olu zone, or vote for the other guy from Owerri zone? So you have 3 zones now: Olu zone, Okigwe zone, and then Owerri zone. So everybody will choose their son as it is. So they will divide the remaining of the numbers, and the remaining of the numbers are still also tilting towards Hope Uzodinma, because he's working with the ex-governor, the 2 ex-governors.
Are we looking at a landslide? Who is his closest rival? Is it the Labour Party guy?
Well, I would say you just put it out between the Labour Party guy and the PDP guy, right? The 2 of them they will play themselves
enigmatic out. It's a landslide. Say it.
No, I don't. But I want to I said it yesterday that the moment the 2 of them failed to come together, it was very clear for Hope Uzodinma, and I've just actually highlighted everything without sentiments. Now, I'm not from Imo State, but I know Imo State very well, and I'm giving you the numbers as it is. So Hope Uzodinma, even regardless of the cushion effect of the local government that he has, right, that is actually relying on the 12 local government, he's still working. He still found a way. He found a way to bring back, to ensure that he reconciles with Okorosha, because he needs most of those Okorosha's influence from the Olu zone. Okorosha is his brother from the same Olu zone.
But he lost Olu in the last election.
Who?
Uzodinma.
Because Okorosha's factor played a role. Okorosha is from Olu zone. I just what I'm telling you now. Okorosha is from Olu zone. Okorosha was the incumbent governor then. Okorosha had a successor in mind, his in-law. So that played a big factor, and that was why they were able to trash it out in court. So you wouldn't have expected an Okorosha who is leaving office with the plan of handing over to his in-law, who is from Olu zone, to work for an Olu man who is a friend. He would have preferred to work for an Olu man or for himself, who with an in-law. So it's better to have it in the house than in the hands of his friend. So, but now that factor is out of the way. So that's why you are seeing now that Hope Uzodinma and Okorosha, they are back together in a team. The 2 Olu brothers, they are back together. So the remaining numbers that could have gone either ways now And this is why you see the immaturity of the headless mobs at the PDP. They failed to work with Ararume, right, and Oakim. They could have probably secured those two extra numbers from Oakim and from Ararume, but Opuzodima found a way to have them in his pocket too. So they are all, everything is lined, everything is actually going in the right places for Opuzodima without sentiment, and I believe people can understand how it is. So it is not about what obedience are coming to cry. They cry every time, and this is just about politics, pure politics. So, I'm very, very instructive. I'm not talking about his raw power as the governor now. I'm not talking about his political power as the governor, the money power he has, the power of the government or whatever it is, or what I'm talking about the numbers, and people can reason beyond sentiments to understand that Opuzodima is going to be the next governor. Is going to be in the governor of Imo State for 8 years. They hate him. They don't hate him. They love him. They don't love him. He knows he does not need their love. All he needs are the numbers, and he's looking at the numbers. So that's how it works, one man. Unlike what is happening in Yaya Bello's town, unlike the situation in Kogi State. Kogi State is going to be a very testy ground for Yaya Bello because they do not like Yaya Bello particularly. He knows they don't love him. Even his second term, you know how he won it. He knows they don't love him, but he believes in the raw power of the Togri that he has and the Togri nature he has. And then he's going after 8 years. He's bringing somebody that is linked to supposedly his cousin from the same region after 8 years. That's the nepotism of Yaya Bello. Then the Okun nation, the Okun region of Kogi State, where the Nobu Melaye emanates from.
Can you hear this music?
Yeah, what music is that?
No, that's the time up music. So anytime I play that music, that's yeah. I just came up with okay. So
now I'll leave it at that just to focus. So I believe I've been able to succinctly analyze what will happen in Imo State. So when the results are out, people shouldn't cry that they lost their mandate. They are looking for their mandate. They won't find any mandate. The mandate is already on
Yes, stay with us, Enigmatic. If you look at your screen now, this headline, this was the headline somebody sent in yesterday that they wanted you to react to, but we couldn't get around to it. So hopefully when we look around, then you can pick it off. It says a Truth Commission has discovered mass grave sites in Anambra, and this is Bianca Ojoko, who heads that Truth Commission. So stay steady. We want to hear from you on that if you have any thoughts on that. But let's go from you and let's go to Emeka then Bishop. Emeka, you're up next. Mekus.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Please don't forget to subscribe, share, and like. You know what this platform is all about, where intellectual minds come together to discuss about the issues of Nigeria, and not a platform for therapy, wailing, and crying. Please don't forget to invite your friends, as well as your enemies, to come. More importantly, your enemies, so that they can see the light and be healed from their satanic behavior. Yeah. Okay. I think Enigmatic has done a wonderful job on explaining how the Imo state election is going to go, the gubernatorial election. I think he did a beautiful job there. I don't want to dissect that.
Did you come across this headline, Emeka? Off-season polls, electronic coalition illegal, says INEC. Police wants NLC. So these are, this stunned me when I saw it. But did you say that?
No, I didn't say that headline. I did say does that have to do with the IREF?
I suspect. I didn't actually get to read it, but it says the Independent National Electoral Commission has insisted that electronic coalition of results is illegal in Nigeria. The commission said this. Yeah. So.
Okay, I think what they're trying to tell that space that, come on, guys, don't start displaying results on unofficial platforms or spaces. Wait for INEC to do their job. So that's what they're trying to let the public, especially those where gubernatorial election would hold, Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo State. Like Igmatic said, the focus is more on Imo State because I think the obedient people are hoping they have a good chance there. But I think Igmatic has done a wonderful job on that. Hopefully, let's see how the election turns out. I think my focus would be on how FFK, describe the future of the obedient, and he's about to rile them up and instigate them to more tears and satanic behavior. Anyway,
Yes, FFK has this unique and peculiar way with words.
yes,
But there's substance to a lot of things that he does say.
yeah, I called for him after the guy from the VP who could not win his polling unit, but goes ahead to say that they won the election and is calling on the people. I don't know which people he's calling, whether it's village people or the people with the satanic intention to come over and take the country. But you did not win your own polling unit, neither did you win your local government. He made that guy cry. After that guy made the speech, I was like, where is FFK? It's time to call FFK. I think the government is somehow realizing that they need him. You see him now coming out from the shadows because he has not been happy with the appointments going on. But I think they will find something for FFK.
He said they should go and drop the obedience in Gaza.
Yeah, no, FFK, his pen, especially when his head is sane, that guy can write you to suicide. He can write you when he writes about you, and they are not of good intentions. You will wish you were not born. And I want him to be very active in the government. Please bring him. Because it appears that these people are on a satanic objection. I don't know. My goodness, when I'm going towards that, been so funny. That one is not so comical, satanic. So when they come with their satanic objection, they should unleash FFK to hold them to ransom and send them away to hell. Do you understand? So the way he predicted their downfall, I think so, but I might not agree with him because P2B is saying he's not going away. If P2B is not going away, the obedient will still be around. If P2B fizzles out, the obedient
But
will metamorphose to something else.
how much presence can Peter Obi sustain over the next 4 years?
It not depends on if the log in the eyes of his supporters are removed, in the sense that they can now see his clear deception and his masquerading behavior and fraudulent acts. You understand? Which time will tell.
Are you anticipating that he's going to be running commentaries on every government policy and position, or do you think he will just occasionally come out to say something just to energize his space and remind people that he's still there? So do you see him as a constant or just an occasional voice that just inserts into the politics?
I don't think he knows how to play opposition party properly. He was an opposition in 2019 and he was not effective with that. And after the Supreme Court verdict, he was missing in action for 2 weeks. I don't see him playing that role effectively because that opposition role requires good amount of funds, and the Labour Party leadership tussle is still ongoing. Let's watch that space. I don't know why the Supreme Court is yet to rule on that matter. I believe the Supreme Court, they decided to prioritize the election matters before that, even though that matter has been with them for quite a while now. So let's watch that space and see how it goes. That's one of the reasons I'm looking at and say, okay, would there still be a P2B by 2027, or would Labour Party continue to exist like what it was in pre-2003 election? Let's see how it turns out. There will be a lot of action coming from the Labour Party itself if it will not self-implode. So, but again, I see P2B committing sabotage or suicide, political suicide to himself based on his inability to play opposition role. For example, the speech he read was quite different from the answers he gave. when they asked him direct questions. And why do I say that he will self-sabotage? When you begin to ask him hard questions, you will begin to see the man unravel himself, and his nakedness will be exposed. So he's not someone who is that sound when you ask him direct question or you push back. So you find that except he goes to friendly space or platform where they would not be able to criticize him deeply. I think Rufai too, the logs in Rufai's eyes are beginning to come out, because it's like I need to ask them more questions. What are they doing? How would they behave? What are their plans? What are their alternative plans? So that's why I was like, okay, I think FFK is quite right. There may be some obedience, especially the ones who are not close to the satanic frequency, will begin to fizzle out and come to the light. Those who are in the darkness of the darkness section of the satanic frequency, they will still continue to see Obi as their Lord and Master Savior, and personal one for that matter. So in that aspect, they would, even now, whatever, if Obi says A and the answer is B, they will tell you no, Obi intend to say B. He just mistakenly said A. Those are the people in the darkest of the darkest frequency of the satanic space. So but let's see how the situation goes by 2027. If Obi would see a political platform to contest, he probably might go into a new political party if the Labour Party self implode and our friend takes over. So what's that his name again?
Apapa.
Apapa, yeah, Lamide Apapa. So that's the space I'm more interested in seeing how, because we definitely we need an opposition party, and we saw that Buhari went on a sweet ride without any clear opposition. Nobody was really opposing him or his policies, and they were going about doing anything that they like. So I probably would want to see that happening. PDP itself, we see Atiku has gone incognito, and then Obi came out from the shadows after he was being called out by obedience. You see, Obi does not lead; he's led. He's led by an angry headless mob from the darkest of the darkest frequency of the satanic food chain. So if they continue in that manner, he will self implode. But anyway, that's it. Then the others, I don't know if you want me to talk about the Truth Commission in Anambra State. So it's a
No, no,
sad one.
yeah, we'll come to that in the next round, but hold steady. Let's do the rounds and then I'll open that space up.
Sure.
Hold steady. Bishop, you're up next. Bishop, let's hear from you. Bishop. All right. Do we have you, Bishop? All right. We don't appear to have Bishop for the moment, so let's go to Baba. Baba, you're up next.
Hey, one man, how are you today?
Ade Kakwe.
Yeah, I salute you all on the platform. The name of the man is Apapa, not Apapa. Don't anglicize his name.
I call him Apapa too anyway, but
Apapa.
Yeah.
That means a wolf. I salute you all on the platform, able-bodied contributors to it. As usual, it's a marketplace of ideas, and I reckon with the robust discourse we're always having, and I'm sure our listeners, viewers, are always enjoying us too. So they should like, share, and subscribe to this program so we can be here again tomorrow. It's because of them actually we are here. So they need to support at least by clicking the like button as we speak right now, so we can upgrade beyond 100 likes. And enigmatic Sherubaon, I salute you. I'm in solidarity with Imo. I will not leave my commenters, or is it commentators or commenters? They are my favorite people on the platform, actually. And I start with the salutations to the Ace, Sir Alex, And those I know are always listening. At times they don't come on the keyboard. Fatai, Princess, Dupsy, and times I think Zita must be there somewhere. And those that are here present right now, I salute you all, starting from Choma, who started very early, Ayo Oga, and Wilson, Okata, Adiremi.
What about the chairman?
Sir Alex?
Yes.
Yeah, I refer to him as the ace of the platform. I called him already. Right. That's the first person I always call, you know. We have back room too. Emeka, us, Playtown, AB, Chioma, again, Oshunleti, Life's Good, Dr. Nna, and Ministable, and all the rest. I salute you all. Keep on shooting, please. Yes, woman, it's about Imo State. If not for constraint of time, I would have loved you actually to play the World Press Conference. You know, we like high falutin word in Nigeria of the Imo State elders today. It was very, very, it was an eye opener. You know, those that are there, XIG, what's his name now? The Imo man, XIG was there, and Maurice Iwu was there, Iwanyan was there, and Senator Chris Anyanwu was there, and the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Imo chapter, was there also, and some other people. They were all there, and they put everything in its perspective. In its perspective, and they said it like it is. You see, we are in a situation now where propaganda has grown wings and resides in the heart of those who don't want to hear all the real thing. They are the alternative people with a kind of set mind. But I wonder, is it for mischief? Because if truth is staring you in the face, you know truth when you see it. It's always white. There is no gray area to truth. And you choose to believe what is not true. It is strange, because I was surprised. Iwanyan was there. I was even surprised to see him there. He spoke for Ohaneze, and he debunked, I think the reason why he was there is to debunk that lie coming from Ethan's camp, that it was or it is the governor who actually is working against the interest of releasing Nnamdi Kanu. And here yesterday, I think I interjected somebody and said, look, Uzodinma is sponsoring Ohaneze. So why would he don't support the release of Nnamdi Kanu? And Nwanya will confirm it in that press conference that he is the sole sponsor of Ohaneze today. And when Uzodinma also came to Sheon Okinbaloye's platform this evening, he stated that fact. And what the danger I feel in this is that because of political gain, why should we say Iro rabata rabata ben? I want to put it in Yoruba because it's heavier, rabata rabata. Something that could really consume the man, to just place it down. And also pandering to emotions of people. Oh, they are laughing at me because I have one arm. Who cares? You have another one. You can slap somebody. So it's not a serious candidate as far as I'm concerned. the LP candidate. It's not a very serious one. It's playing on emotion and trading on lies. Hope said, and I know, and people of Imo confirmed, he is not owing anybody any salary. Even the Christian Association man said he's one of the governors that started paying the 13th month, which we call Christmas bonus.
Hope also said that the labor union never really came to his office to have any conversation.
No, so I told you yesterday, he has never. That's the number one ground of that man that is vertically challenged.
He said he has never met.
I told you yesterday. I said no. He said Ajero said long time ago that he wanted to see Hope. He booked an appointment, but he was blocked. That is the genesis of the whole thing. It's ego. It's about ego. It's about ego here. And what is your problem? If we look very well, Ajero is the 7th NLC when ILO formats this present labor organization worldwide. We've had Azan Sumono, we've had Malan Shiroma, we've had, I think we'll have good luck if my memory serves me correctly. Please, anybody who has the correcting if I'm incorrect, please correct me. We have Oshiomole, we have Pascal Bafuyao, and I think the last one is it Bawa.
How did somebody like that become the chairman of the?
This is the question. That is what Buhari did. Oh God, he doesn't know anything. Even student union government president, no governor. I mean, no president in Nigeria will open his eyes and let somebody he cannot persuade. Don't let me say control. He cannot persuade to be president of Government Union of Nigeria, not to talk about NLC. You have to look over the shoulder of NLC and make sure your own candidate wins so that you don't face this kind of problem.
Are we in military? Are we in military?
No. It's part of the. You want to fashion weapon against yourself? You cannot fashion weapon against yourself.
What is the business of government in trade unionism?
What has I'm telling you now, you don't fashion weapon against yourself.
Mentality, we should stop it.
No. It is about its governance, Aja. It is called governance. If you are president, you will do it.
Suppresses trade unionism. It is military that suppresses any effort.
No. Even this president.
Any voices of
opposition. Let me tell you, Aja. If they continue like this in this trajectory and they want to bring the government down, the president can prescribe NLC. He can prescribe NLC and heaven will not fall.
And you are seeing the what do you call it? Trade unionism as if it's they are enemy of the government. No, they have
this present one as constituted. They are enemies of the government. The executive as presently constituted. They are enemies of the people of Nigeria.
We have seen the way that this country has been ruled, has been bastardized, and everything they've destroyed.
Is it Tinubu's fault? It's not Tinubu's fault.
No, I'm not saying I'm not blaming Tinubu for the problem of the country.
So why give Tinubu all the problem? Why not give him time to settle down?
What is settled time? Government is a matter of continuity. It's a continuum.
Okay.
So what is settling down for Tinubu? Did Tinubu promise Nigeria, or did he tell Nigeria people that let me settle down when I get to go?
So because they slap one man in Imo, or a man is catapulted in Imo, so he has to take it out on the whole nation. That's not going to happen.
I mean, I don't know why we don't want voices of opposition to exist.
As NLC president, when you go to a state, you are supposed to be hosted by the governor. That is the protocol. But you went there straight to go and strike. What are you going? Why are you going there? Doesn't that state have a governor? Don't you have respect for your position as NLC president? You are father of all, for God's sake.
So when the workers when
I
the
will chop
president
part of your I will chop 2 minutes
all
of your 10 minutes. So Aja, know that because you are
no
not letting me
no
flow.
problem, Baba.
Good.
So
Let me bring it on.
So the president of workers was molested, was beaten, was brutalized. So you think workers will let it go easily like that?
The president of workers wearing a political hat.
Oh God.
Wearing a political hat as we speak. He went there to campaign, as far as I'm concerned.
What has he
to
done
campaign
wrong
for
to campaign?
Labour
What has he
Party.
done wrong?
Who doesn't know how to differentiate
violated
between
the
Labour
law?
Party
What
and
is it
Nigerian
that he
Labour
has done
Congress?
wrong? What is
Because
it
he
that
has
he has
political
done wrong?
ambition. He should not interfere in politics. This is my point. All the workers he led, there are APC in the place, there are SDPC workers, there are workers that are Labour Party, there are workers that are PDP, and so on and so forth. So if you have to
politicians
wear a
can go to
political
the
hat,
workers' union to campaign for them, right? To vote for
look
their
like
members.
you are mistaken.
One voice.
You were mistaken yesterday, Aja. You said NLC cannot support or adopt a political party. It is the union under NLC that will only endorse. They do endorsement.
Why was Ochiomole and what do you call it? Pascal Bafiao. Why were they with Abiola?
They endorsed Abiola.
Was it not the chairman? Was it not the
endorsement is different?
Hold on one moment, Baba. Akande Koko, do you endorse the nationwide protest? The way they shut down Abuja airport?
They have to shut down everywhere. The workers' president must not be beaten. There is no circumstances. Hold on. There is no circumstances under which the president of workers must be beaten. Have you ever seen a president of workers in America beaten or Britain?
Oh, this man disappeared. What's his name? Who can remind me the Labour man that disappeared and they've not seen his body till today?
The president of workers is beaten by police. Not even talking of bastard criminals and what do you call this?
I've forgotten the Labour Union man. Up to today, they've not seen his body.
All right.
Up to today.
Hold on one moment.
No, I'm using 12 minutes. Ajale Koko has given me 2 minutes of his time.
You still have the floor, but I think Prince wants to come in. Prince.
Okay.
Oh, actually, for 1 minute, I mistakenly tapped on the button.
All right, carry on, Baba.
But me, I wanted to. I thought it was me you were seeing. If you don't
mind. No, I'm coming to you after Baba.
I wanted to interject briefly on something that Baba just said.
Okay.
Can I go on?
No, just 1 second, if you don't mind.
I can't hear you. Speak loud a little bit so I can hear you, please.
Very loud. I don't know what's happening. I'm speaking very loud. Can you hear me?
Not much.
Is any other person hearing me? Is every other person hearing me?
Your voice is very faint.
I don't know. Maybe something is not. Definitely it cannot be.
All right. Let Baba carry on whilst you sort that out. Baba, back to you.
Yeah. So I've lost my flow. Where am I now?
No, you were talking about Ajero and
okay. What the mistake Buhari made? You understand? It is part of politics. It is part of politicking. You don't fashion a weapon against yourself. You have to take care of all your flanks. If Buhari if Buhari has woken up to his responsibility, he will not allow rascals like Usifu of TUC and Ajaero to mount that position because they are not thinking. Oshiomhole had political ambition. He was NLC president. He did it stylishly and became a governor without stepping on sawtools. Without stepping on sawtools. Those are people who have panache, who knows the way. All this one, you are acting like a boy. You just think as an LC president, you're a big guy. When you are going into a state, when you want to take a governor down, you have to do it with your brain, not boisterousness or anything, or being partisan. It doesn't work that way.
So like Asarido Kupo will say, if you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. And it's lucky. It is lucky. I will not complete that sentence. But he should not try it again. This one they want to start on Tuesday and inflict pain on a nation that is suffering economically. Let them bring it on because yeah.
Hold on. Are you hearing us? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Give a very brief answer to it, and then I come from you to Bishop. Do you think this little cameo, this what's playing out now? Do you think a Jairo or a Jairo, do you think he can survive it? Do you think he will come out on the other side, or do you think that this could cost him that NLC presidency? Because I think that he may well have to lose his position for this.
No, if after 11th everything settles down, I think he must have led. It's not easy to remove an NLC president. It is not easy. It's a very delicate space. So the president has to be very, very careful. So they cannot dare it. But in a situation of conflict like this, if the nation's well-being is threatened, then the president can apply the big stick. That is allowed. But when there is no threat, there is no way you can remove an NLC president. Let him finish his term and make sure you have somebody who is. Yes, sir.
The other alternative, the other political alternative, without even having to cause any issues, is if they will have to counter him by some subterranean associations like him, the student union government and some other government like that. They will set them against NLC, and that's how they will play the
game. Exactly, because I mean, what is done is the seventh president of this present thing, labor union as constituted, and you just walk into a state, divide the state union, and then you take a faction, and then you want to go on the street. For God's sake, there's a governor there. Whether he entered through the back door or the front door, it doesn't concern you. The man is there as a governor. Courtesy demand, protocol demands that you see him. After all, if we were today, like what is happening in the Middle East, at the end of the day, it will end up on round table. They will judge. It is this Jojo that always end conflict. So why not start with Jojo first? Thank you, one man. Don't let me take people's time.
All right, brilliant. Excellent delivery by Baba. So Charles, wait your turn. Let's go on to Bishop, see if his system is working okay now. Bishop.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you somewhat, but it's still faint and distant.
Okay, let me try and see if it will fly. Because I'm speaking very loud, and that's very strange.
Are you using a Bluetooth?
No, nothing. Just my phone is a speaker, that's all. I'm not using anything.
Okay, carry on. We can somewhat make you out, but it's a lot fainter than we're used to. You can either speak to the Imo State politics or introduce a new topic, or the floor is yours. 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. Okay, I just wanted to say something very quickly. Ajani Koko said something yesterday. He repeated it severally, and he has said it again today, about NLC and SDP. He's not getting the picture very correctly. Number one, Pascal Bafiao lobbied to be a running mate to Abiola in 1993. Unfortunately, King Gibe, because of his role and his power, the power politics that play as the chairman then, and he had a lot of something of the governors. It turned out that it was King Gibe that was chosen. When Pascal Bafiao lost that bid, he took a back seat. Now, he was not very active in the electioneering, and he did not drag NLC into the partisan politics then. NLC became very active after the annulment, when trade union and CSOs and NGOs mounted that campaign.
Bishop.
Yes.
The audience is claiming that they are struggling to hear you. If you look at your screen, you see the comment from Alexander.
I'm speaking. Okay.
Can you see the comment?
I've not seen the comment, but give me a second. Let me see if I can. Because I'm speaking very loud. I don't know if what is wrong. Maybe my phone needs.
Maybe reboot it. Well, this is what
I can hear him perfectly.
I can hear him as well, but
I'm speaking very loud. And
let him go on, one man. I think he's
right. Carry on, Bishop.
So that's the so it was after the annulment and the crisis that followed that NSC now became very active in with other labor union. The picture Baba Ajale Koko is trying to paint about how NSC was active before and during the election is not correct. We can go back and fact check ourselves. Yes, he could have, maybe he could have, or he would have, if he had gotten the nomination as the running mate, but he lost out to Babagana Kingibe, which Abiola eventually chose. And because of that, I mean, NSC but it was Vapiao, not NSC as a whole. So he did not carry NSC into politics as we are having it today. And we should be able to draw the line. Yes, NSC is, the labor is the labor body in Nigeria. But you cannot say by force everybody in NSC must belong to one party. It is not possible. In the kind of Nigeria that we have, you cannot say everybody because you are in NSC, then you must go to. And that was some of the mistakes they made during this the last electioneering, saying that they were promising the party of all the labor, of the workers, and they were calculating that so if all the workers in Nigeria vote for Labour Party, it is not going to happen because we have other people in other parties as well. It's just like one person saying his entire church is going to vote for one party because of his personal interest. Oh, that is that. Now going to the excesses of Ajero, of course it is very obvious. Look, this is the second time. The first time Ajero, before he even when he was because he came from the electricity sector. Somebody was saying that he was a journalist. No, he did not come from the media sector. We were having that conversation here a couple of days or weeks ago. Somebody said he was not. He's from the NUUE or something. NUEE, National Union of Electrical whatever employees, and he was the chairman of the NUEE when they had that issue with a transmission company of Nigeria, and they went and shut down the national grid. That should have, just like Baba said, be a red alert, because look, it is not strange that government will have a favored candidate among the people that are running for presidency leadership of the labor union. It is not strange. I think it was sometimes when you try to be democratic, there are lines that should, that are very blunt. You must be careful not to cross there. Maybe it was the Democrat to be seen as a Democrat that made Buhari to stand aloof. Why this man, with what he did with that national union of, with that national grid, when he shut down the national grid sometime last year or thereabout, I don't think any responsible person should have allowed him to come anywhere near the NLC presidency. I think it was a terrible mistake on their part. Abajalo said that not government will not come, but there are things that government should do on the ground that people will not know, because everybody have interest. Labor union have interest. Political parties have interest. Politicians have interest. Member of labor union, they have interest. Now, Ajero is allowing his own personal interest, his personal ambition, his personal dream to overcloud, and is rubbishing the interest and choice of others. He has dragged them into a war that he might not really be able to sustain if the government really has strategists and tacticians to prosecute this war. Because I know the.
Can I ask you a question, Bishop? Can I ask you a question? Quick question.
Go ahead.
Okay, why must government? Oh, why is this thing echoing?
I think it's coming from. Carry on. It was coming from Bishop, but he's muted himself. Carry on.
Why must government influence the leader?
Is that the question?
why must
hold on.
Why in election time of labor union, why must government involve and influence, who becomes the leadership of the labor union? Why? Can you tell me why?
Bishop, can I just spend 10 seconds to answer Aja, please? Look, you are an employer of labor, Aja. You choose your staff carefully, don't you? You do. Because why? You don't want a problem in your organization. A government cannot be careless and allow.
Where are we getting that bounce back from?
Definitely not from me.
It was from Bishop. Carry on.
Yeah. So, like I said, you don't fashion weapon. You don't fashion a weapon against yourself. If not, it would consume you and destroy your government. So that is the reason why. It's not like you have to go overboard, but carefully you follow the election. You have a candidate, and from afar, you teleguide it. So that it's not like control. But somebody that can reason with you, that can sit down with you, and it's done everywhere. It is done everywhere. Whether England do, whether Germany, it is done. Bishop carry on. Bishop carry on.
So a candidate that will compromises the interest of the workers, right? A candidate that will be teleguided by the government, that will not represent the interest of the workers well, will just be there as a of the workers, right? That is why. And you think that is good for the workers in the country?
That is how you have chosen.
Ajelekuko.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. It's Maurice. Listen, the last guy who said it's done everywhere, it's done in England, that's a lie. The union are always independent, and they are there to checkmate about the workers' right. So the last person that said it's done everywhere, that the government appoints and they have to checkmate. Why should you appoint? Why should the problem in Nigeria is that we always want to control everything. And now he just lied that it's also done the same way in England. That is a lie.
No. Maybe the word lie is not the word. Maybe mistaken. Yeah.
Let him continue. That is his passion.
Let Bishop carry on. Let
No, that's my passion. One man, why didn't you correct him to tell him that he was wrong? He was giving a misinformation. That was a wrong information.
It is not a misinformation. I can tell you the historical background to that.
In United Kingdom,
the US.
You mean the United Kingdom?
I will start with the US and come back to the United Kingdom.
Okay, you said the US. I thought you are in United Kingdom. But is it done like that in the US?
I disagree with him.
It is done. Okay, wait. I'm trying to wait. Just give me 5 seconds. Is the name? I think it was during Kennedy era. It was this local president of New York Government Association, and later they became the president of the Workers Union.
All right, I don't
remember. I'll find his name and I'll come back.
All right, let Bishop carry on. I don't want us to go off on a tangent and then we lose. Bishop, back to you.
That was not Kennedy. That was Reagan. Reagan's time.
All right, Bishop, back to you.
Do I still have minutes left? They have taken 5 minutes of my time. Do I continue?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. So as I was saying, number one.
Sorry, Bishop, is Jimmy Hoffa. Anybody can Google Jimmy Hoffa.
The truth of the matter is that we cannot say it is a particular people that are interested in the welfare of the labor. You cannot say because somebody is a labor leader is more interested than the government in place. There is always a middle ground. What we want is objective criticism, objective, not subjective. look, you cannot convince me that somebody loved me more than it is what you show. So saying that the government want to have input in who leads the labor, why is it? I don't know how many states in America allow labor unionism. How do you call it? In the US, as we have today, I don't think up to 20 states allow for unionism in the US. There are some states that labor union is not allowed. Are we saying that there is no fundamental human right there? Because based on their previous experience, it is more destructive than building. They are not that, and that was why many states, I don't know how many states, I can do a check on it and look how many states in the US allow for unionism, labor unionism. It is very few, less than 50%. I'm sure very much less than 50%. So are we saying that there are no fundamental human rights? So if they want to have union and they want to have an input to support people that we align, because look, we have an issue and they will be dragging one issue and they will lose all the time that it will have used in making progress. And the action and activity and conduct of this Ajero is one that we always, Labour Party must not always be in opposition. You must not always be, how do they say this now? Counter, like you are fighting a war. It is we versus them. No, we want a better society. We want a better Nigeria. Because there is nowhere in the world any reasonable person will say we want to fight for people that stayed away from work for 8 months, that they must be paid their full wages. That is nonsense. It can only happen in Africa. It can only happen in Nigeria. So anybody that is fighting that kind of battle, then I don't understand where we are going. So for me,
Bishop,
yes, please.
Sorry, I just want to quickly correct you. All states in the U.S. allow labor unions, but there's some states. No, let me correct you. There are some states that have something called right to work, the right to work law, which allows you to make it optional whether you want to join the union or not. And that's Texas, Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina.
Yeah, all the southern states, yes. Yeah, they have right to join or this thing. But no, let them keep on saying whatever they like. Carry go. We are listening. Carry go.
All right, back to you, Bishop.
Okay, so as I was saying, I will check that. I don't agree. I believe there are states in the US that union is not allowed. But let's leave that for now so that I won't waste my time. So if labor leaders as a pattern have shown themselves not to be partners in progress, but opposition by default and antagonists, and at the end of the day, we spend more time on things that should not even ordinarily generate labor dispute, like asking people that wants to cross from one section to another to undergo an aptitude test, and labor said no, they cannot undergo aptitude test. For what? Why are they asking them to? They have been on the job. They want promotion. They can know. In the military, they do a promotion exam. In the civil service, they do promotion. But they now say in a sector, in power sector, and because of that, you shut down the national grid. Like saying that what was this other one? People came late. And they said, look, you're supposed to resume. Instead of apologizing, they locked down and they turned it because they consider themselves to be principalities and power, because they know that labor will come behind them and say they will shut down. And before you say anything, we will shut down the economy. We will shut. In whose interest are they shutting down the economy of the country? In whose interest? Fifth columnists that are paying them to do their bidding? So for me, there must be a middle ground. There must be where there can be an handshake. If we are all working, if we are all truthfully working in the best interest of the country. Our economy is such that you cannot afford to be shutting down businesses at will. And Ajero, whether anybody wants to like it or not, Ajero has turned the labor union, the NLC, into a personal estate to settle personal discord, to settle personal conflict with perceived enemies. And if we continue in that trajectory, we are not counting the cost of what they did in Abuja today. By the time we begin to count the cost, people that have connecting flights that missed their number one flight, whether they are going international to another place, a lot of people that missed their flight today. By the time we are counting the cost, people that came in that they wanted to come and have meeting and they couldn't leave the airport because some rascals decided to shut down without any notice, without anything. You got to the airport, you want to take over the airport, they told you that no, that's not how it is done. And you now went and barricade the road. It is not allowed. It is not right.
Well, one more minute, Bishop. One more minute.
It is only in Nigeria that is done. So for me, the action of the NLC as displayed today by Ajero and his cohort remains condemnable. And I really hope that government silence, that the fact that the government did not react today is just to say, okay, let's give them all the rope to pull, because there was no reason for you have a personal issue in Owerri, and you want to come and take it out of somebody in Kano or Ibadan or Ado Ekiti for that matter. Unfortunately, my time will not permit me to go into any other topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. We'll loop round to you again, but thank you, Bishop. Let's go on from Bishop to Prince Daddy. Let's see if he's ready for us. So, Prince Daddy, so speak to us. Not necessarily about the Ajero space, or it can be, but I want us to expand the conversation beyond that. But what are you looking at in the news today, Prince Daddy? Obalola Kabesi. All right. Let's try Dewale. Dewale, are you there?
Always on standby.
Always on standby. Kabesi, you're always driving though. I wonder who drives more, you or Bishop?
If you know, well, you don't know each town. It's a terrible traffic, and it's also raining, so it makes it even more worse. So yeah.
Yes, you are as audible as Bishop was.
Oh well. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, we can hear you faintly, but carry on.
Also, let me accuse Baba. He acknowledged everybody, mentioned them by their names. He failed to acknowledge and mention me by my name. I'm offended. Anyway, apology will take just a bottle of red wine. Baba Koko, you need to calm down a little bit. It seems to be on the side of the labor union, or maybe Ajero is his cousin. I don't know. If you look at my profile picture, you will see how that man was bandaged.
Speak up now. Let us hear you. You speak up now.
I'm speaking up. Are you going to shout?
Speak up, man.
I'm yelling here. You can't hear me.
No, your voice is very low. Yeah.
How can my voice be so low? I'm speaking loud and clear.
17 and sounded at his inauguration. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you can
say goodness me. What's going on here?
Dave Chappelle.
I mean, they've infiltrated your show. Maybe all these FBI and the Nigerian government have maybe. I don't know, I'm just kidding. Anyway, speaking of Ajero, the right to unionize, the right to protest, of course, is guaranteed in our constitution. But you see, Yoruba will say Ajekula no Omokule, just like what happens during the ASU strike. You remember that the National Assembly has to step in because they were politicizing, their demand, and it's unfortunate. Union as a body is to protect the right of workers and the body of association that belongs to that group. But you see, when you now begins to use it as a weapon against the government of the day, there's no government that will sit back and let you form a parallel government with them. It is not acceptable, and that can disrupt activities, that can turn the country or the state against the leadership. And the Imo state government has to step in. Once you have been told you are not needed, you don't need to come in. But because in the capacity as a citizen of that state, you took it upon yourself, where you know there is a faction of that labor union against you coming into that space. It is wrong, even though in that capacity as a union leader, cannot do that. I don't subscribe to him being beaten or manhandled. But it is not right now that he has crippled all the activities and economic activities of the country by shutting down some sectors of the country. How are they going to achieve their aim? And you see, a reasonable leader, a reasonable labor leader, would not do that towards the election period, because no matter how you try to explain it, it will come across as if you are using it, to wage war against the incumbent. And the incumbent is not going to sit back, whether in military time or in the civilian time, to watch you destabilizing his state. It's not going to happen. And you see, the government doesn't have to make that pronouncement. The governor doesn't have to say anything. His goons are going to come out and they are going to take care of you. All right. I mean, on the eve of election, you now begins to NLC was tweeting against the government of Opuzodima. Where have you heard that? Yes, labor leader can take a stand, on the on a important issue, but not when it's almost during the election. You are now beginning to come across as if you favor. You can support anybody you like, but you have to stay above partisan politics, because part of that body also belongs to other parties. Okay, the body, the leadership of that body, of that union, can decide to endorse any candidate they like. But the moment it now begins to, utilize that position, that is where they've crossed the line. But by and large, they have the right to protest. But when it's becoming the tool, is where the government of the day will take a stand. And even if they take it to the court, they will lose, because the government can decide, okay, this is about national security. You cannot do this. The history of electioneering in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, it seemed that man has not learned. Just like the ASU leader was doing before the general election, they were all doing it simply because they want, to favor one person or the other. But that's about that about Ajero. I hope uh, he need to learn from some of those past labor leaders that have been. We can say that it happens during the military era. Unionism during the military era is quite different from during the civilian now, because now it's about sitting down with the people you are against, and come to a rational agreement at the same time, because there will always be an avenue to negotiate, unlike military that will put their foot down and say, this is what we want, and we shut down the truth of everybody. Okay, in the days of the Pengasins and the Shiomole at the end of the NLC affair, they were more or less also doing politically, but it wasn't like glaring like this. You know, they were doing it in such a way that people knew that they're on their side, but not to the point of destabilizing the country. What happens in Imo State shouldn't have taken place in the first place. That man shouldn't have gone there. Period. He shouldn't. Anyway, that is that about that space. One man. You want me to go to the is it Fani Kayode? Can everyone still hear me?
We can still go to Fani Kayode, and then after that we go on from you to Maurice, just because of the
Is
connection.
my 10 minutes up, or you just trying to rush me to?
No. I said go on to Fani Kayode, and then after that we go to Maurice, because your voice is quite faint.
Are you serious? Is the network or is the rain not me?
Do you remember how low Bishop was? You are
Yes.
equally as low. Yeah.
Wow. I'm
Yeah.
so
But
sorry.
carry on. We can make
I'm
you
so
out.
sorry to our listener. I'm so sorry if I.
No, we can make you out. We can make you out. Carry on. Go to Fani
Okay.
Kayode, or who he's been missing, and he has been missed in the political landscape. In fact, I was wondering what happened to him, but he's come out fighting. He says they should go and drop the obedience in Gaza.
I know he has not been missing. It's just that he hasn't been speaking on the national issue to on the daily news. I mean, on television. But he has been very, very present on X, on Twitter or X, whatever it is. He has been very, very present. But you see, it was during the Hamas and Israeli issue. He was very, very outspoken about what was going on. Continue every day, continuously writing tweeting about it and all that. But speaking about the obedient and all that, well, you see, I don't think he needed anything from the government of Tinubu. He must have been paid for his service, for rendering service by being in charge of communication or whatever it is for the Tinubu campaign. But I'm not so sure that he's necessarily looking for a position. Remember, this is APC wasn't his original party. He left, came back, he left. So I don't think he will be looking for
Yeah,
position.
but the dollar is his original party, isn't it? The dollar.
You can say that with dollar in terms of food, right? Like his principal said, give him food and you'll be singing a different tune. But the thing is that they needed him because it seems that that space of obedience, especially that audio that you played not quite long ago, um, you needed someone who could help you fire, send out fire for fire, someone like Fanika that probably would not be taken serious, but at the same time, they'll be looking at him, from side eye, kind of, because, no matter what, that his voice is still very loud in social media space. So, I don't think he's doing something extraordinary, but if he it seems that he's been paid for his service, just like Reno Omokore is doing. Simply supporting Tinubu one way or the other, but not being categorical about it. But by and large, he's not leaving any space. Just that there's not been speaking to the print or the television media. But I mean, trust Fanika Ode, if he needed to speak up, it won't take long before you get invited to any of his television channels. It's always their delight to have him anyway, because he will be spitting fire and all that. But I mean, his paymaster is in the office. What else does he need to do?
You know what I would love? I would love to see Fani Ode take on Rufai Yuseni. I would love to see him on Arise TV and then see how he deals with Rufai Yuseni.
That is not going to happen. One time
I would pay to watch that.
He featured on Ruben Abati weekend program, right? And on that show, he was making it clear that it was Abati because he respected Abati so much that I think they've made agreement among the APC official then, that especially the media team, that they will not be featuring on their weekly show. So, but of course, you trust Fanika, he will say it out. He doesn't know which one to keep, secret or whatever. He said, that it's because he respected Abati. That was the reason why he was featuring on his show. That means any other program, I'm not going to come, but here I can, grant you the interview. So I think him being selective of the program he's going to show up for and all that, also speak to his character. Him and what is it called? Your friend Rufai. He will drag Rufai. Rufai doesn't have.
No, it will beat him up, won't he?
He doesn't have what it takes to, because that man has a very caustic tongue. He will lash you. He will speak rubbish. Sometimes it might even go overboard. So I think he has been in the highest position in the land. What is the point of confronting somebody who is much more younger than, who has not even attained, the level you've attained in life, half a quarter of it. So there's no point, right? So, but I mean, him saying that obedience will be eradicated, or you say drop in the Gaza, they will be present. Obedience will be present for a very long time. It's just that influence that they think they have will be watered down in a couple of years, or let me say months. Reason why I say that is that they themselves already know that, okay, there's nothing they can do. It's way outside their control. Of course, they will continue to perpetrate all those rumors, all those propaganda, but I don't think they will be that quiet. I don't think they're going to be frizzled out to oblivion, but I think they were going to, continue to be present. But however, people like Fanika Ode and his lives will also, like Ononuga also, will be, always present to fire for fire back to them.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us. Dewale, stay with us. So Maurice, you are up next. Dewale, I'm going to mute you because it's echoing back a bit. So Hopefully, Maurice has a better connection because the last two contributors will struggle somewhat to hear them. So we're going to go to Maurice next. Then after Maurice, Ajande Koko, and then of course the Majestic Kulata. No, after Maurice, Prince Daddy, Ajande Koko, and then Kulata. But on our way there, let me signpost you in the direction of our Dupsy show that is coming up on Sunday. So Dupsy has a banger lined up. You may have thought last week's session with Dupsy was exciting, but wait till you see her this week. So 70% of women in Nigeria, in prison in Nigeria, are there because they killed their partners. So that's going to be the headline topic. But as you know, with Dupsy, she will have a few more juicy topics lined up. So here is the link. The link to Dupsy show is already up. So click on it, go bookmark it so you don't miss it. Miss out, be there or be squared, as they say. So that's Dupsy lined up for Sunday. Go bookmark it so that you don't miss the session. It was quite interesting last Sunday, actually. Ajanle Koko turned up a few of the voices that are a few voices that you've not heard before turned up as well. So what surprise lined up for next week Sunday? So click on the link, go bookmark that. So Maurice, you're up next.
Yeah. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's much better. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, gentlemen.
Where are you now? Are you still in Amsterdam?
No, I'm never in Amsterdam.
Rotterdam, rather.
Yeah.
Rotterdam, yeah.
Yes, but
when do you call home? Is that home? When is that home for you?
No, home is Nigeria.
Yeah, no. I mean in Europe. Where do you call
in
home
Europe?
in Europe? Yeah.
Holland is my home now.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I spent more time in UK than Holland. But Holland is my home.
Yeah, the real European, aren't you? Really, the rest of us, we just I'm not even sure how many European countries I've been to. Certainly not now.
I lived in UK for long time. I was very, very young. Actually, UK was the first country we arrived. And
UK is a miserable place to live in, though. It's so stiff and
When I arrived in UK, now they were not using visa. There was no visa.
No visa.
Yes. I was very young then.
Was that in 1802? When were they never a visa for?
No, they were not using a visa. I remember my uncle.
The visa was introduced 1986.
Yes, it was January. They announced it the 1st of January 1984, and then in 1986 they started using it. But when I arrived, there was no visa. I didn't come there with visa. That time, there's one airline they call Sabina. I never, you don't forget your first experience. Sabina is a Belgium airline, but I don't see them anymore. I don't know if they operate again.
Yeah, they've probably been taken over by somebody. Was that your first flight? And then that was
yes, to Brussels, and then Brussels, London, Sabina.
Oh, all right. Where do you prefer to live in? Because UK can be quite a miserable place to live in. It's so stuffy. Yeah. They just regulate life out of you. You can't do this, you can't do that.
Actually, where I prefer, Holland is where I prefer to live, and that's where it's home for me. And second place that I will say that I can call home, not really UK, though a lot of people always believe that UK is my home, but no, it's Holland. Actually, it's Holland, and my nationality is Holland, So, but UK, the only second place I can call home is not actually the whole of UK, but a place in UK. Do you understand what I'm saying? It sounds crazy, but
where is that? Ireland or somewhere?
No, there's a little town called Gosport. It's just across Portsmouth. Portsmouth in Hampshire. It's just 15 minutes to Southampton. You have Farnham, and
it sounds very white. That place you just mentioned. It sounds very white.
Yeah, you have it's full of limestone. It's not far from Dover. If you just
has a naval academy, NNS Sultan.
No, that's where you have the British headquarters of British Naval. That's where actually I attended school there in Farnham. We lived in Gosport. If you stand If you
opposite
stand
the Portsmouth Canal.
yes, you just go with the ferry taxi.
Have you
You stand there,
lived
you'll be
here as
looking
well,
at
Baba?
Portsmouth.
Say?
Have you lived here as well?
My bus stop is Seven Sisters. I'm supposed to be a Tottenham Hotspur fan.
So that's Islington area, isn't it? Seven Sisters.
No, Gosport
no,
is in Hampshire.
no. That's
It's in
Tottenham
Hampshire.
Hill. Tottenham Hill.
Listen, Gosport is in Hampshire.
No, we are talking of London, not Gosport now.
Okay,
Seven Sisters is Islington, isn't it? It is Islington.
The Seven Sisters is Tottenham.
borough.
Seven Sisters is next to Tottenham.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just share border with Tottenham. Seven Sisters is just next to Tottenham.
With Tottenham Hill.
Yes.
It's all Jamaican town.
Do you know why they call it Seven Sisters? Because of the old man that lived there has a 7 daughter, and they planted those 7 trees. That's 7 trees they have there. Seven Sisters. I don't like that area. The houses are old and dirty, you know.
It's called the Jamaicans.
Yeah, it's very, very old and dirty. One time,
that's why I'm an Arsenal fan.
I wanted to live there. I found a terrace house there. I said, no, I'm not going to live there. It's so dirty. I don't like the place.
A miserable place, actually.
Yeah.
But London overall is quite dirty anyway, isn't it?
Yes, but where we live in London, where actually I grew up in London, it's a very, it's not that dirty. It's tidy area. Do you know Opney? It's just next to Barking, you know?
Yes, my sister lives in
Opney, yeah, the district line, right? Yeah, you have East Ham, West Ham, Upton Park, all those areas, Tower Bridge, and you know, that area. That's my area. You know, I told you my sister has a job.
Yeah, the real European, I have to say. But so to the politics. What are you looking at in the news? Maurice,
to the politics. Before the politics, you asked me something. Where I will call another place I will call home again is Nottinghamshire, because I live there still officially. You know,
you have an apartment there.
Yeah, council flat. I live in St. Anne's.
What have you not bought it?
I'm considering doing that, but you know, I can always buy it anytime, because if I buy it, all the money I pay, they withdraw it. It will be subtracted.
Exactly. So just buy it and then take the equity. That's what people do. You buy it and then you take the equity out of it.
You know, because I'm not steady. I got it. I actually
we already
got that.
know you are not steady. Nobody thinks you are steady. We all know you're a lunatic, but carry on.
I got that apartment actually while I was still living in Leicestershire. You know, and you know Leicester is 15 minutes to Nottinghamshire. So
now collect all the council houses for this country. I'm sure you have about 10.
No, only have in Holland and in Nottinghamshire.
In the 70s, it's going for between 12,000 pounds.
The one for 20. Holland, I bought the one in Holland. But I gave it to my son. My son lives there. That's where I am now.
All right. Is it an apartment or a house?
No, this one is apartment. You know, in Holland, we don't usually have like this type of apartment. We have what they call eengezinswoning, just like a terrace house, but it's more luxurious. In England, it's too small and too tiny. Holland is well contemporary, very, very contemporary.
I don't know how the system works there, but here,
right.
If you buy your apartment, which we call a flat here, you don't own it outrightly. You only own it on lease. And that's why I could never buy a flat in this country, because I like to own the ground. I like to own the ground. I know
that because my uncle was buying a lot of houses. You know, you know this place, Stonebridge, those areas. Yeah. If you're going to Wembley Stadium, you know. Harrow Road, you know, Harrow Road, all those areas, Baker Street, all those places where you have Edgware Road. If you're going towards this thing, Wembley Stadium, those places used to be very, very cheap. My uncle used to buy
nobody can afford those places anymore.
Yeah, now it's the cheapest place you see. There was one Sierra Leone girl where I had the wrong one time. when I went to her place, that place, the cheapest you can get. Before
You
those,
see,
like,
you see the wrong babes that you never. What did they do yourself? Eh?
I don't retire now. That's
You
why I
know,
say I
you
used
don't
to.
retire. With this face cap that you're wearing, you don't look like you don't
You
retire.
know when I
You look
say
like you're
used
ready
to,
for round two. Eh?
used to. You know when I use the word used from Sierra Leone. That now, like before I went to Africa, like a few months before I traveled to Africa, I was in Nottingham, and I had to go to London to see my family and my auntie and my big sister. I went that area to check a friend. The minimum you pay that place now is you pay close to 2,000, 2,400 pounds. Do you know that?
Yes, I can imagine. You know,
But
no, you know,
uh-huh.
when I wanted to buy, I looked at what I could afford in London, and then I looked at what I could afford in Kent, and what I
Right.
could for the same price, I almost got like twice the house.
Yes.
But we're just one train stop from entering London, so it wasn't, and it's a more civilized place anyway. Because London is not, London is for your 20 somethings now.
Yeah.
Just that wild life, you know.
Yeah. You know, but I've always been lucky. I always have decent friends, and usually when I come into London now, because of course I left family home, I can't live with family again, and I don't have a house in London, only in Nottingham, and I always stay, you know, Bayswater.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bayswater, by Queensway.
Yeah,
You know Queensway.
that sounds like Alexander Gomez's territory. Although
Yeah,
he's more nice.
it's a very posh area. I like that place,
Yeah.
but one thing I don't like about the place is that at night it's dead quiet because it's only billionaires that live there. You know, all those Victoria luxury houses and this and that. But then it's also good because Queensway is just between the end of Hyde Park and Kensington Park where it starts. You understand?
Yeah.
And then you can go there. There's a lot of things to see, Princess Diana Fountain, all those. So it's a good place if you have a friend or somebody, you can just relax. That park, and you know that park goes all the way to Hyde Park Corner, goes all the way to Green Park, and from Green Park, it's so central. From Green Park, you walk across, you are in Piccadilly. You know what I'm saying? So it's so central. That's why I like staying around there.
You know, there are two types of places that I cannot live. That I cannot live
Man,
in.
people are waiting. Oh, let's move on.
Yeah, hold on, Papa. There are two types of places that I cannot live in the UK. I cannot live in a flat, one, and I can only live in a red brick house. If the house is not red brick, then I cannot live in it. But take us to the politics. I think people want you to go there. So
well,
yeah,
let's start with Funny Fire Coyote. He's a very funny fella.
Femi Fire Kayode. What did he fire? Who's Femi
Kayode, right?
Oh, all right, okay.
He's a very, very funny fella. I used to be angry when he talks. I get pissed by that him, but no, I don't anymore because I find out that you can't just take him serious. You know, he's a man. He used to be a minister of aviation. Is that correct? And
yes, under the Obasanjo regime.
Yes. So, and somebody I watched swearing that he will never join the devil. APC is devil, this and that. He called everything. Buhari is this, Buhari is that. And then, to my great surprise, one day I woke up live on TV, on YouTube. I watched him submitting to Buhari and praising Buhari again. I said that from that day, let's go to something else. Let's forget that guy. What's the next topic, please?
We were also talking about the upcoming election in Imo State,
right?
Especially the Labour Party, the Labour Union president, who has focused his attention on that state, putting it on lockdown.
Right. You see, to be honest, some people who really did not go in depth about what happened and they're saying that it's political. He came is because of election. That man has been in Imo State several months, many times about the welfare of the workers, about the whole situation. And every time, you know how government will promise you, don't worry, in 3 months' time, we'll make sure. And it will not happen. To be honest, don't forget about what Uzodinma said. I'm from Imo State, and I go to Secretariat almost every 2 days to do one thing or the other. Do you know that the Secretariat, if you come into Imo State Secretariat, they have market. When I say the way you have Tejo Show market, you have a big market inside the Secretariat. And I was asking even the head of service where the department I was going. So why do you, such a government place, why do we have market and people selling meat, just a full market? Do you know what they said to me? He said that all these people selling here are the reason they are still alive and they can still work, because they give them products and items, and then they pay them when they get their salary, maybe every month, every 2 months, as when they get their salary. I said, okay, do you get your salary? He said sometimes 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, we never get salary. But these people are the people helping us. That is why we allow them. I said, okay, but does governor know that these people inform the market? He said, no, any day governor is coming, we always tell them 2 days ahead. We know when the governor will come. There will be no market that day. So forget about all these governors and politicians. They will come on TV and they make political statements. That is a lie. I'm from that state and I know what I saw. A lecturer, one woman, Mama Adeze, she's a lecturer at Futo, a senior lecturer. She also has a shop in the market. She's selling tomatoes and everything. A university, a senior lecturer in university. Do you understand? And that woman lives very close to me with her husband. So, and I talk to her, if you know how long they're owing these people, but they will come on TV, they say, I pay this, I pay that. No, that is not true. This man went there not because of politics, but people will see it because once it's NLC, they say, yeah, it's because of, it's so convenient to blame that on him. But besides that, even if he went there for politics, let's just say on the contrary, he went there for politics. Let's be honest. Does that warrant that he should be treated, beaten up the way? If somebody beats up Nigerian president, now Nigeria will go to war. So I don't see all the hypocrites now complaining, oh, why are they protesting, blocking this? They should block everywhere in the country. Because if a president this is the president of the whole union, and they beat him up like that, injured him, and since they beat him up, the federal government never came out to condemn that. And now, but the federal government will be quick to come out to condemn their actions. That's the way I reason, because, they say, I believe that only dead fishes go with the flow. I'm not going to join the bandwagon because everybody's saying, yeah, what they're doing is wrong. Then I will just foolishly, excuse that word, blindly fall in that line. No, because I believe only dead fishes go with the flow. Fishes that are alive always swim against the current. You understand? So I don't believe that man went there for this, because I know that man has been there for so many times and a lot of promises were made. So now let's ask, if some people say, okay, why is it that a few weeks to the election or 2 weeks to the election, is it the right time in Nigeria? When is it the right time? The only people who live good and who know how to increase their salary and allowances and gratuities are the politicians and the senators and this thing. And they're giving people 65,000 naira, 35,000 naira. That can't even buy one bag of local rice. You work your whole life, a whole month, sweat like slave, and your salary can't even buy you one bag of rice. And somebody in a good conscience will see somewhere and say, why are they complaining? And they try to complain, he was beaten up like that. And then somebody in a good conscience will turn around to say, why are they protesting? What did the government say when he was beaten? That's their president. So I support them. I feel sorry, and I'm not happy because a lot of people that missed their flights, that affected them. But if the government knew that they would do that, they also told government, when we take action, we will not announce it. So when is it the right time? That's the question I want to ask. When is it the right time to protest? They asked to strike. They were asked to strike for like
not in the middle of an election.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is where I see it, a hypocritical statement. How can you say nothing? But they be owing them for like 2 years. They didn't pay them, and they be complaining for 2 years. And then when?
Yeah, but that's the point. So if they've been owing them for 2 years, why now in the middle of an election?
Okay, so
why have the protest?
Okay, so because of does that guarantee? Is that the reason? Does that justify that he must be beaten up because he tried to come? They tried to protest in the a few weeks to the election. Does that justify the beating?
That's a police matter now, because Hopuzo Dema has come out to say that he has nothing to do with it.
Of course, tell me a criminal that even a criminal you are holding in hand, you hold him, pickpockets, you is holding your phone. He will still be denying he didn't commit it. I didn't do it. Okay, one man, we are educated. Sometimes we discuss the way. I start wondering. Everyone on this platform is educated. Do you expect that governor to come that he's responsible for it? Do you expect him to come out to say, yes, I'm responsible for it?
Maurice,
go ahead, please.
Yeah, they didn't beat him. He fucked around and he found out. That's the thing.
Wait a minute, I don't understand.
He effed around and he found out. They just taught him some little lessons.
Okay, good. Now they are teaching the whole country. Now they are teaching the whole country a lesson too. You understand? Now they are teaching the whole country a lesson too. No, and you can never expect one man. You can't expect, in all honesty, before God and man in heaven, God in heaven and man on earth, do you expect the governor to come out to say, were you expecting him to say, yes, I did it?
Well, what we do know is that the local labor union faction did not want that rally. They did not want that protest.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Their leader, one man, did the leader of the local union come out on TV to say we didn't want to? They were forcing us.
He did, and we played it here.
Listen, if you don't know what is going on in that state, they will bring somebody to act as the local leader. Trust me, I know.
The guy, it's settled down now. The guy was on national TV. Everybody knows who the local leader is.
Yeah, and he said we didn't want to. Do you know the kind of inducement that went? Go ahead.
Let me interject 1 minute. That person that appear on local TV is not the authentic leader.
Of course, it cannot be
there. That was the person that Hopuzo Dema was trying to impose.
Yes.
On the labor union there.
Yes.
Which was rejected by the people.
Right.
And on the day of the election, that was his candidate.
Of course.
Because he saw that his candidate could not win, he sent police, he sent thugs to go to, he sent them there to unleash terror.
Yes.
The way he did, that was what happened. And so the leadership of that place now, they are appointed temporary leaders.
Right.
Who are in position in that place. So those ones that are showing on TV saying that we did not approve Abure to come, they are not the leader. Or they are not the leader of NLC in that state. So they have appointed leaders, temporary leaders that are running that place now. So that is the truth. So don't
God bless you, my brother. Even during the primary, Uzodema tried to create sponsor somebody to become Labour Party leader, so that he paid a lot of money to sponsor one person. What is this man name? So that bribe all the delegates, so that that one will win. When that one wins, 3 weeks to the election or 2 weeks to the election, then he will step down.
Declare.
No, he will step down. Yeah, he will step down and say he's supporting those of them. He did it. I know this man. Listen, one man, you are dealing with a man who is all his life is a 19 guy. Now 19 is known for that. Now Lagos, this person not be first stack in the state before. Now 19 way in they do. You understand me? So I'm telling you, but people from outside
Not
only
just
follow what they
19.
say on
Not
TV.
just 19. Wash.
God bless you. God bless you, my brother. You understand? So, to be honest, that's it. But one man, I want to ask you one last thing now, please. It's a very good information. It's what I've always meaning to ask you. How are properties in Margate?
In Margate, I don't know. I can tell you in Dartford, the prices are not moving significantly. They hardly ever do. But I don't know in Margate though.
But I will also tell you something, Please, the panel should not be angry. I will only take 1 minute. If you know anybody that wants to buy a house, you know there's a lot of precast houses in UK. You should not ever buy a precast, because if you buy a precast house, you can never get loan on it. You know that.
What's a precast house in?
A precast is like those kind of houses you have in Festac. They just mold it and cast it. You cannot even adjust and nothing. It's concrete. It's not like a block wall, like wood wall, where you can just rip off the walls and then create a new design. Precast.
I know what you mean. They always
and another one, this thing, asbestos roof. Don't anything house with asbestos roof, don't buy it, because it will cost you more than 12 to 15,000 pounds to remove those asbestos. They have to remove it safely.
Yes.
So if you have anybody precast and asbestos roof, you should not, even if they sell it for, except if they sell it for 10,000 pounds, like in Wales. You have a lot of them in Wales, there you can buy.
All right,
okay.
Brilliant. So
Thank you very much.
That's property advice.
One man.
Yeah.
Please, I resent you a WhatsApp message now. Can you play from the 11th to the 13th minute, just 2 minutes alone of that tape? Let's take a listen.
All right. Whilst I line it up, let's hear from let's hear from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Yeah, hello, woman. How you doing?
Hello, Prince. Your voice is low as well. What's going on?
Really? I don't know. I must be at your hand. I mean, let's see. Is it better now?
Slightly, but not significantly.
Oh wow.
But carry on anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Like, share, subscribe, and.
One man. You can barely hear him. You can barely hear him.
Really? I'm yelling. You can't hear me?
we can't, sort of.
Try to go out and come back in. Maybe that will correct your system.
Yeah, I think there's something going on. I've done that like twice or 3 times already. But anyways, one moment. We're gonna move on to the next person.
Is it anywhere you are?
I think so. I think it's raining. Yeah.
And you are driving?
No, I'm not driving actually.
That's strange.
But anyways, woman, go ahead and move on to the next person, and I'll figure that later.
All right, brilliant.
Come back in.
All right.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let's come to you then, Ajanle Koko. So yeah, let's come to Ajanle Koko.
Greetings to our listeners around the world.
That's much better. Yeah, carry on.
Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I'm very happy that the workers notified the government that they will embark on strike today, and they effected it. That's to tell that I send message to them that workers in Nigeria have woken up. That should send the government should see it clearly that workers have the power to effect change. in our country. And if they are very wise now, this is the time for them to invite workers, to get the workers' leaders closer to them and start negotiating with them, strike deal with them, so that they won't have any form of interruption as they govern the people. You see, a country that does not value worker is a country that will be far away from development. That country will never develop. That country will never develop. And that is the case of Nigeria. Nigeria does not value workers. And that's why you see the country.
Sorry, what's the purpose of the strike, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, the purpose of the strike is that, in Imo State, the NLC, with their president, were trying to carry out a protest. And while they are gathering their membership at the state secretariat of the NLC, police and thugs went there to unleash terror on them, beat up the president of the Senate, the president of NLC, media people, and, we saw the picture, the way he was badly beaten and injured. So that angered the workers' union and their leadership across the country. And they said, look, they sent a notice to government.
Agalekoko,
Yeah.
sorry for cutting you. Sorry, my Ejema, please, one man, please don't mind, please. Agalekoko, are you not sensitive with this time we have? People calling for protest?
What is sensitive? What?
Let me land. I know what you will say is what is wrong in protesting is their right. I know is their right. Agalekoko, anybody calling for protest now, he will be hijacked. I can tell you that for fact.
Who is going to?
Let me finish. Agalekoko. Let me finish, please. Anybody, I repeat myself, anybody calling for any protest in Nigeria, it will be hijacked. Nigerian government knew that any protest in Nigeria today will be hijacked. So let me tell you for fact, there is no protest that will last in that country. They will not even let you carry it out because some people are already on the standby, waiting for anything to crop up, as they did in Mohbad's case, to foment trouble in the nation. Thank you, Agale Koko.
Okay. Well, Thomas, let me tell you, as I was saying, what is the fear of the government? What's the government afraid of? If the government is responsible, to the people, and if they are doing what the people like, what is their fear? But today, and with regards to the strike, I think if we have governments that are very sensitive to the plight of the people, governments that are very futuristic, that can see danger when danger is coming, that look, if we don't do this to the people, we are going to be in trouble. This is the time for them to start having deal with workers, so that they can govern without any interruption by workers' strike and things like that. So I think I'm very proud of them that they have started the first phase, which is to disrupt inflow and outward flow of flight to Imo State. They've sent their demand to the government, particularly to the federal government, to fish out those that are responsible for the beating, the molestation, and the barbaric, inhuman injury that they inflicted on the president of workers. So they've given them the next Tuesday. If they don't start investigation to fish out those that are responsible for this, it's going to be nationwide strike. And that is when the government will start to know that, look, in democracy, workers' interests matters. And at any time that workers are fighting for their interests, government should listen. You see, you have country that is not productive today because workers are not motivated. Workers are not well paid. Workers are not trained and retrained. Workers are not encouraged by the government to, with good pay and whatsoever. They are not giving that good pay, and whenever they are asking for their right, government will unleash terror on them. Government has signed several documents, several agreements with the workers that they did not fulfill. And at any time that the workers are going back to say, why? This is what you signed. You sign agreement that, this is what you are going to do for us. Now is the time for you to start giving us what you promised. Why are you not doing it? If the workers want to go on strike or want to take action against the government, then what they will do is to send police after them to brutalize them. This is what happened in the case of Imo State. There are some workers in that state for the 11 months or going to 12 months that are not paid. I think they said there are about 10,000 or 11,000 of them. They are not paid on the basis that they are ghost workers. How can ghost workers exist?
Angelico, some are
Excuse me, Aja.
2 years.
You are asking that question. How can ghost workers
where do you see ghost workers that exist? Ghost workers does not exist. These people, they said they declare them ghost workers. They are saying we are not ghosts. We are here. We have been working with this parastatal and government agency for several years, and we've been
almost
paid.
all the states, when they clean up their payroll, they found out that a lot of people they are taking salaries are not eligible for those salaries. In the case of Imo, I listened to this tape one man is about to play. There are people who transferred from local government to the state government, and they are still receiving salary in the local government and state government, double salary every month. We have to start from somewhere to eradicate this thing.
Don't let them lie. It is
You will play. These are elders on the screen now. These are elders of the state. You will play. You will listen to the elders.
It is not lie when you transfer service. Yes, go.
Please, can I say one thing for 1 minute?
Yeah,
you are right, because I experienced that thing myself. I had a lady, but she's late now. Her husband was also a judge in Abuja there, and he's also late. He died about 2 years ago. This lady, she was a lab scientist working with the state government, the state hospital. Her name was included as a ghost worker, and she was removed. But that was during Okorocha time. You understand? And luckily for the lady, the commissioner of health at that time was my friend. So I called him, Dr. Hejirika. I said, this lady is my neighbor. Her husband is a judge. She's not a ghost worker. Then that was how she got her job back. But at first, she put her name was on the list of ghost workers. You are right.
Who is that?
Who's that? Who's the music guy? What's going on? No, that's Baba.
No.
What's going on? Oh no, that's enigmatic. Enigmatic. I say Patilo Wani. But carry on, Baba. Don't get us copyright struck. Carry on.
Ó ń gbádùn ara ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀.
Yeah, very good. About to monte.
Can I take 1 minute of your time?
Who is that?
That's Bishop.
Okay, go ahead.
Good. Very quickly, 160 seconds. Number one, issue of ghost worker. The person that spoke last, you have just aided and abetted what we're trying to eliminate. I know people where I am today that have been in this country for 2.5, 3
One man, is it from me? We can't hear Bishop too. Very low.
I can't hear a thing myself.
No, we can't hear you, Bishop.
That's serious. So,
Very serious tonight. I don't understand.
There's maybe something is wrong on the platform because I went out, I came back again.
Let him raise the volume of his own system.
Is at the highest. It's at the highest. Both the volume and the radio volume is at the highest.
Okay, can you log out and log in again, please?
I have done that before. I did that a few minutes ago. Are you hearing me at all? No.
I can hear you. It's better now.
It's better now.
I just have to put my mouth. My mouth is practically touching the phone now. But let me just quickly say what I want to say. Number one, I have seen people, both when I was in Nigeria, and I still know people that are here today, have been here. I won't mention the state because I've said it here before, that are still collecting their salaries as civil servants 3.5 years running. 3.5 years, they're still collecting salaries as civil servants in Nigeria. If those are no ghosts, they were workers, they were employed. But when they traveled abroad, they did not resign, and they are still collecting their salary as we speak today. They know the people they settle. If those are no ghost workers, then I don't know what you will call them. Number two, look, what happened I sent a video to a woman. I don't know if it's something that I can play. An incident happened in Panama today, where an American Panamanian that was driving, a professor for that matter, and a lawyer was driving, and he was blocked on the road, and he was frustrated. He drew out his weapon and gunned down 2 persons. Look, we are cutting disaster. Your right to protest does not stop other people, whether they are emergency, whether ambulance or whether fire. You block the road for entire whole day because you wanted to show your displeasure because one individual was alleged to have been assaulted in another different state. You block the road. May we not get to a situation where we will see what that professor in Panama did in our country. I just pray. Some kind of madness does not cure madness. But when people are pushed to the wall, all the excuses we are making for our labor force, we are making it sound that our labor force is the best thing in the whole wide world. I always say we have challenges with our labor force. And if we are going to do civil service reform, more than 60% of our people in our labor force today are not angry. They are not adding any value, and they should necessarily go. But it's okay until somebody give us the Panama treatment. We will know that your rights stop where other people's right begins.
Bishop, that man was not allegedly.
Sorry,
he was not. Wait, hold on a second. 1 minute, please. That man was not allegedly beaten. He was beaten.
You interject too often. Let Ajanle Koko carry on. Sorry, Maurice, but we have some structure. Ajanle Koko carry on.
So, well, Bishop was telling us someone that is outside Nigeria and still collecting salary. Those are the ghost workers that should be fished out, not people that lives in Nigeria that have all of their documentation with regard to their employment in service, and yet Hopu Donzima deny them their salary for 11 months. So, look, staff audit is very, very easy to do. It is not something that is very difficult. It is not.
Baba, please, I don't mean to cut your train of thought, but do you know how many months workers in Bayelsa are being owed and Kogi State? why is Ajero
Okay,
focused on
what
Imo State,
justifies that? Does
not those two
anything
states?
justify that? Does
I
anything
mean,
justify that for them to be old in
but
Bayelsa, Kogi
but you're
State?
not. The question is why is
So it's
Ajero
that
NLC president for Imo State alone,
one state before the other.
or
So
one state before the other?
if it's handling,
God,
if it's
Oh, man.
handling
stop
one
this, I
state,
beg. Yes, I beg.
state,
Ah,
one
come
state,
on.
you guys are just
If Ajero is so concerned about the plight of Nigerian workers, right, and he's trying to target this electoral period, there's a way he could have scheduled his time, whereby maybe in Imo State, in Kogi State, in Bayelsa State,
Zamfara.
you could plan that time and then shut those three states down.
One man, good night. Good night, everyone. Yeah?
All right, good night, Maurice.
So you are going to draw his schedule for him. You know better than him. You know better than them that are elected by their people. Who is that? Where is that?
But if I might chip in, the truth about it is that I think this tactic used by Labour.
Hold on, before you chip in, anybody that is not talking, can you keep yourself muted? There's just too much interference with the screen. All right, have that say, and then that will be the last one, and then Ajande Koko can carry on.
This tactics normally used by Labour Party or unions, where at the peak of maybe either an election or like even in industries where they are unionized, most of the labor unions normally pick times that would spur management or the government into action. The time that I believe the time that Ajero picked was because it would probably have been the best time for APC to be under pressure to try as much as possible to look into the issues of the workers as to score a political point against the forthcoming elections. That's what I believe, because laborers and unions, they usually use these tactics to put pressure on management or put pressure on the government to act quickly to the demands of the people. That's what I see.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point you make right there. So they always appoint a very good time, strategically, before embarking on their strike. They will embark on strike when they know that strike will push their demand effectively and so that the government can listen to them. So, but I think I'm very, very glad that they said it and they carry out the action. So it's the one on Tuesday that it's going to be nationwide. When their fellow colleagues around the country will join, that is when the government will learn a lesson. And I think Tinubu have, since he came in, I think he has shown some, he has demonstrated that he's sensitive to workers' demand, because Ajero and TUC had threatened to embark on strike, and the government opened up a discussion with them. So, 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, government, they threatened to carry out nationwide strike. The government quickly, open up, a discussion with them, engagement with them. And so I hope before Tuesday, they will listen. They will call the labor union. They will listen to them and then try as much as possible to fish out the police officers and those criminals, thugs that were sent by who's on demand. They can,
allegedly
fish them out, and they can start to pursue legal matter on them. And, when you have governor, look at the way he responded when that incident happened. No empathy, nothing whatsoever. They were so critical.
All right. 2 minutes, Sergeant Lekoko.
They were very critical of them. They were so happy that yes, their boys did their bad job. I mean, the job they sent them. They were happy that they carried it out. So it's highly irresponsible on the side of government that doesn't recognize and show interest on the welfare of the workers. Look, Awolowo in the First Republic, the way Awolowo treated workers was the best among others in that Nigeria when we had region. And workers in the West were the most happier. And they were very productive. And because of the support of the workers, because of the welfare of the workers that Awolowo took as very important as well, they were able to support the government to achieve their desired objective. We saw it. And no government will succeed without workers' support. If you don't have workers with you, you're not going to succeed. You'll be able to achieve anything. You will fail. And that is why the country has consistently failing to where we are today. When it comes to student union, government want to evolve. They don't want the right team of union members, student union member to be in place. They want to manipulate it to have their studio there that will not represent the interest of the workers well. The same thing, the interest of the students well. The same thing they want to do with workers. Everything government want to have control. For God's sake, why must government control everything? They want to control your life. They want to control everything, but they will always fail to deliver their responsibility, which comes to the building of infrastructure, provision of good hospital, educational facility. For the children, they won't do all of that. But to control those union that they know that can speak for the people and fight for the interest of the people, they want to control them so that they continue to loot every resources that they should have, used for the development of workers and the country. They want to continue to loot this. We know why. That is the reason why they want to. That is why they want to get involved in union matter and control them at any time. So, one man, let me leave it there. It's unfortunate. That is the country you have. If you think your democracy is working, good luck to you. But to me, I will continue to say to you, it's a sham. It's a democracy that is not working, and we continue on the trajectory. It will never work. It will continue to go bad, and bad. This is what you got. Bad economy. The worst is a crisis. You have it because of bad people in the position of power. You have insecurity, the worst that we've never seen in the history of that.
All right.
Everything has turned upside down. But you guys like it. Good luck to you. Continue to like it. Workers been demolished, they've been destroyed, they've been suppressed, and you like it. Continue to support them. Good luck to you. One more, thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellent. So we go on to Kulata, who may well have fallen asleep, but hopefully still there to explain his new avatar. So Kulata, you're up next. What's the meaning of this one? Who's the Owala on the screen, Kulata? What does this signify?
Got another person. Maybe it's away from his phone.
No, I think it's just unmuted, but Kulata? All right. I don't think Kulata is
How
fully.
how do you expect Kolata to be alive this time around?
No, it just unmuted now, so it must be there somewhere. But let's go on then to let's go to Charles, who seems to be on board with Ajale Koko in the labor supporting thing. No, we can't hear you, Kulata. But yeah, Charles, you're up next.
Okay. So, what do you want to talk about?
No, it's just why is everybody bouncing back? Do you want to mute the YouTube because I'm hearing myself back from you?
Hello.
Oh, all right. That's Kulata. Okay, let's hear from Kulata. So Kulata, yes. Who is the Owala on the screen? The tribal marked avatar. What's going on?
That's who is this? This is what I imagine one of the panelists to look like. So I decided to
Who's
impersonate the
that?
person.
Is this Ajale Koko?
No.
But I like that look. Though. I would rather look like that than that's a strong. If you remove the tribal marks,
Strong Agbegedu.
Yeah,
that's a Lobumosho mark.
This is someone from Oyo. This is an Oyo man. So who is the Oyo man on this platform?
It look like Akitola.
Well, you already know what I look like. I think I'm the only one that everybody knows what it looks like.
And if you take off your makeup, we'll see the Owala. Escape from the tiger.
Yeah, but wow, me real. I say but no. Have we flogged the Ajero storyline to that? But is there anything else in the news cycle? Really, all eyes on Imo State. That seems to be the case.
I'm not even going to lie. I don't think there's anything in the news. The news is dry like Sahara Desert.
It's unbelievable, you know. Peter Obi come back. All is forgiven. We need Peter Obi to be able to.
Honestly, I tried to read the news today and I was like, slim pickings. No real economic news. No real political news. Well, apart from local election going on. I'm like, so what are we going to be doing?
Kulata, sorry, let me interject. That's to show you APC have nothing to apart from chaos. They feed from chaos. If Tabi says anything, the news will be agog. If you accuse them of their policy,
when
the news will be agog.
When there's no news, that means the government is working. That means that people are, if there's something to complain about. Let me show you this, Kulata. So this is where I actually get the news from. And these are the most popular topics. Naira falls to lowest level. We discussed that countlessly. Police detain husband as woman in Mommy Calm Down viral video commits suicide.
What the hell?
Uzodinma breaks silence. Appeal court reinstates Labour candidate. Fani Kayode's outburst. Tribune. There's nothing in the news. Nothing.
It's slim picking. It's real slim picking. Like real slim
nothing in the news.
So I guess maybe I comment on Ajero like everybody. Like I don't even know what am I supposed to say.
You could comment on him, or you could comment on Fani Kayode or Lamidi Apapa, who has gone to court to try and stop the candidature of the Labour Party candidate. He wants to remove him to install his own factional player. So and by the way, they are hearing their case tomorrow. So we could well have another curveball in that mix. So there is still things to talk about. Yeah.
One man before Kulata move on. Kulata, how are you, my brother?
Thomas,
what is going on platform now? You are not in their room. You don't participate in their room, but it's your name they will be mentioning from the beginning of the platform till the end. What is going on?
They are in love with Kulata.
I'm controversial. What will I say?
You are not in their room. You are not in their screen. You are not in. But they'll be mentioning your name. I don't want to mention him. You know who I'm talking about.
There is one that calls him cross-dressing Kulata. There's one character there. I don't know quite how we left to that.
I'm the transgender of one man platform.
And then the Uber Eats driver.
The Uber Eats driver.
The Uber Eats driver. Oh God. And the $2 man and all of that.
$2 man. They will say, Kolota, you say you are a professor. It's only $2 you can super chat. This person never super chat one kobo. This person,
you know, the best way to make that comment is to make a $50 super chat to say it, not with
They'll be abusing me with freebie. With freebie.
Continue, my brother.
Anyway, I mean, even everything you read, the bottom of the barrel news, but we'll indulge in the news. So when it concerned, okay, let's talk about Apapa.
Or shall we go to America and speak to data?
No, I've heard Prince Daddy will start freaking out.
No, leave America. Yesterday, America. Prince Daddy used all this to discuss about America. Let's talk about Apapa, the Afonja of Labour Party. That guy needs to be dealt with. For real.
Okay, let's talk about Labour Party. So, okay, post-election. Now,
hold on,
this is
Justice. What is how would you say Apapa should be dealt with? You are dealing with the owner of the house, the landlord.
No, Matic, this is not your stuff. You know, for a very long time, don't talk about a Labour Party. But if this is happening in APC, you will be the first to say, let's sanction Apapa. You cannot have a fraction inside party. It's in-house thing. What Apapa is doing outside the party is against any party's policy. You know now, you are very educated in this field.
What I'm telling you is you cannot tell.
No. What you are saying now, you're being political. That's all.
Hold on. You cannot tell headless mobs who just think.
No. Forget about headless mob. You're being political. This is not your talk. No.
When Osibanjo did it in APC, you are not in support of Osibanjo.
All right. This is
No.
How is this?
I'm
talking about what? How would you say they should deal with Apapa? From headless mob, from obedient, from IPOP people who came yesterday to the Labour Party. What are you talking about?
All right. Wapis, have the very last word on that, and then let Kulata take the floor. So just have.
Yes, thank you, Waman. I'm not speaking about politics, about supporters. I'm talking about policy, about parties. And I might know what I'm talking about. In how much is very vast and educated and solid in that part. You cannot see a member of a party going against his party openly. That's anti-party. Let's remove any sentiment. Look at Wiki and these people fighting now. Why are they fighting? They say they're even doing their own in-house, regardless of what happened in the past election. But Papa every day and the other one was the two left eye guy. They always jump out and criticize their party. And I wonder who is running Labour. They're supposed to sanction those people. For real. One man, continue.
All right, we open that up as a conversation because I don't agree with what you said, but let Kulata take the floor. And the Labour Party, just as Warpeace has just opened it up, so the internal fighting within Labour Party, because there's a Supreme Court judgment coming up, isn't there? And that Supreme Court judgment, with all the plethora of there was a clip I was going to play. The Labour Party candidate, even in this Imo election, accusing Julius Abure of collecting money. So almost certainly when the Supreme Court judgment comes in regarding the Labour Party matter, Abure is out. And once he's out, Peter Obi is out. So a lot to unpick from there, Kulata.
Yeah, that's what I was even going to address, because I don't think anybody has dealt with this, because I try and listen every night. So it's the post-mortem of this election, specifically the Labour Party. Because I was mentioning somewhere that Obi, the way Labour Party and Obi relationship is kind of funny. Obi rented Labour Party, right? He doesn't own Labour Party. So at this point in time, is a tenant, and as a tenant, he can't really guide the direction of Labour Party itself because he has a tepid relationship with that party. So what does that mean? That means he cannot tell the Labour Party senators or governors what to do. He can't set their tone. He can't set their direction. He does not own their structure. So his relationship is as fickle in as much as if what's his name? Is it Aburi? If Abure doesn't win this case, if Apapa win this case, Obi is done with Labour Party. So Obi needs to build a party, because If it's going to be part of Labour Party, it needs to own the political structure of Labour Party. Otherwise, it's a waste. And if he can't do that, he has to build his own party because he has a movement, a headless one, to bat. But outside of that, it's just a mob. He does not control politicians. He cannot set direction. He cannot set tone. He can't create a united front in the Senate or in the House to say that, okay, this is Labour Party stance. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to stand for. He simply doesn't have that power. So right now is a feckless politician with no home. So he needs to build a home. So if he's going to stay in Labour Party, he needs to get rid of Apapa and get rid of him quickly. And if you can get rid of him, Apapa will show him, because it's clear they're not going to be on the same side. I don't know who Apapa is working for or what his intentions are.
Not
but
only
they're
Apapa, he's forgotten his alter ego, Doctor. What's they call that man?
What's the name of that guy? Arabambi, that crew. He needs to get rid of that crew, that Arabambi, Apapa crew. I don't know whether it's by coincidence that both of them are Yoruba, but he needs to get off the Yoruba elements in Labour Party. I'm being flippant for people listening. I'm not. It's not that serious. So it's
but you say you're being flippant, but is it not factionalized along tribal lines even?
It's kind of suspect.
Yeah.
It's kind of suspect, right? Because is it by coincidence that his main oppositions in the party just happens to be from the Southwest? I don't know. Someone tell me. Like, is it by happenstance? Did it just happen? Or is there Tinubu loyalty in Labour Party? That's the high possibility that Tinubu is a man of many means. I mean, we're talking about a guy that could chase after Emefiele before, when Buhari was still president. Tinubu was the one that started chasing after him. I hope you guys know that, if we've not mentioned it before. Is that powerful? So he could as well have this Arabambi and Apapa in the pocket. Someone needs to mute.
But why would Tinubu chase after Emefiele only for him to release him? What was the point?
And a lot of deals have been cut. A lot of deals have been cut.
I've told you that Emefiele thing was just the fall guy for APC to take all the blame. That was all.
It was not just fall guy. I explained everything for people who were able to listen quite all right. So if you understand, Kulata knows. I believe Kulata, you should have been privy to a lot of.
I've been privy to some things. I even heard one that I can't mention because it will disappoint everybody. It will disappoint everybody here. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. And again, we can as well call it Beer Palo gist because there's no official documentation. But as far as I understand, there's so many deals that have been cut before. I mean, all the while this guy was locked up and that EFCC guy was locked up. So there are many things put in motion. And also many people took advantage of it. People that you will not expect will take advantage of it, collecting money from Emefiele. But I'm not going to mention any names because I can't confirm. It's all it's supposed to be inside gist. They could be making it up. I don't know, but that's what I was told.
Are you suggesting that the Cardoso family have bought another Ferrari?
Iwalumo.
Okay. Say no more. Say no more.
If he bought one, it's not beyond him because they own vast land in Igomu area.
No, it's not Cardoso. It's not Cardoso, but
they own. I mean, we know Cardoso now. Where do they call that place? Badia. They own all those places.
Oh, the family owns it.
Yeah, that's right. With the Ojoras owning the other side.
So, owning the other. So I really, Obi really needs to get his shit right because he doesn't have a home, as far in my opinion. So that's kind of like, if he wants to be a serious opposition, he needs to do that.
Are you on board with Fani Kayode's comment that the obedient? No, but he came out. He came out in the news today to say that the obedient movement will be nowhere to be found in 2027. That they will just dissipate.
It's possible if Obi doesn't do all this stuff I'm talking about, if it doesn't find a home, because think about it, it's difficult to engage these folks for that long. There's a vacuum with. I mean, how are you going to entertain a headless mob? Headless mob will eventually fiddle out with no direction. So it's
Colata, sorry. I heard that the 7 million that was injected into the stock FX it was from Emefiele staff.
no, it's
Return.
not.
Oh,
No,
well,
it's
that's what they
not.
said.
No, that's just no. That's borrowed money. I mean, that's anyway. It's not. It's not. And that money they've just paid a few banks. They've not paid everybody. So that's why we're having some of this thing. So I mean, it's not impossible that Obi may not have something because we can see some folks, some diehard folks are very disappointed in him not telling them to go to the streets. There's some I think there's some diasporans. There's some crazy diasporans. I don't know if they have jobs or if they have a mental condition. That all they want to do is just go out in the street. If it means you go out in your subdivision, maybe Thomas goes out in his subdivision somewhere in Melbourne. I don't know who's going to see him or the impact is going to have. Or one man you go in Kent and start carrying placards. They want that kind of mob action. But the people in Nigeria are so done and over with the election. They just want to leave. They just want to move on with their lives. So Obi is starting to lose steam even among his crowd because it's simply not radical enough. People forget that this guy is the simple opportunistic politician. And what they expect from him is not what the man is not made out of metal. It's just an opportunistic guy. They forget that this guy was a PDP guy. I mean, twice. He was first in PDP, Abga, then back to PDP. I mean, this is the guy that they think is some principled person. So that part, he needs to do something to keep his mob engaged and get them entertained. And for him to get them entertained, he needs to be setting the tone. For him to be setting the tone, he needs a structure that will make his opposition effective. Otherwise, he's just gonna like overexpose himself on Arise TV, and people will just see through. I mean, they'll see through the empty suit.
Kulata, what you're talking about now. I was putting that same position to Enigmatic. That what sort of opposition would or should Peter Obi be to be the most effectual opposition and to satiate his crowd? Should he be responding to every single government position, or should he just occasionally come out with one big hit? So how does he continue to feed that space to take them over till 2027?
He needs to come out occasionally because it stands the risk of overexposure. So it needs to come out occasionally and it needs to come out in big platforms. He needs to internationalize himself. He needs to gain that credibility. Whether he has that real credibility or not, at least he needs to have the appearance of know-how, the appearance of a cachet, and the appearance of some air of authority in whatever he's saying, whether he knows it or not. It's just image, right? So if you can play that image game, tie yourself to some international platform, some NGO somewhere, some speaker circuit somewhere, make appearances in all these developmental programs here and there, and you kind of like build that clout. Then once in a while, when you're in the country, I mean, you say one thing or the other, and people like blast it for you. But all that is fine and good, but it still needs a political structure on the ground that listens to his dictates. So, for example, if Tinubu wants to pass some law, I mean, if they want to pass some law through APC, it should have a united Labour Party plus some PDP guys saying no, hell no, because of this, because of that. So that is also will threaten APC.
Kulata, quick
Yeah.
question. Can we say Olorun ló mú Labour Party for allowing Obi in their folks? Thank you.
Well, Shalom Lomu Labour Party, because when you think about the kind of money Labour Party people, at least the ones connected to Obi, have made, is nothing they ever expected in their political calculation. Like, Labour Party that we're talking about in 2019, they only got 5,000 votes. 5,000 really. Now we're talking about 6.4 million or something. And not just that, the amount of dollars and naira that's been donated to that party. If you're in the know, if you're within that OB space, Thomas, Wati, cash out. You'll be banking, you'll be making bank. So
I even
people
hear
that
that
are
the
Labour
remaining money is
Party,
Peter will be using to travel around. The remaining
of
money
course,
they donated. Yeah.
of course now. So Labour, if I
You
was
know,
Labour Party,
they are still yet to give an account. You know, Showore always gives account. They are still yet to give account.
Obi will never, ever give any account. The money that
But
they're playing with is not small money. Oh. It's not small money.
yes,
Oh.
now you know who's that guy? That Shore's sidekick that recently went to study law.
Who's that?
Oh,
Deji
the one that
Adeyanju.
Deji Adeyanju. You know he
Oh,
came
that
out.
guy.
Yes, when they were looking for donations for some actor who campaigned for Peter Obi, that guy came out in the news to say that look, this 6 billion naira that is still within the fighting funds, you can give some of that. So he's already putting figures on how much is still held in those hands, and then that
Oh
set
man,
me think. That
Obi,
set me
Obi
thinking.
is playing around between 6 to 10 billion of at the headless mobs funds. That's it.
Yes, but he has to account for it now. He has to account for
No,
it.
big go accounts. Now for you one.
Is it not?
It,
Is
it
it not?
won't.
Is it not the accountability candidate?
Okay. Now
Oh man,
graduate.
forget all that one.
Forget all those things.
Forget all that. That money is too much for him to account for it. I'm not even gonna lie. So that's what he needs to do concerning all this stuff. Now, going back to this Ajero guy, right? When we think about it from like politics, labor unions are allowed to play politics. And except if Ogbeni is here, I'm not aware of any regulation in the Nigerian laws that kind of says that you cannot do a strike action during certain times, especially before elections. So if there's none, because I personally believe there's none, except Ogbeni can correct me, then what is doing is not wrong. But within the boundaries of politics, you should be able to take the risk of what comes from politics. And Nigerian politics, it comes with violence. It also comes with, at times, loss of life. I don't want to say that out loud. So he needs to be careful to know what he's doing because is using his position, leveraging his position to push for a candidate. He has all the rights to do that in my books. But he should also have all the right sense of mind to be prepared to deal with the consequences, the real consequences, especially with that guy in Imo. That guy don't play. So that's all I have to say about that guy. He has the right to do what he's doing. I mean, if you're not on his political side, you may not like it, but he has full right as a labor. I mean, because we play that kind of politics even abroad, labor union and all. They're aligned with Democrats. All the team stars, all the stuff that we have in America is the same thing. So I would just tell him to be careful, not to go overboard. But he seems to like have the power and the cajons to do what he's doing. So God speaks to him, but he needs to be prepared to bear any consequence.
What are you making of this mass grave found in Anambra, and does it date back to the Obi to the Obi era?
No, well, what that mass grave thing? When I saw it, I'm like, look.
No, Kolata, Mama, before you move on that session, Kolata, is it now very sensitive this time? If any government of the day, I've asked this question from Ajali Koko, but Ajali Koko always dodge my question. Is it not sensitive to anybody in that country today that any government will be sensitive about protest? We know that it's their right, but in this time that some people is hiding for something to creep up, maybe 15 people protesting, and they will hijack it and everything will go gaga. Don't you think government have the right to control that in this time of election that we are? You know what I'm saying, Kulata.
Well,
Thank you.
government has the right to control protests. That's why before you protest, you need to go and get a permit from the police to say that you just can't go on the street just like that. You'll go and get permission from the police. They'll give you the guardrails. If you follow that guardrails, all well and good. But the risk we have right now is for whatever protest you want to do, whatever valid reason you want to protest, there's some people looking to try and abuse that for their own personal misdeeds, if I may call it that. For example, this Mobad guy that died, when they protested, there are people that were going to they wanted to go to the Lekki toll gate. For what? I mean, they wanted to turn it political. So there are people out there that are just waiting to be directed to get things sparked up. Because you can see an average Nigerian is not ready to go to the streets because they've been pummeled economically. They have every valid economic reason to want to go and protest. I mean, fuel subsidy, uh, just general bad economy, inflation almost 30%. I mean, they have the rights. I mean, they have the every reason. But when you look at them, they are not even willing. So anybody now wants to go and create a protest now. You're almost taking responsibility for the bad actors that you may not be aware of that want to take that protest into another level and for their own deviant purposes. So I mean, government will do what government does, and when government hits back or reacts negatively, people that are going to do the process will bear the consequence. But on a good day, you are supposed to go and get your permit, do your protest in peace, and walk away. If you do beyond that, expect the consequences. Like Idi Amin says, there's freedom of speech, but freedom after speech, I cannot guarantee in that Ugandan accent. So that's what I think. I mean, the parameters of protest are as I speak. I don't think Nigerians generally want to hit the street. Otherwise, they will have hit the street. But I think there are many people waiting for a few people to hit the street, and then they just turn it into something else, and then it's going to be chaos.
And this, actually forwarded this article to Odin Kalu, who is the chairman of this committee.
Back to this one, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've been trying to romance him to come on, but it's plain hard to get.
So this, you see, things going on in the southeast, right? There's a lot of hypocrisy. Everybody plays the ostrich when it comes to things like this. If you notice, when they're talking about insecurity, debt, and all, people want to quickly deflect it to say, oh, there's police checkpoint. Oh, there's Fulani herdsmen. Oh, there's this. Oh, there's that. A lot of responsibility is not being pointed to unknown gunmen and all this autopilot and the autopilot pretenders and people just generally taking advantage of the insecurity. But the carnage is happening in the background. People are not paying attention to the carnage. But now the carnage is getting to the point where it is too damn to see what's going on. That's why you're seeing body discovered. Now this one is Anambra. There was another 20 bodies or something like that last week or 2 weeks ago in Abia. And imagine how many of such that is all over the place. And people know the perpetrators of this insanity. But I don't know if I call it political expediency or separationalist ideals, people play the ostrich and pretend like, no, this is not happening in our space, and anything happening in our space is due to some external forces. And that's not largely true. There may be elements of that, but the broad part of it, the major part of it is things that are happening out of the people that are pushing all this insecurity, pushing all this stay at home, pushing all this nonsense. And it's filtering up now in public. You can no longer deny what's going on. So it's high time people in that area should stop playing the ostrich is just stop putting your head in the ground, pretend like all these things are not happening when you can actually see bodies being spilled over. So that's my opinion on this.
It's quite unbelievable because this is not the first discovery. The first discovery, as you said, was in Abia State. And when they made that discovery in Abia State, I think they made the discovery in a cattle market. Where the northerners are, where they, yes. So when they made that discovery, my first thought was to go to the Fulani kidnapper, etc., etc. But then on when you think about it again, all these unknown gunmen, etc., etc., that just ravaging the whole of the southeast. Surely they must be dumping the bodies somewhere, and it looks as though they're now finding the bodies.
Yes. I mean, and I've seen a lot of videos where you see some riffraff people carrying some guns. You know that they probably don't even have the right bullets or whatever for those guns. Backing orders and wearing all sorts of military fatigue.
Kolata, if I might ask, why haven't we seen any proactive approach by the government at unraveling the mystery of unknown government? And secondly, when you say they're behaving like ostriches, I really don't understand. Are you saying that defenseless citizens should come out and point out the culprits, or the law enforcement agents should do that work and fish them out?
Okay, let me explain that. I love the question, but there's an echo.
Hold on, Kulata. Charles, you seem to have two devices running at the same time. So mute one. Only
I'll
you
do
can.
that.
Yeah, you can get the audio still from StreamYard. So mute everything apart from the StreamYard. Yeah, carry on, Kulata.
So we say, why has government not done anything?
While you're answering the question, put this into the consideration, and then probably you can expand on it. Speak on the deflective deflective tactics, right? Trying to deflect to maybe a political scapegoat that they've not found yet. If they found a political scapegoat very soon, they will probably have to deflect to that or to that person. For instance, if it is very convenient to them, they will probably deflect it to Soludo very soon or Opuzodima if the opportunity permits.
Oh, you're killing my narrative. Anyway. That was what else. See, here's how it normally goes. Let's play the ostrich for you. Oh, there's killing in the southeast. There's killing in the south. There's killing. The first line will be Fulani headsmen. Some people saw Fulani headsmen in one area in Enugu. They moved to this place, to move to that place. Okay, then you now find out that but there were no Fulani headsmen in that area. Now, what are you talking about? Oh, the soldier checkpoints. Government is killing our people, or this, that. Oh, perhaps there was no deployment or anything there, like nothing. Okay, then they will say, it is Uzodima. The killer is in Imo State. And Ebonyi. Imo and Ebonyi always get the blame. Is it by coincidence that they're both APC states? No, of course not. It's not by coincidence. So there's out of all the excuses, it's just moving from one excuse to the other. There's no sense of introspection to say that, all right, we have some riffraffs, or what do we call them, that call themselves unknown gunmen, that are part of our neighborhoods. In some neighborhoods, they live in those neighborhoods. They've been caught. They've heard them speak the language. They understand the local terrain. The first part of fixing the problem is actually acknowledging that it exists, not going in the maze and just losing yourself throughout, rather than just acknowledge a basic premise that amongst the people that live here, there are people up to no good using the people's drive for self-determination to now make it a criminal enterprise and are profiting from it. That admittance in most cases does not exist. So who is fooling who? Who's kidding who?
So Kolata, my question again is, you just said
so
that.
Let me answer the second question, because I'm just addressing the latter question.
Okay.
The first question is about government. I mean, why hasn't government done something? Anytime the military sends operation whatever, I don't know what they call all those operations.
they do endeavor to do those operations occasionally. And when you do those operations, you answer that, Charles. Do they get any support? Is there genuine support for let's back the military to help us clear this place up? Isn't it spun around to turn to, oh, woe is me, they're attacking my land? So at the end of the day, who are we fooling? You're playing the ostrich.
Kulata, let's be honest about it. When you talk about genuine support, okay, there are ways of getting genuine support. We've seen it play out in offering what do you call it? What do you call that thing again? Money to people that come out to bring out disclose information and stuff like that. Nobody is going to offer support. Why would I offer support when my life is at stake? The government itself has never brought out incentives, things like, okay, unknown government wanted, ransom of 10 million naira. That is how you show that, okay, you're proactive in getting support.
I disagree.
What do you mean you disagree? Even when it comes to what you call that, when it comes to money laundering, when it comes to money laundering, when it comes to money laundering in Nigeria, don't they, what do you call that thing again? That they'll call you that if you have information, you get a percentage or what, I can't remember what they call it again.
Yeah, but
those are incentives.
You're trying to use. I mean, what's the logical fallacy of what you're trying to do? It's kind of like false equivalence. What works for? Can you mute? I'm hearing myself twice.
Sorry.
Yes, you just have to mute the YouTube and then stay in the StreamYard.
Yeah. So what you're trying to kind of like use the same solution for different kind of problems, like because you're talking about, okay, sometimes you may you may offer cash incentives or a reward if you find lagbaja, or if you find this, that may work for maybe kidnapping. I mean, not kidnapping, maybe work for, you're looking for a criminal or work for something. But we're talking about something bordering on, I said bordering, so you guys hear me carefully. I'm not saying it for a fact, but it's bordering on terrorizing a place. So it's not every time. You can't use one method or say because there's lack of one method, then they're not. I mean, then the government is not providing incentives. The fact that the government is even sending active personnel to those areas, that's enough incentives to show that they want to curtail what's going on there. Because there's no cash reward for it, doesn't take away from what the government action is. So if there's no support from the people, then there's no, I mean, it's going to be a wasted effort, because you cannot get people start shooting around into civilians. The people need, look, in the Northeast, when they got tired of Boko Haram, those people welcomed the army and they started taking them around to where these people exist. That's why they've been able to flush out majority of the local governments that those people, that those people occupied at that point in time. A force just can't go and overwhelm an area. The people need to get tired of what's going on and say that, okay, you know what, you guys want to help. If you want to help, these are different areas. If there's no local cooperation, there's not going to be progress, at least not enough progress. That's why I insist on playing the ostrich. And you know, admitting that lack of ostrich playing is also playing the ostrich.
Kolata, please, sorry for cutting you. Have you saw video unknown gunmen walking in the street in the southeast and people are hailing them? People are not running away. Have you saw video like that before? I've seen a couple of them. They are walking with their weapons. People are not running away. People knew these people. These people are not ghosts. They are not ghosts. I've saw a couple of them.
You know, the thing is, largely they see them as anti-establishment figures. They see them as fighting on their behalf against the Nigerian state. That seems to be
because there's this sentiment of of course there's the sentiment of wanting to leave the country. So that sentiment clouds a lot of that sentiment, just clouds a lot of people's judgment. Like, what is the right thing becomes a problem, because it's the right thing going to rat out people that may be working for what we ultimately want or what we want. So, but at the same time, they're terrorizing the neighborhood. Because if there's clarity of thought, if there's conviction that, okay, these are criminals, these people are doing killings. If soldiers comes, I'm going to do everything within my means to make sure they fish out all these people and they fix the problem. But if at the back of my mind, I'm still thinking, oh, one thing, we may be able to get this, we may be able to get that. Of course, then you have all this lukewarm attitude, which at the same time, I'll call it what it is playing the ostrich. So let's not kid
Kulata,
ourselves, please.
you noticed at a point, it seemed like Buhari just left them to just deal with themselves and just moved on with his life. You notice that kind of body language at a point in
Yeah, because if the people don't want to help themselves, then what are you going to do? Are you going to force yourself? Are you going to force yourself? Like, anytime this comes up, everybody just pretends like, no, it's not us. It's Asari Dokubo. Is the Ebonyi State Governor. Is Imo State Governor. Is Nigerian this. Is not a single acknowledgement
I
of
think
we have bad actors.
Sorry, Charles. You know, Zita has always insisted that the solution to the unknown gunmen narrative can only be found in the Southeast, that the Nigerian government can never solve it. It can only be solved in. She's always insisted on
That's
that.
because the Nigerian government created it now. You people, I don't know why people are just look
The
at, okay,
Nigerian
what
government
is
created
what
unknown
I want to ask you a question. What is the origin
this is the part
this?
of the shifting ground that we are
No,
speaking about.
let's be logical here. What is the
hold on when South when what are those boys blowing up the tanks those days, when they had issues, you will see that it took the convergent opinions and the leaders to come together with Yaradua then to find a lasting solution to it. But when you are trying to provide solution to the situations in the Southeast, right? At a point, they started tagging Buhari, the hater probably was trying to kill them or trying to do, and because you will be tired to even say, let me help these folks to nip these problems in the bud, because at the end of the day, they will circle around you, right? And then you look like, what are you doing wrong? So even if you have the power as the president to provide a solution to the issues, but when you see the almost a unanimous gang up against you, at least if it does not fester, then what will be at the back of your mind is you will ensure that if it does not fester beyond that region, then it's okay if that is what they want to handle, if that's what they want to do.
I want to ask a question. Why is it that we see them apprehending IPOBs? You understand, getting IPOBs, we see videos and stuff like that, but they've been unable to get unknown gunmen. Why is that the case? Why is it so hard to get unknown gunmen, but you can get
IPOB is unknown gunmen
and ESN?
Sorry.
What's the difference? It's one and the same thing.
Now you're merging them together. Is that what you're doing now?
IPOB is unknown gunmen. IPOB is ESN.
Exactly.
Yeah, we should not be talking like
no semantic.
Yeah, one of the problems that is still bedeviling that place is
hold on. Charles, you are who's that? Sorry, Charles, you have to mute something. You're feeding back quite heavily. Charles, unmute for a moment. Charles. Is Charles there?
Which Charles you saying? Me?
No, you. You are Charlie boy. He's Charles. But I think he dropped. But he'll be back. But no. If we continue to try to escape that unknown gunmen and IPOB, that there's any distinction, then we're not on any path to solving that problem. Everybody, they're one and the same.
The point is just a second, bro. The point is, even when you look at some individuals, let's say the ones that are always coming out. For instance, you will see Renu Omokri always calling out Obi Ezekwesili, this Odinkalu, and then a couple of them. When situations, right, when things happen,
killed two people in Anambra. They burnt them alive.
Reno called them. Reno called
Right?
them out on that. Yeah.
And as we speak now, we've not heard PIM from those usual voices, those loud voices, the loquacious ones. But they have this audacity almost every time to come out, right, to say any small thing in the north or in the southwest or in the south, they are the first to speak about that. But when issues happen over there, that even it is concerning, right, all other Nigerians beyond the southeast, then when you want to speak to it, to find a solution to it, to provide a solution to it, you will see that they will find a way to corner you to talk to a corner, and then you look at and what I like the people that you're actually trying to I don't know how to help with their situation, but they are making you look like the bad one. What will you do at that point? You have
Enigmatic.
to find
Enigmatic. They know their problem. They know their problem. They know who is their problem. So forget about helping them. Forget it.
And that was the reason we started it by saying they will now pick maybe 1 or 3 people or 2 out of them that they really do not like they are by way of politics or by one thing or the other. They want to pin it on those individuals. Look at when Nnamdi Kanu started this nonsense, right? All over the place. Look at people were calling them, but until it backfired. Now they are calling the federal government to release him. Look at Simon Apapa, and I was speaking probably yesterday or 2 days ago about the consequences and the long-term consequences, and then thinking out of the box of these Ajeros, right? Situation now in Imo State, and I made some series of scenarios trying to let them understand that look, Ajero is the president of NLC now. We've had NLC president from other regions, from other states. What they've done from the federal government is trying to protect the interest of their state, even attracting stuff back to their states, right? But what Ajero is doing now, because of politics, is fighting his governor for political reason. He's trying to lock down the economy of his state. He's trying to lock down. Flights wouldn't be able to move to fly into Imo State. And then I said with a very big caveat, if Hope Uzodinma, goes all out as a politician that he is, and the situation escalates beyond what we are saying now, then who gets the blame? But at the end of the day, people they are taking sides now. Hope Uzodinma side, Ajero side, people who are the headless mob and the PDP guys who want Hope Uzodinma out. But at the end of the day, when it becomes a situation, a rubble, right? Then they will say, they will start looking for someone to blame. When it was very, very, the situation was very at the elementary stage where they could nip it in the bud, they were taking sides and being ambivalent. And when people speak out of passion to actually call them to see the intended consequences, they will tag that person or something. So this is one of those things. This is how it starts, because we saw how this Nnamdi Kanu. There was no issue apart from the Masob stuff that happened those days, long time ago. When Nnamdi Kanu started this nonsense, it was all over. People were taking sides with him. Even this same Nnamdi Kanu that they are yelling, they are crying, they are doing everything now that government should release him. At a point on this platform, and you could remember vividly one man at the point on this platform, at the height of the election, right? People on this platform, prominent people on this platform, they were a lot of them went against the ideas of actually Buhari releasing Nnamdi Kanu that time. Do you know? Could you remember that time, one man?
Yes.
They never wanted Nnamdi Kanu released because they believed it was an orchestrated move to checkmate the Peter Obi's momentum at that time. And we told them, look, at the end of the day, you're going to beg for this. Are they not begging for it now? So sometimes when your neighbor is having issues and you are seeing beyond the issues your neighbor is seeing, but your neighbor is being narrow-minded not to see it, when you're trying to provide solution and help, and your neighbor told you, S your mouth and get F out of my way, then you leave them to deal with their situation. So when they need, when the situation, goes overboard, and then they need your help, you pretend as if you are not seeing them again. That's the situation Nigeria is doing to them now.
You see, you guys don't understand it. Here's the fact. Do you know the Eastern Palestinians have a problem? The same thing happened in Nigeria with the Igbo. Same thing with Eastern Palestinians. You guys don't understand the Igbo. Nigeria started the killing. Get the facts right. Nigeria started the killing. We can't be lying here. Nigeria started the killing of the Igbos. Get the facts right. I'll defend my tribe to this day.
Are the Igbos not killing themselves now, Charles?
I'm just saying what happened. What happened in Eastern Palestine is similar to happening to Nigeria. I'm proud to say this. It's a fact. I'm not talking. It's a fact going on. The Eastern Palestine has the same problem, and Nigeria has the same problem with the Igbos. Hybrid between them. It's not fair. Nigeria started the killings. Nigeria started the killing of the Igbos.
Let me say a little thing. One man.
Sorry, before you go on, Charlie Coco. Sorry. This mass grave they are finding right now, it's not by coincidence or by chance. It's from the ESN member that have been caught for the past few days and months. They are taking the military and the police to their grave side. And still, people will come out and say ESN mean good for the country, or why Nigerian government is not talking about it. It's funny. Adolfo, please, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. See, when you have a country that doesn't work, this is what happened. Where you have the leadership in position that supposed to do their job well in the interest of the country, they fail to do it. You will have situation like this. Is it not the same situation that we have in the north? The killing all over the north? Why are we not talking about that? They will not have people slaughtering people in their villages in the northern Nigeria, across the northern Nigeria. How many people are killing in Land in the east that you can compare to millions that have been killed in the north? Why are we not speaking about that? It's not the, you see, when leaders, people in the position of leadership, fail in their responsibility, that's why you will see some things like this happening. We have ESN kill people. We have some unknown government, some criminals killing people. We have even some security agent personnel of Nigeria working for Nigerian state, killing people over there. We saw it. We treated some of them here. Some people were in their house doing their own business. Police went inside there, or soldier, killed them in the east. Why should a trained army officer or police officer hired to protect the people have to go into people's house and slaughter them? Now, open daylight. We saw it. We treated it here. So look, the problem that is ravaging that country in terms of insecurity and this killing we are seeing of innocent people across that country, we have to focus on the people in charge that fail to secure the country and secure their people. All the security officers are allocated for their own security and not for security of life and property of the people of the country. Do you know the percentage of police officers that are allocated to the politician in that country? I want to tell you, across the board, from the local government chairman to the state, to the assemblymen in the state, to what do you call it? Senators, rep, presidency, all these people. I can tell you they have the number of police officers that are assigned to them will take like 75% of the entire men we have in the police in Nigeria. Is that the way a country can be governed, where can be well secured, when only the politicians have the security for themselves? So look, criminals are everywhere. They want to do their job, but why don't we have police officers as well that are ready to do their job, to prevent them from unleashing mayhem on the people, to prevent them from carrying out their criminality activities? Look, we have to focus. We don't have to blame the people that, oh, they know them, the people do this, the people do this. Where is the government? Where do we have the government? What is the function of the government? The primary function of the government is the number one responsibility of every is to secure life and property of the citizen. Where the life and property of the citizen is not secure, then the government fails. You don't have government. That is what it means. And welfare of the people. They fail on both sides. Security of life and property, they fail. And that is why you see criminality. Criminals can, perpetrate their criminality at free will. Just like some people are saying earlier. They are walking on the street, they carry gun, they are shooting gun of these people that are, how do you describe them? People that are, unknown gunmen, or what do you call them? It's just unfortunate. We shouldn't focus and blame on the people, but the irresponsible people you have in position of power that fail to carry out their responsibility effectively, as they promise the people, as they sworn to an oath to the Constitution that we shall do our job diligently to the best of our ability, so help me God. They fail to do it. Let me leave it there, woman.
All right.
Ajale Koko.
Sorry. Koko, okay, go on, Kulata. I wanted to play a clip.
I think I still have the floor. Not like I like claiming floor or whatever.
Yeah.
But
no, the floor has opened up now. I think we are free for rolling now. But
okay, I didn't know that.
Like push back.
I thought, okay, good. Kulata, carry on. I'll come after you.
Baba, my pushback. I did a pushback. Ajale Koko, your narrative cannot be a single narrative. Do you understand what is called civic responsibility? We get the fact that the government sucks. Yeah, we can belabor that point from now till I probably die. The government will still suck. But there's also an aspect of civic responsibility, and there's also an aspect of self-interest. American military, as powerful as they are, they went to Afghanistan. They did not get the cooperation of the local people. They failed. So no matter how equipped or how competent or how large your military is, if there is no local cooperation, they will fail. So we can compartmentalize a conversation and not just throw everything into a meaningless black hole, which is called the government. Let's pick conversations apart and take each compartment. The compartment we're talking about is the lack of cooperation of the locals with the security forces, because the security forces will not make a lot of progress without the cooperation of the locals. Everybody, I mean, why should I want to say the sky is blue all the time? We know the government sucks. So why belabor that point? It's neither here nor there. We can talk about that. It's always going to be valid. But let's talk about the civic responsibility of the people, the self-interest of the people. Why will we be having mass graves found? And people don't want to allude to the fact that locals commit these crimes. Can we even start from that basic point? Who did it?
Exactly.
So, Baba, sorry, Ellie.
No, carry on, Jerry. I like what you are saying. Actually, you won't put it better, but I want to add that.
Can I
It's only no. Let me show you that. Let me add my own so you can come in. When you talk about a society, it is the people that are supposed to even police themselves. It's only in a communist state where totalitarianism prevails. That is only where people is a police state entirely. But you are always one up for human rights. Where human rights prevails, these are the kind of fallout you have. Keeping mute is my human rights. I can see, but I can't tell. Because when you have mass grave, they didn't dig that in within 1 hour. And if they bring excavator to dig it, people saw or people say, but they kept mute. Because it is their right to keep mute and not say anything. So it is the people. Because power derives from the people. It is the people themselves. I said it before that only in Nigeria you will see somebody climbing electricity pole to fix something. You do it in other places, even as maybe, let me use the word, please forgive me, lowly, as lowly, LOWLY, as Benin Republic. You can't do that. Your neighbor will report you. Or if they disconnect you and in the night your neighbor saw light, he knows you've reconnected, which is an offense, that your neighbor will report you. It doesn't happen in Nigeria. The excuse we give is I don't want to.
God will bless you for what. Do you know the motto of Police of Victoria of Melbourne?
Mm-hmm.
If you see something, say something. Thank you.
Exactly. What is unknown gunmen? Who doesn't know gunmen? Who doesn't know it's IPOP that is ESN? Who doesn't know that IPOP, ESN are the unknown gunmen? I mean, let's put the things in their proper perspective. When elders keep quiet,
I mean, it was a phenomenon that started after ESN was created now. So how can it not be the case that everybody knows that ESN is unknown government? Who doesn't know that?
We can't continue to live in deceit like this in our country, because I expect the elders to rise up to the occasion and ask the right question and point fingers. That's how that problem in Southeast or all over Nigeria can be solved. And when we talk about the one in the north that is happening, that is, as far as I'm concerned, is urban warfare. It's not an easy thing. It is not an easy thing because it's pure.
Oh, really? What is not easy? So that of
to
the
confront people,
but that of the
no, let me finish. So you ask the question.
The elders in that society should be blamed, but in the north, it is not easy. We can't blame anybody.
No, I'm not. You don't know, you are not listening. I said that is urban warfare.
It's two different fights
it's
going
two
on.
Different things entirely.
The one in the north. Hold on. The one in the north is an ideological fight essentially.
And it's not limited to the northerners. We have the Saharan people to. It's got to do with doctrination of religion, ideology. It's a combined thing entirely. We have ISIS, we have ISWAP, we have Boko Haram, all those things. It's a different thing entirely.
What
And
led
that is
to
even
But
hard to confront.
the one in the southeast is political and criminal as well.
yeah. So look, while we agree with some of your point that the people should be talking as well, yes, people should be able to see when they see some bad people in their society carrying out criminality, they should be able to report them to the authority. But I'm telling you, Nigeria, as we know, a lot of people have made that effort to report some criminals to the authority. But do you know what happened to them? The criminal will come after them and tell them, look, I am terminating you because you reported me to the... This has happened to a lot of people, and you guys know that.
No, that's the story we hear. That's the excuses we hear. I hear that story too.
Baba, hold on for him.
Yeah. So these have happened to a lot of people too. And even is it the authority that we go and report? You go to the police station, you will say, oh, this is what happened in so place. Something is going on. The police will say they don't have petrol in their vehicle to go and prevent or thwart that incident, that criminal incident that reported to them. They said they don't have vehicle. They don't have vehicle, or they don't have petrol in their vehicle. Is it that man that came to report to them that we buy petrol into the vehicle? Where that from?
That'll be Charles. Who's echoing?
Okay, I think it's.
Is it that Charles? Yeah, it's Charles.
Yeah, I think it's so.
Yeah, Charles, you have to mute one device. It's always the case that two devices are speaking at the same time. So mute one. Yeah.
A lot of incidents has happened in that Nigeria that sometimes you want to hide your head. Even for you to talk, you are scared because all these people with the police, they are one in one. They are all the same. Police assist criminals to, they hire their gun to the criminal to carry out mayhem on the people for the reason of making money. So we have witnessed a lot of things. We have seen a lot of things in that country that sometimes you just want to stay where you are. You because you are scared to death in the first place. You don't know who you will report to and who will point at you that you are the one reporting their criminality, and then the criminal will come after you and eliminate you and your entire family. So
Ajahn Koko, do you remember one conversation we had with Hassan when he described situation in the Northeast? And when he said, do you remember what he said was the turning point in the fight against Boko Haram? Do you remember that conversation?
No,
I remember very well.
Okay, I remember too. The turning point in the fight against Boko Haram was when the people got fed up.
Exactly.
Initially,
that's what he
the
said.
the people were cajoling these people because they're people they know, they're people in their neighborhood. They kept quiet. They kind of like were using it for politics against Jonathan. That was what it was supposed to be till it grew out of control. Not until the people said, all right, enough. That's when progress started.
Yeah,
See, I'm not trying to.
You know what?
Let me. I'm not separating insecurity from the southwest, from the one from the north, from the one from the southeast. No, insecurity is insecurity. What is bad is bad. I'm not the one to say the north is this special stuff. More Lorimeji. But what I'm saying is the habit of dodging reality, just avoiding reality, blaming everything blamable but what is obvious to us to see. That is what I have an issue with. And when I'm seeing this week mass grave there, next week mass grave there, hasn't it reached a turning point yet? That's what pisses me off.
because we're now seeing mass graves. And we've not even got to the point where we say, okay, guys, there's a problem here. Let's even have that acknowledgement. Yeah, government has its fault. It's because of government. We know that. That's kind of Captain Obvious. We don't have to belabor that point. But can we just start by saying, okay, guys, there's a problem. We have folks in our neighborhood creating this issue. But without that simple acknowledgement, nothing government will be able to do.
Look, Kulata, I agree with you. The case of which state do you mention in the north now? The
Borno
State.
Borno State. You know what was responsible for the people to stand up and say enough is enough? Because they saw a leadership in their governor standing up, not calling black a white, not trying to cover up anything. We saw him how he went after Nigerian military. We saw him how he went after Nigerian police. We saw him how he, at the middle of the heat, when that trouble was so, this guy was traveling from villages to look at, to check by himself, to see a situation, to have a first-hand information by himself. People saw that leadership in him.
And who was the governor?
The current governor now. What is it?
No, the turnaround happened before the current governor.
It was during after Jonathan's time.
No, there wasn't.
The turnaround came.
There wasn't any turnaround during that time. It was worst under the Jonathan.
It was first time of
Jonathan.
Jonathan, no.
It was Buhari's first term. And that was
Shetima. Yes.
And that was Shetima.
Exactly.
Oh, that was it. Oh, okay. So look,
I knew before I asked.
Yeah, but the situation is that, look, when the people doesn't trust their leaders, then there's going to be a problem. You have people.
But what about Soludo? Soludo is saying the truth. What is he getting for that?
Yes, you're right. I mean, we have to blame I'm not saying that we should not blame the people, but what I'm saying is that why must it degenerate into a situation where the government does not have control anymore? Why do we have government in place in the first place?
Okay, Aja, let me give you an example of my own street, my own area. You understand?
Yes. Even look at, let me, I will let you talk, Baba. You see, look at even in Yoruba land, in the West, when that killing, I think it was the first time of Buhari, when that killing was so rampant at the Gogon area. The people that are there on Okankanfo sent that arrested that criminals, that Iskilu Wakilu, or what was his name? The people, the OPC guys that arrested the police could not go into the bush. These people took the risk to go into that guy empire inside the bush and arrested him with his boys. They engaged in gunfight with them and finally conquered them and arrested them. Police didn't go with them, and then when they brought them out, handed them to police. What did police do? He locked them up. They locked those people up in jail for several months. Are you telling me that for next time they want to go and do such thing? They will think twice. This is what Nigerian state will compensate you when you are nice to the country. When you took a risk to help the country, they will reward you they will compensate you badly. So you can't totally blame the people. A lot of people have done well that we don't know. A lot of people in the East must have reported, but we don't know what happened to them. and they decided to keep quiet, minding their business because they don't want themselves, they don't want trouble for themselves. So let me leave. Baba, you can.
Yeah, thank you, Aja. See, first, let me give everybody may not know this. Every month, it's something that we inherited from the military era. Every state governor gets automatically 850 million naira as security vote every month without fail. 850 million naira to every state. That is one. And any responsible governor always trickled it down to the state police commissioner. You see, the police, they are not spirits. They can only work with information you give them as citizens. In my street, for instance, when we discover that those who come to raid about 9, 10 in the night, they always come with Okada. We ban Okada. All we had to do was just inform the DPO at Apapa opposite Leventis Mercedes. We informed him what our intention, and they gave us the go-ahead. Yes, we wrote Gadagba Gadagba, big signboard, the entrance and the other entrance. No entry to Okada riders or Okada motorcycle after 7 p.m., 1900 hours. That is the responsibility of a citizen. 2, when we also discover that some people who don't have corporate gate man, who have malams all over the place, they sell all this wusi, sweets, cigarette, everything. We discover also that they are a source that attracts armed robbers or informants to armed robbers. In a meeting, we advise ourselves, okay, we don't want that anymore. Add something to your malam's salary so that he doesn't need to trade. We ban it. These are the responsibility. And when it comes to the elders, when the Egbesu boys were troubling federal government, their elders rose up at a point, and it was this Jonathan actually that spearheaded them and went into the creek to negotiate with them to calm frayed nerves. And as an offshoot of that, people like Tom, that was how the general amnesty came about, because they were afraid now to drop their guns and come out. So they wanted a guarantee, which was given to them, and they surrendered their arms. We all know that's a face value thing anyway. What they submitted, I mean, some look like what Portuguese used 200 years ago, but at least for sure they did that. So that is for the East particularly, because every time I look like some of their professors, some of their academic leaders, some of their top politicians who are in their 70s, even some 80s, anytime they come out to talk, like we say in the street parlance, my hand will just fall. Because I expect them to confront the problem. But all I hear is they go back and start talking about Biafra, how they suffered. Particularly, Iwanyan will come and tell you how they gave them 20 pounds. It's all about that. And that is where these people, the renegades, are deriving their strength from. Because they don't hear the truth from the elders. They don't hear a word of caution from the elders. So this is the problem, according to me. Thank you.
I'm not far from you in that sentiment, but let me bring this up. So, Ajale Koko, I don't suspect that you have ever heard of a person called J Boogie, but this is a somewhat left field for this platform. But let me bring it up nevertheless. So Ajale Koko, I suspect that you have never heard of somebody called J Boogie. But I know that Kulata, who is down with the kids, he knows all about who J Boogie is. So this is this story, by the way, is at the top of the news cycle. That's why I'm bringing it up. So this is the narrative for transgender that calls himself J Boogie. He has gone to do some. Anyway, let him speak for himself, or let her speak for herself. Let me play you this clip.
I keep hearing she has been in contact with the doctor and all that. I've not been seeing or anything, and my condition is getting worse by the day. And nobody's donating funds anymore, and all my life savings have been going for dialysis and all. So I don't know what tomorrow holds, if I'll survive it or if I won't survive it. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. This lady has messed my whole life over, my career just messed
We can't see
everything
the face.
up.
Yeah, thank you.
How do I take care of my siblings? She just messed everything up.
Jay, calm down. Calm down. Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So till now, she hasn't reached out to you yet.
Yes, me. I'm tired.
Okay, guys, we're just live today because I felt like it's not nice for us to people feel like Jay is getting better and they'll feel, oh, everything is going well, not knowing that it's not going as it should be. She's trying to really be strong. It's not easy, and so many funds are going down. Like, people are donating, but it's not enough. The plastic surgery community in Nigeria, Betty, I don't know if you could talk about that.
Oh yeah, I can. So for those people who don't know me, my name is Betty, and I.
All right, let me give you a bit of backdrop to this. So that this is the narrative of a transgender called J Boogie, not Booty, but Boogie. But Booty might well be a Freudian slip. My condition is getting worse. Ailing transgender J Boogie laments. J Boogie, the Nigerian transgender fashion enthusiast, says his life savings have gone into daily seas after undergoing a failed plastic surgery. Daily seas is a procedure to remove waste product and excess fluid from the blood when the kidney.
Wait, what? Kidney dialysis?
No, it's actually, I think they're actually trying to move body parts into the hips.
Yeah, his kidney is packed up. That's what it means.
Oh, right. Well, as a result of our booty enhancement.
Yeah, but that cannot be booty enhancement. Booty enhancement is just fat transfer from your stomach to your buttocks.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. Did he go? Something is not being said. Because if it's Brazilian butt lift, or what do they call that thing? They harvest fat, most likely from your abdominals, put it in some centrifugal machine to get rid of, the junk, and and then they inject the fat into your butt. It's not that complicated of surgery.
I think I don't know what to call. Is it a he or a she? I don't understand.
Let's call it a she. I call people what they want to be called.
The individual did multiple surgeries, multiple procedures, right? And it's quite sad that I'm finding it difficult to, I don't know what pronoun, but
Call her she. It's fine.
she, went to a quack medical doctor. I don't think that individual, the medical practitioner has a proper
That was in
license.
Nigeria, by the way.
Yeah, it's in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria, like I said, I was in Nigeria from May to July, and I will tell you, I saw things that I never knew was happening in that country. Ladies having bought enlargement, enhancement, face, and you're like, what the hell is going on? When you go to Lekki, it's so obvious. You're seeing people carrying extra luggages on their butts that is not aligned with their body proportion, and you say, what's happening in this country in just a short period of time? And there's this trend now going on. And one thing, I'm not trying to sound sexist. I think women need to own their own space. I don't know why women try to do things that are in the trend. They like to chase the trend. It shows a mindset of a crowd mindset and not an individualistic mindset. Now, it's quite unfortunate she's passing through this situation. Once you are complaining about your kidney, it's a really tough condition. And
But Emeka, kidney function. I'm struggling. I wish Babati was there. I'm struggling to understand how Brazilian butt lift.
No, it shouldn't affect your kidney.
It shouldn't affect your kidney. It's not invasive.
Your liver, right? If the fat now goes into your bloodstream and it goes into your liver, then, or you're not having some this process on your ass.
I want to think it went beyond. Let me just spill it out. I want to think it went beyond Brazilian butt lift. I want to think it did the reassignment surgery itself.
Maybe
it now got infection.
Or
Because
maybe
I was reading, I don't know if it's true.
Plastic surgeon, cardiac surgery on.
I read.
No, seriously, that's why he got infection in kidney.
Yeah, I hear he has syphilis, or she has syphilis, unaware of it. Maybe like what you're saying, the reassignment, you understand?
Look at kidney now. Kidney is, before your kidney starts messing up, the guy is 25 years old, right? There's some people that were born maybe with kidney condition. Fine.
You know the backstory, do you?
I just quickly went through it because when he said he's having dialysis, like kidney dialysis, he's having kidney dialysis at 25, non-diabetic. It's not like he has a history of prostate issues, of history of UTIs. That happens to all these something-year-old people.
But these days, young people are not having kidney issues in Nigeria, right? The things they smoke and drink.
Or has he had high blood pressure? It's 25.
What they smoke and drink these days, it's terrible.
So Simba,
yes.
Oh, doctor is
okay, doctor. Thank God, Simba, Joe. Please come and explain.
They are hiding a lot of situations. She's not telling us the truth.
Thank you.
All these transgender people, they use a lot of medications, a lot of drugs, a lot of hormonal therapy for them to look like a female. So all these things can come together. Even all these grafts that they do, all these boob and their whatever they enhance, they have to put them on some kind of medication that suppresses their immunity for them to have for the graft or whatever transplant they do for it not to react, but their body not to react to it. And all these things can also predispose them to infection, as you said, Kulata. So they are not telling the public the truth. They are just they're just whipping up public sympathy for them to get money for her to get treated. These things are not sustainable, and we should use all these things to actually campaign to all the younger ones, not for them not to engage in this kind of thing. They are not sustainable. They are not. All these things are not
They
sustainable.
have health implications. Eh?
Yes.
Things have health implications.
I have a friend who is a plastic surgeon. If you enhance your all these their yams that they use to enhance, for days, for weeks, they cannot sit down. They have to be lying on their abdomen for them to be able to for that thing to. It takes weeks, not even 1 month. Because if they are sitting on it, the thing will just disappear, and it can cause embolism, and that's why you see that some of them even dying suddenly, because some of these things can escape into their bloodstream and to cause a pulmonary embolism, and they will die suddenly.
That's what
So you see,
killed Obasanjo's wife now. It's
wife,
not
yes,
Brazilian butt little. She did fat graft. And I think that caused a blockage, maybe in the widow maker or something. That's how she died.
yes. So it's a high risk procedure that they are undertaking, and so all these things that they are just putting out there for the public to consume is a lie.
What
Is a
about the
lie.
long-term implication? I hear that stuff. If you don't go for regular checkup, the fat in the ass gets hardened, and then you begin to.
Because some of them put literal silicone cement in their
No,
butt.
yeah, I hear of cement, I hear of silicone, I hear of fat, but the one of fat, you have to go
I
for
heard they
regular.
can. I heard after that procedure, they can't sleep on their back anymore. They have to sleep sideways. That's what I heard, anyway.
Can you
That's
imagine?
what I'm telling you. One man now, they have a kind of position they have to adopt, which is a terrible thing. And the only thing is that they will not come out and tell the public what they are facing.
Women don't tell themselves the truth. They don't tell themselves the truth. They always want to form things. It's sad. There's a long-term implication.
It's now a
Even
big
even
craze.
even
All this
even
nip and
Kim
talk is a big
Kardashian,
craze now in
even
Nigeria.
Kim Kardashian, who was a pace setter in this nonsense, she has removed her own. She has removed it because
She removed that idiot Nyash.
yeah, she has removed it. It has health implications for long term, right?
Did
You
she
have
not
to be
have
maintaining.
Botox injected in her lips as well?
No,
Kim
that one is
Kardashian.
still there. That one is still there, but she removed the one on her butt. Right? Many of them are removing it because it's the health implications in the long term is there. There's a huge risk. These young girls don't know what they are doing to themselves. Now look at this. Oh God. And men don't like this thing. They don't know. We don't like it. They think we do, but we don't.
It's just the names get funkier. We went from Bobrisky to what's that one? James Brown, and this one is J Boogie now. So it's that Lagos man is what it's turning into is quite it's a thing.
The next one will be Satanic Funky.
J Boogie, But like you said, it's probably an attempt to canvas for money, isn't it? Really, all this.
If the guy is already on dialysis, Simba, please let them know. I don't think dialysis is not something you pray for your enemies, man.
Honestly speaking, she's near the end. She's near the end. Except, even to get a kidney.
You need a lot of money and no, man. I pray. I pray for her.
She's near the end. If you don't have enough money, it's just.
Why are you praying for her?
I mean, I with that positive thoughts now. I don't want. I mean, the fact that look, this transgender thing is complicated. This thing is complicated. It's more of it's almost like a mental. It's almost like a mental issue, and a lot of it's a mental health issue.
Your hormones for the rest of your life. You keep taking hormones.
And many people that start the treatment end up committing suicide. So I do have sentiments for them because I'm not dealing with that kind of thing. I recognize my my what's it called, my sexual, I mean, not sexuality, my masculinity, my gender, sorry, my gender identity. I don't have any issues. But I've worked with them. They're human beings too, and I've seen them in all sorts of cultures. So it's a human condition. Whether we don't like it or we like it, it's neither here nor there. But this is you have to treat this like an illness, and this is one of their treatments. And unfortunately, some of the treatments are fatal because some people do that reassignment thing. That, I mean, honestly speaking, they've gone very far in turning like a penis into a VJJ. And they'll put all sorts of nerves, wire it up there. I mean, they've done so many things. So many people end up doing the irreversible surgery, and then they realize that I don't want this anymore, so they commit suicide. So it's I mean, because our society has gotten very over tolerant, weak, is they just there's no sense of there's no strength, no mental fortitude to try and just like pass through some condition people are going through. They just want to treat it quickly rather than let it wait out. Because many people may end up getting over this period. But with the society we have right now, they're quick to push that testosterone treatment to you or that estrogen treatment to you, to snip this, snip that, to inject this, inject that. So you just have to kind of like empathize with these people. Like, I mean, you're human. It's humanity. You can't be wicked.
You know,
So,
I can just about stomach it in a female that wants to some body augmentation and all that. But for a man to be doing, you know, when I was coming from when we were coming back from America, I saw this guy at the Philadelphia airport. It's still disturbed. The butt was the size of the rest of the body, and hopefully it was just wearing some pad. It just freaked me out, you know. But I don't know, man.
I grew up with one of them. Well, one man. I grew up with one of them. That's when I knew that this thing is not easy. Because if it was easy, the kind of persecution that boy, now a woman, went through, nobody will wish that on the enemy. He was beat up at that time when he was a man. Beat up, abused, every single thing. It was carried even in Nigerian newspapers. But to show that this thing is a mental thing, it still passed through all the persecution. Because if persecution could change a person, it will have changed that guy. But right now, he's now in the West. He's living as a woman. He's found peace. So what am I supposed to say? Should I want him to continue the persecution? No, of course not. I saw him grow up. I saw him young guy, and I saw him when he started the trend. And you could see that this guy is helpless. There's nothing you can do to him that they did not try to do to him. It's just, I mean, nobody will want to go through the level of pain and suffering this boy went through. Because I'm like, are you enjoying this? Like, I mean, I was looking at it from a rational perspective. But that's when I knew that no. I should not judge everybody the way I am. I should judge them. I should take them for what they are. Because that pain, what they gave this guy in terms of a beating on a regular basis, daily basis, weekly basis, he still persevered. Not until he got that surgery, till he found peace. So who am I to judge?
All right. Dupsy, you heard J Boogie. I keep wanting to say J Booty. You heard J Booty, and then you come running in, and curiously, rational mind comes running in too. So rational mind, what do you know about something like J Booty? Rational mind. I thought this was not your territory. Let me swap you, Thomas, for rational mind. Who was coming for Djibouti? Rational mind.
There are a lot of obedience in
what's your business with Djibouti? Djibouti.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Look at this guy. What do you mean you don't know? You came running in like Linford Christie.
I don't know this person. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just I just came in. It was on Kulata. Is that Kulata talking? That was talking, right?
That was Kulata. Yes.
Egboen.
What are they?
Double Ganga.
Yeah, that's why I came in. Well, I mean, no comment on this.
All right.
You did fair.
You did fair.
Well, by what I do, I can't make comment like on this, even though if I have my own opinion. But then, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, like you said, a lot of them are having issues. What I mean issues, nature, you cannot. I think there's a way nature has designed us, and if you try to interfere with it, some people have suffered its consequences. There are a lot of people who have gone through this transformation because they felt that they are men trapped in a woman's body, or as a woman trapped in a man's body. Some people will argue that it's like Kulata said, it's a mental issue. Some people say no, it's just how they feel. But however it is, I believe people have the right to choose whatever they want to do. Does that mean I support it? Well, that's my own. I'll reserve that to myself, my own opinion on that. But I believe people have the right to choose whatever they want to be, wherever they want to be. Yeah. So the stats there out there shows a lot. I think, like you were saying, one man, and like we're also bringing this example of this person. A lot of them went through that estrogen or whatever injection, and all of those things they go through. It kind of some of them they just don't. Let me not go deep into some of it, but I just want to say nature is just nature. I remember when I was. I want to say this. It's kind of like it might sound too vulgar, but I'll try not to be making vulgar. Yoruba people has a saying that says, my dad, my dad would say,
No, God, I didn't expect you to go that.
No. Well, there's a reason why I said that. When my dad said that many years ago, I mean, elderly people, they used to say that around me. I mean, say that to we kids and other people.
I've never heard that before, ever.
Yes, but then I never knew how it is until I started seeing.
It's a common say in Yoruba land, though.
I know, but what I'm saying is,
but what does that tell us? That tells us that
there's an angle I'm coming with that.
It's a human thing.
Hold on.
That's what it tells us.
Adofuro. It could happen
let's not go.
happen to a woman. No, there are people who have preference for that for women.
Dude, let's not go there.
It's got nothing to do with the other side.
I brought it up. Hold on. There's a reason why I brought it up. The reason is this. I said you cannot cheat. You cannot. There's a way nature has standardized things. You cannot. If you try to tweak it, you might find yourself butting head with nature. Now, why am I saying this? Is this? It's been. I don't want to make a YouTube, but there's something I want to say. I will say it in the coded way. These people who choose alternative lifestyle, you know what I mean? The rate of violence among, use the word violence, the rate of the V issue situation around among them, it's very higher than heterosexual people.
Is there statistics that?
Yeah, go online. You go, woman. Just both the L1 and the G1.
Rational mind. Let me put something to you.
You bring up statistics. Let me just land this.
No, not statistics. I want to put something. You said alternative lifestyle. Yeah. So if we say alternative lifestyle, do the animal kingdom choose to also indulge in alternative lifestyle? Because wait, let me just make the point. It's 5 seconds. Because the observation too is in the animal kingdom. So do they choose to be deviant, or it's just nature?
Okay. Woman, let me answer Kulata on that.
Woman. Can I just land that point I want to make?
Gbogbo point ló máa ń line kó jẹ́ ká gbọ́ràn òkè dandan kó sọ̀rọ̀.
Dúpẹ́ mo fẹ́ takò mí ni o fẹ́ jọjọ ní sùúrù náà yẹ kí land point. So the reason why I'm saying this is this that.
Chioma, you should jump on. This is your space. But
what I'm saying is this: is that even the L people, oh my goodness, the rate of the V among them. I mean, I have them as friends. No, let me know. I have even the G ones as friends. Oh my goodness, I've been in situations whereby they were fighting each other. I'm like The jealousy among them, it passed that of the heterosexual. So if you look at the statistics, go just look online, you'll see that the rate of, so I kind of like, and now the G1 among them, I kind of look among them. Why? Because I've had close interaction with many of them. There's this.
How close is that interaction now?
Don't worry, don't go. I don't want. I mean.
Woman, let me interject. Rational mind. Okay, land the problem. Okay, land. Okay, land the problem. Okay, land the one man. Okay, land this boy. The land lady.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, land.
Land lady. No, closet for what?
No, I'm saying maybe no. I was the one who said we use that Yoruba saying. No, the thing is this: is that among especially those G1 among them. Oh my goodness, it's like that Yoruba saying. There's a truism to it. There's truth to that, because they're always in this mood of.
Because they are not mentally balanced. You guys should understand that there's nothing natural about it. Rational mind, there's nothing natural about it. It's all learned behavior. That's why I want to answer Kulata. It's a learned behavior, even amongst the animals. It's a learned behavior.
Isn't that contradictory? No, you just contradicted. Wait, Dupsy, you contradicted yourself. You kind of at the same time said their parents. It's true, their parents, because that means that's hereditary. And you're now saying it's a learned behavior. It is either one or the other.
There's nothing hereditary about it. It's a learned behavior for both human and animals.
I disagree.
For both human and animals, it's a learned behavior.
I disagree.
That is why it's very. Hold on, let me talk. Hold on, please. That is why you have to be very careful when raising your children, especially sleepovers. It's very dangerous. So it's a learned behavior both with animals and human beings. Animals, they saw their peers practicing it. I'm listening, woman.
Is there science to back? Is there science to back that?
Yes, you can check it out. There's nothing natural about that thing. It's a learned behavior.
No, there's no absolute.
You can actually unlearn it. You can actually unlearn it.
Yeah, let's not use extreme language. Some people's careers may be at stake. Let's not, please.
You know
Baba.
I want to agree with Dulce to some extent, Kolata. Why is it that these things are only happening among the westernized Nigerians? Like, I thought people that are exposed to the Western world.
But that's not true.
It's part of the Fulani culture. I can bring you clips.
But that's not true, Mike. It's not true. If you
Mike,
go
it
up
happens
north,
everywhere, Mike. It happens everywhere, but it's a learned behavior.
What I'm saying is,
it happens everywhere. Kogon happen.
But I just want to beg everybody, please, let's moderate the language. This is a very sensitive area.
We can have. Oh, hold on, everybody. We can have the conversation, but in a respectful language. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Woman. Let me say this. This thing, man, land more, but boy, no joke now. What like the country? I'm a land go back.
One man, look for space gain sorrow now. White, you're getting land points. But so, in conclusion, my point is this: is that I think there is a truth to that that you were saying, because I feel like something that is not natural, like the Yoruba people say. I mean, the way they use that thing, you see that vexation. Oh, what made Yoruba people come to that conclusion? It's not like that. So I kind of like reason. I say, wow, man, it's like. Especially the G1s. Oh my goodness, the level of it's so bad. I've been in the car with some of them, whereby the way they were just like, we just got out of bar, and two of them, they are both gay, and oh my goodness,
Rational mind. The same thing happens to heterosexuals.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Go and look at that statistics. You go very high among them. That's what
give the statistics. Look. We need to acknowledge one thing. There's a spectrum to this sexuality thing. Some people are deviant. Some people just want to try stuff. But there's people
not until you've experienced, you've seen someone born, go through the things, and you're like, oh my God, this thing, there's some nature to it. Not doesn't mean everything is all natural. It doesn't mean some people don't pick stuff up or some people just want to try stuff, right? So it's not binary. It's not black or white. It's a spectrum because there's just some people that are born effeminate. The same thing you find some women born butch. Are we trying to deny that we've not seen real tomboys?
Yeah, I know what
We
you're
used to
talking
call
about,
them
Kulata,
tomboys
but
back
that
then.
doesn't mean that you should practice what you're not supposed to practice. Some men are like girly like that. I understand where you're coming from, and some girls are like tomboy. But that doesn't mean you should
Are
get
you
that
saying they
deep
should? Are
if you
you saying
did
they
not
should?
learn that behavior.
Are you saying they should repress who they naturally are? Is that what? Are you saying
No,
they
it's
should
a
repress?
learned behavior. What Kulata is talking about is when a guy behaves like a
Well,
girl.
when someone
That
is
girly
born effeminate,
kind
is
of
that learned?
yeah. No.
It's innate.
That can
It's
be
innate.
natural. I'm not even talking about that. That can be very natural. Maybe, probably the guy has loads of sisters. Probably. I don't know. But
It
some
doesn't have to have
guys are like
sisters.
that.
Some are just like that.
No, I don't. I'm not even arguing about that. But this cocoa is a learned behavior. This
No,
cocoa
you
thing
can't
is a
say
learned
that because
behavior.
what you're
It
admitting
is.
to contradicts what
It
you're
is.
saying now.
It is a
It's
learned
not.
behavior, Kulala.
I
There
mean,
is
well, I'm
one
not. No,
way.
don't make me say what I'm not supposed to say. I'm not saying it's not learned, but not everything
Okay.
is learned, and at the same time, not everything is learned. We have to acknowledge there's some natural aspects to it. That's why we observe it
There's
in
nothing natural
all
about it.
aspects
That
of
is
the
why you will
animal.
see them, just like what rational mind is describing now, that they are very aggressive because they are
No,
missing something. They are
heterosexuals who are very aggressive. You can't make those kind of arguments. Those are
they
arguments
are
that you can easily debunk. You can't say,
Kulata.
well, heterosexuals.
Most of them
See,
are
let me put
traumatized
it this way.
children.
Let me put it this
Most
way.
of
If it
them.
let me put it this way, what negates your argument is there's no aspect in nature that you will not find this behavior. There's no aspect in nature. Tell me the aspect in animal kingdom that you won't find this.
But it's a learned behavior in the animal kingdom. That's what
It's
I'm
not.
saying. That's my
It's
argument. It
innate.
is.
To some,
It
it's
is.
innate.
They
It's a
groom
spectrum.
them. They
It's
groom them.
Who
Go and
grooms
check
them?
it
You
out.
see it in the wild. You see
Their
it in the
parents
wild. Who
groom
is
them.
grooming animals in the wild? Who is grooming animals in the wild?
Àwọn máa lá wọn nídìí. Àwọn parents wọn á lá wọn nídìí. Á ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. It's a
Animals
learned
in the
behavior.
wild.
It is a
Let's
learned
let's.
behavior.
You see,
It is. It
Is
is.
this a learned
Lucy,
behavior? This one we are
Lucy,
looking.
have you heard about the word instinctual? Something to be instinctual. For animal. It is just basically instinct. Okay, let me give you an example.
It is not. Oh, it is
Hold on,
not.
it's instinct. You look up the word meaning of instinct, you will get it. Now, if you look at, I was watching while I was driving, I was just watching this animal. There was this lion, a female lion, a lioness. He grabbed a buffalo, and he grabbed him by the neck. Well, like you were just suffocating him. You know what the other buffalo were doing? They were all at the stream getting water. This herd, like 5,000 herds of buffalo just came. You know what they were doing? They were just trying to save the other buffalo from it's instinct. Not as if they have one. It's just instinct that our person is down, and we can't just leave him by. They all went and just fighting that female lion just to get him.
Olóyìnbó sọnù olómakọ wa ní instinct. Olóyìnbó sọnù. Ṣé Máyégún sọrú tọ́pìkì ni? Ṣé Máyégún dáadé ń sọrú tọ́pìkì tó máa dá sí? Olóyìnbó sọnù. Instinct. Ṣé Máyégún dáadé ń sọrú tọ́pìkì ni torí ó bẹ̀ sí ń dá sí ó bẹ̀ sí ń bẹ́ǹsì òní jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn gidi sọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé Máyégún dáadé ṣé ó ń sọrú tọ́pìkì ni torí ó wá dá sí ń sìn òní jẹ́ kí anybody sọ̀rọ̀? Ṣàdákẹ́ kó jẹ́ ká sọ nǹkan tá a fẹ́ sọ. Tóró dé nìyẹn.
They because of when they compare humans to animal in that regard. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't compare humans and animal. Animal, it's instinct.
We can actually. We can. We can.
Things I've seen where the
this bought something or the other. Is it a copycat thing of you know how much Nigerians like to mimic everything American? Is it a copycat thing?
Is it Brazilian girls, their fashion circle that started it?
Are you talking about the Brazilian butt lift?
Yeah.
No, no. But whatever it is that this girl was trying to do,
Well, every Lagos girl now does it now. There are like
You see,
8
one man.
doctors in Nigeria.
You see this our Nigerian elites, right? When many of them are raising their children, they think their children are special. They don't raise them among Africans. Most of them, they spend their childhood living in all these countries. Around the Igbo people now, they will like spend their childhood in England, all these westernized countries. So they are the one that are now, bringing these things they learn from this upbringing among Igbo. Because I've been around those kids, I can't relate to them very well. They talk Nigerian accent because they spend a lot of time in Nigeria, but they are very, very Western, Europeanized and all this. So they are the ones. So things they see in these cultures, the surgery and all these things, they're not bringing it to Nigeria. They are the one that brought hip hop and all these things into our spaces now in the 90s. They were those ones that grew up in America and England. They're the one bringing it. It's not like Naira Marley too, coming from England with the behavior. They are the one bringing these things to Nigeria. It's not we, the local children. You understand? We that grew up in Nigeria, we are not the one just emulating things and trying to just force into our society. We still know what our culture
yeah,
is.
but what the counter argument is presenting, Mike, what the counter argument is presenting is these things are innate to some people. We cannot really insist that every single person that is inclined in that way is learned behavior or copycatting. But what you are saying is that these Americanized, westernized ways coming into our culture is essentially liberating these people from the repression that they've had to endure for years. So it's not as though they're bringing something new. They are liberating them to express themselves.
You're not liberating them. You're emulating somebody else. Not liberation. Just copycatting somebody.
Mike, can I ask you a question, Mike?
The thing is, I'm not saying they're not born like that and things like that. But the fact is, but they're copying other people. You understand? That's what I'm saying. Like
Mike, can I ask you a question?
If they are born to be gay, well, what do you have to do? They say you want to do injection and all these things. It's because you see them doing it. Then I grew up in our culture. That's why you're doing it. It's not because you really want.
But it's okay. Well,
the cultural part, I understand the nature part of it, but the cultural part of it is what I'm arguing against. It's kind of like we, the normal people.
Yeah, but
we live normal life, but we want to copy the culture of it.
No, but the culture represses, but the innate instinct of those people are still that way, but the culture represses it. But this westernized ways coming in, it liberates that repression. And this is what we're saying with this J Boogie.
One man and Mike, do you guys, Iran, right? The country Iran. Is it a conservative country? Even more conservative than Nigeria?
I know where you're going. I've quoted that before.
That's what I have morality police are killing people.
Yeah, okay. But do you know transgender is legal in Iran and endorsed by the Supreme? They're governed by what's it called?
Yeah, the Supreme Islamic Council.
The Supreme Islamic Council, Ayatollah. Transgender is acknowledged as a human condition, and the transitioning is a valid treatment. That has nothing to do with the West. Yes, same thing in Thailand. Thailand too, it's normal there. Nothing to do with the West. Developed independently. So we're talking about human beings of different populations, different creeds, different religions, different colors, experiencing the same thing. And it's not the majority of them.
We are not just being careful here. A lot of people are not normal. They are traumatized. Yes, now Monila to be trauma, see, because a lot of people are not normal. Because nobody, was there for them. People didn't actually parent their children the proper way. Because we don't even have it in us, most of us. We don't have that thing in us that you make you a proper parent. That's why I'm always advocating one child per couple everywhere on this whole wild world. There's nobody that is going to be a perfect parent because the job of parenting is hard. So we are not parenting those children properly everywhere, all over. A religious àwọn ló burú jù torí wọn nǹkan jẹ ọmọ ń bá wọn sùn bí tó ń kó wọn lọ ní àti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àti mosque gbogbo ibẹ̀ ló ti ń ba yé àwọn ọmọ yẹn jẹ́ so kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ju pé these children are traumatized. They are traumatized. That is why you're seeing increased numbers in gays and lesbians. Because a lot of them, that is why Rational Mind is telling us that most of these people, he can actually notice that they are, be in nature. Because they're looking for somebody to empathize with them. They're looking for a father figure, a mother figure. That's why they go with the fellow men. They're looking up to that person to fill in the gap for them. That is why you're seeing this thing increasing every day. A lot of people are not normal. That is why. So don't just be saying that because it's legal in all those places. I won't go look Yahweh you. I'm about to messing. I won't go look Yahweh you. Because what about soon? Churches want our mosque.
Patisco, you are calling for Patisco to come in, right?
I want to get there. I want you to no money. That's no money.
The one thing I will agree with you, Dulce, the one thing I agree. A lot of people are not normal. We are not living in a normal world anymore. But
I think to some extent I agree with her. Parents have to be careful.
This example, though, but just
because when my kids were growing up far way back in the 80s, I must not see the male one playing with your sister's doll. I will slap you around because I don't believe that. What are you doing with your sister's doll? I think that's where all this nonsense starts, or to start twisting your sister's hair or wanting. Are you a woman? It's something I never accepted. Even I was doing it unconsciously then. But that's what everybody should observe because láti kékeré láti ń dìpẹ̀ka ìrókò àbí báwo náà ṣe ń sọ tó bá dàgbà tán ọwọ́ ò ní ká mọ́.
Àti kékeré láti ń pẹ̀ka ìrókò.
Láti ń pẹ̀ka ìrókò.
Baba. There's a lot of things happening, sir. It starts from when you tell your children to go for sleepovers. When you tell one auntie to be taking care of your boy child, and you won't be there to have their back, to take care of them. Yes.
Yes. The mental health,
we're being very one-dimensional. We're being very one-dimensional with this conversation.
Oh, respect me now. You want boy? Oh, mo ko ro pe ori mayegun le mi ti rí gbogbo nǹkan tí mo sọ. Kí ló kàn ẹ́ now? Kí ló kàn ẹ́ pẹ̀lú yẹn? Kí ló kàn ẹ́ pẹ̀lú yẹn? Authority ni mi o respect mi ni ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ mayegun ló rò pé mo ti rí information ni. Ló ń ṣe boy.
Are you a regular on Mayegun? Why talk my reference?
No, because this boy doesn't know anything apart from Mayegun's kinin idea. That's why.
She's talking about. Okay, sorry.
What?
Sorry.
Oh God.
I'm an authority. Stop being jealous. Stop being jealous, boyfriend. Boyfriend me. Why jealous me now? What's your problem?
Jealous here. Is that what you're saying?
You know that just from the example that Papa was giving just now, you know that Donyo Okupe's son is that way inclined.
Yeah, and he's always lamenting.
Yes.
I think Mayegun is like that. I think. Roma, don't you think?
No, I don't think Mayegun is like that though.
That guy is something, man.
So initially, Donyo Okupe was vehemently opposed to that guy, but at one point, I know one of his last interview he did, I think he gave up. He just said, "Well, I just had to let him live his life."
He told him not to come to Nigeria.
Tinubu's daughter that lives in New York is like that. She even does S&M.
I think she's
the two of them, Kulata. The two of them, Remy.
I only know of one. The Remy's daughter. I know of one of them. Yeah. She does all this. All this bondage stuff.
Yeah.
That's Okupe's son right there.
But we should stop this one-dimensional. It is the this. It is the that. It is. Look, in nature, it exists. But is it as prevalent as it's being represented today? No, because there's some people that once there's a trend, they take everything like trends. But there are people that are wired that way, right? So the question is, should you suppress them or you give them the right to leave? That's
Collateral,
the question.
you know why I wouldn't go with that your argument is like when Christians will say God will help us, the grace of God. I want Leloman Sobe. And it's the grace of God. God is in control. You know, people that are not using their critical mind, those are the people that resign themselves to faith. Do you understand that it is natural? There's nothing we can do about it. It's a lie. There's something
I don't want to do anything about it
Colada,
because it's other people's lives. I don't care what anybody tells me.
Yes, that is you. But some people care. Some people research about it every day. Some people are on it. So some people care to rectify this. So don't let us say it is natural. No, it is not natural. That is why you will see that there's always a research about this every day. People continually research about this thing that we're talking about. So don't
And
let
every
us say
research shows that it is a natural phenomenon and it's a
it is
spectrum.
not, brother. They were saying that before, but now they're not saying that anymore. That is why
They're
they
saying
modify
it
everything.
now. Show me your research. Show me your
I will,
peer-reviewed
if you want
research
me
that says
to,
it.
I will. Show me
Bring it. Let me see.
statistics.
I can bring you. I can bring you 100.
Statistics low more.
No, bring the peer-reviewed research. Let's see.
Yes, I will. Just listen to me. I will. Listen to me. So there are a lot of people talking about this as we speak. That is why they are always adjusting their position about this thing. You know, before the psychiatrist said those people are okay, that they're mentally balanced. But now
Actually, they said they were had mental illness before. They had a DSM for themselves in the past.
Yeah, yes, but after a while they said they are mentally okay. But now they are not saying that again. They are not. They are not in the
For which population are we talking about? The trans one or
the trans,
what's it
the
called?
L, the G's, the L, the G's, the trans. Yeah,
Is normal.
all of
I think
them.
it's normal.
You think they are normal, right?
You know, one thing
I do think so. Like it's a spectrum. I do think some people are born that way because I've observed, I've thought through, I've read, I've studied, I've tried to rationalize. I've worked with so many of them. I know. If I mean, this is corporate America now, and everybody, you have to be careful.
I think it's both.
I think it's both.
Some are born that way, some accept.
Some are just adopted.
Yeah, reason why I say I believe it's also people are born that way is because in nature is proven. Nature actually make error.
No, Colata, why not put it this way?
Hold on,
they were born with the community.
Hold on, Baba. Let my come in. Yeah.
Okay, so it's proven, both scientifically and even in our own spirituality, it's proven that nature make mistake in the process of creation. It makes error in the process of creation. I've seen time where a couple they wanted to have kids and they were having conversation and they were arguing whether the woman wanted boy, the husband wanted male, and they were talking. And when we did divination for them, and the oracle said they should stop saying that because if they keep saying that because of wrong and shell or wrong, so the child might end up coming with both gender. I'm telling you this. I'm not making this up. It's something in reality. So and also there are stories in our tradition too that emphasize on that issue of human being born with that mixed gender situation. So it's there. It's a fact. It's a natural phenomenon. For I believe that. However, this is my position though, because people are born with that situation doesn't mean we have to inflict the rest of society with it. You understand?
But does society have to accommodate it though, rather than repel it in the manner that we're hearing from Dupsy?
We can accept that they exist, but we can't allow them to inflict because it's an abnormal. It's not natural. It's an abnormal. It's a mistake in nature, right? And they were born like that. But we have to accept that okay, they exist, but we can't allow this.
You cannot describe it as abnormal. Surely
it is abnormal now. Anything in nature doesn't serve purpose. Everything in nature has a reason. Anything in nature doesn't serve a purpose. It's an abnormality. It's a mistake. because everything in nature is created for a purpose. The reason why nature designed male and female, it's for that reproduction and that, even all every animal, everything in nature created is for a particular functioning. Now, when that mistake happen in nature, whether twins that collide
No,
and come,
you cannot say that though, because if somebody is that way inclined, and then they go on and discover the cure to cancer, would you not say that is a life that has purpose?
No. I'm talking about their expression, this thing. I'm not saying denying them as existent, their existence as in other aspect of living, maybe reasoning, education. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like in a sexual expression.
Sorry. Should society be accepting of it? Yes.
No, we shouldn't be accepting of it in a societal expression, in a public expression, or in all those things. We can't. We just have to know that okay, this will exist, but keep it. It's like people. Okay, for example, now someone born with mental illness where they can't act.
Someone born with autism,
wait, give me
Mike.
a second now.
Someone born with autism. Use that example.
Huh?
Someone born with autism.
Exactly.
Autistic.
Exactly. So you have to give them special care. You can't just put them in with everybody and say, okay, just be out there with them. You can't. You still have to give them that. You have to cut. Give them that little isolation in a sense. We can't just have them become like everybody else and be. You can't do that. We can't have them put their lifestyle in public.
Okay, so Mike. So someone born with a slight mental illness, example, autistic child, you should not treat them normally.
No,
because they're a little bit different.
You have to give special care to them, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, because there's a disability there, but there's no disability in sexuality.
No. Okay.
Can they function? Can they function normally in the society? They can work. They are creative. They can make money. They can do everything. They just choose not to reproduce.
Someone born with someone born with mental illness, right? You can't leave them alone in society.
That person with mental illness is incapacitated to a degree. A person with a different sexuality is not incapacitated to any degree.
No. Okay, someone with mental illness. The purpose why you can't just leave them alone in public is because they can potentially do something harmful to people, right? So you have to give that special eye on them, right? Right? Now, people with that disorder of homosexuality, that if you just leave them to start doing their expression, they can also cause social harm.
Is it more than what heterosexual can cause?
In what way?
In what way?
In what way? Are you kidding me?
In what way? Now say it.
In what way? Come on now. When you as a normal, with the normal people, like two men kissing, like all those things. It's not.
What arm? Mike, you've not described the arm. What's the difference between two men kissing and a man and a woman kissing? It's just two adults
You're
kissing.
asking me? Are you normal?
I don't even watch movie. Once that comes up, I just switch off.
Thank you. You see, Baba,
because it makes you uncomfortable. Because it makes you uncomfortable.
Kolata can talk like this as if he's so it can
I'm not gonna lie. The first time I saw
until it happens to you, that's why
no, because I'm not wired that way. I am not wired that way.
You are talking as if you're you can accept anything. It's a lie until it happens to you. You're woke.
What do you mean happens to me?
You're woke until it happens to you, my brother. It's not easy.
Wait, Gypsy, so if your child happens to be gay, you're gonna kill the child?
No, we didn't say kill. No.
I can't kill
this, but we have to limit
because I know
you are going to love the child. You are going to love the child.
No, I'm not going to love my child, of course. But it's not going to be easy to accept. That's what I'm telling you.
You will accept it.
So don't be too woke that it doesn't matter
when
it is not
wokeness. It is not wokeness.
This is a woke behavior, brother. What do you mean by that?
It's a very simple argument. If you acknowledge something is natural, if you acknowledge these people, there's no, they're fully functional, they're not a harm to the society. If you cannot articulate the harm to the society beside referencing some book, Bible or something, tell me the specific harm they cause to the society beside your own beliefs.
Number one, they are expensive to maintain. They are expensive to maintain. You should know that. They take loads of drugs, loads of treatment. They go for GP visits and all that, so that
But they pay out insurance now, so you can say, so someone that's diabetic, it is
it's
expensive
not
to
all of them
maintain.
that can afford insurance. It's not all of them.
Okay, so that means
so
okay,
the government takes good care of them as well. So it's expensive for
you have something.
to take care
Let
of
me
these
ask you a
people.
question.
So don't
So do
just
you have
behave as if
something?
it's normal.
Wait,
It's not
Doopsy.
normal.
So do you have something against someone that has a health condition, because that person is expensive to the society? Do you have something against those kind of people?
No, I don't. That is somebody with we are saying that this is a learned behavior that we can help our children
I think we've moved past that learned behavior. We've moved that.
Yes,
There's some that are learned and there's some that are
we can
innate.
encourage. Kulata, it is not
Nobody
something that
says
is normal.
encourage.
It is different. It is different when somebody has autism, when somebody has cerebral palsy. It is different. We will know that this
they're
person
natural
is like
phenomenons, right?
Yes.
We're talking about a spectrum. Like one person's Down syndrome is different from another person's Down syndrome. Some Down syndrome you may barely notice. Some is very obvious. Same thing.
The reason why I believe some of it is a learned behavior is because I've seen one girl like that. I was a lesbian. Like she literally, we don't say she's a lesbian, full-blown lesbian. She's not even into guys. And later on, she ended up falling in love with this one guy. Like I married him, So that's why I believe, I think that girl learned it because maybe she just, she just wanted to do it. But eventually, she fell in love with a guy and married the guy. So some of it is learned.
It's a learned behavior that
But I still believe that some is natural, though.
Some is natural.
Let me just say this. If you believe that some can be natural, then that singular belief, it negates any counter argument that you have against it. So you cannot say that it is abnormal whilst you acknowledge that it's natural. And if it's natural, then it has the right to exist.
But okay,
thank you, Jare.
No, he has the right to exist, but he has to be regulated. That's my position. Okay, woman. That's not the only. People are born with something defection, right? You see situation where twins are born where they are conjoined together. Those are mistakes in a creation process. So nature make mistakes. So what we're saying is that it's a mistake during the creation process. So
my own observation, Mike, is like, yes, if there is mistake, the mistake is in the head. It's in the head. Maybe later those neuroscientists
they might find a cure for it.
They will find that spot in the brain.
Baba, let me tell you, sir, it's the same thing when you take your girl child to a pastor, and the pastor start practicing sexual intercourse with the girl. Probably the girl will grow up, start sleeping around with different kinds of men. The girl learned it from that pastor. It's a learned behavior. Especially ọmọ yẹn lè máa bá àwọn àgbàlagbà sùn káàkiri. Ó kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn lọ́wọ́ àgbàlagbà yẹn ni. Ó bìlì pé àwọn àgbàlagbà nìkan lòun lè bá sùn. Ọmọdé wáyà dáwẹ̀ orí wọn pẹ́ yìí.
Dúpẹ́ ẹnu ẹ̀ ti ṣe ẹnu.
Orí ọmọdé ò pẹ́ yìí.
There are girls like that actually. They are attracted only to older men.
You guys, that is a single narrative. The danger of a single story. That's just a single narrative that Tupsi has been yelling since. There's more to it than that. That's what we're talking about.
Kulata, what do you mean I've been yelling? What do you mean by that?
Because you've been saying one thing. It is a learned behavior.
What do you mean I've been yelling?
Acknowledge the fact that some people, even if they isolate them. Because you don't want to acknowledge one thing. In the wild, Dupsy, in the wild, that is not, in the wild, you see this behavior in the wild, no interaction with human, nothing. If you see it in the wild, we're also species. So nobody's saying the majority of human beings are like that.
Hold on. Kolata, you keep equating us to animals. I mean, I know we're higher animals.
We're animals now. We're just higher functioning.
We are higher animals.
Hold on. I believe that we have some of these animalistic tendencies among us. We know, which is some of them. So, well, let me not characterize any right now. So my point is this: you see, we don't do things by instinct. It's either there's something fundamentally wrong with us upstairs, or we're doing it normal. As a normal, we act like normal. But that you're trying to
that is after social conditioning.
Hold on. I believe that this is a spectrum. You keep using the word spectrum. I can understand that word, the way you use it. There are some, it could be mental issues for them, why they do what they did, like we've been talking about. I don't want to capture, I don't want to make, if you know, you know. And their wife, there are some is copycats. You get it?
I agree.
So I can understand both. It's not, some people, they are just normal, they don't have any issues. It's just because they just see it's a fad, it's a trend. They still want to support that, So, and then they want to join that group. So I think that's what it is. It's not all for the most cases that it's all people that have.
I agree. That's why I'm just trying to convince Tupsi that not everything is the learned one. There's also the innate one. But the argument is, if we can agree is innate, is it now right to stifle people's the right to exist? I have a perspective of live and let live. I mean, whatever you do is your business, right? It's come into the society. This is not the first rodeo. It was in the Roman society. It was in the Greek society. It comes and it goes. The level of societal acceptability varies. The only one that I pray it will never ever be accepted is the boy one. That used to happen in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. That was actually a rite of passage back then, that they had to have, soldiers had to have sex with boys. I hope that never comes back, because that's an abomination.
Okay, Kulata, let me ask you a question. One man, let me put another perspective to it.
Hold on.
What happened to the children they adopt?
Baba, hold on just 1 second. What you said is still a culture in Afghanistan. That's what I wanted to say. What Kulata just said. It is, yes.
And Afghanistan is a very conservative society.
Yes, to you, Baba.
Yeah, what happened to the children they adopt? The law allowed them to adopt.
So,
what do you think will happen to those children?
They will, a lot of times, the sexuality of their parents may or may not affect the parents, because I think we've had enough time now to observe these kids. And from what we've seen, the results we've seen, according to science, a lot of them are normal.
Okay, because I've not looked at that space, but I just wonder, you choose a different lifestyle and you want to
it's not a choice for everybody, Baba.
You want to procreate. So why did you choose that lifestyle? So I should have my own, then give it to you for adoption?
Okay, can we talk about the irresponsible heterosexuals that have babies that they can't take care of? They put them up for adoption. Nobody goes to adopt them. So are you trying to say that we should let them stay in adoption homes, or if you have,
rather than give it to these people,
rather than give it to people that are willing to care for them?
Care is more than breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There are morals involved in care too.
Yeah, but so when we say morals, when we say morals, right, is a relative thing. It's a relative thing. We've looked at multiple cultures as we spoke today. We've looked at the Far East. We've looked at the Middle East. We've looked at the West. We've looked at, so we can't say Thailand has no moral standards, even though they are accepting of some of this stuff.
Let's situate it to carnal. So what kind of carnal moral standard?
Baba, let me say this something real quick. Sorry, whoever wants to speak, let me just say this. You know, in some part of Middle East today, in Syria, in Iraq, and some part of Iran, they still marry off people at 13 years. In fact, at 13 years old, they still marry them off. Now,
even in America, it's allowed if you have parental consent.
Yeah.
In Nigeria too.
In 16.
Can I say
Even,
something?
even in the UK, I understand 16. So, yeah. So you see, I think. Let me not go. I don't want to go into.
Can you guys? Can I say a few words? I just came up to say some few words. Kulaka, I do agree with your position. And interestingly, I had this conversation about. We had this meeting, the Nigerian physician in diaspora here in America.
Who is speaking? Who is speaking now?
It's
that's Babati adopting
okay,
a new
Babati,
voice.
the voice changed.
Is adopting a new voice.
I'm but
oh,
you know,
that's Babati. I didn't
my
know
voice.
Joel.
Okay, but the point is. What?
No,
it's very important because I wanted to just bring you behind the scenes of the conversation we had about Africans in the diaspora being open to, like, because we are seeing more of African kids opening up to their physicians about being of the transgender community, and the African parents are having a hard time dealing with that reality. So when people were talking about, because I was listening in the background about people objecting to it's not natural, whatever, whatnot. Let's do what is going on right now. And I don't agree with that lifestyle, of course, but we have to be open to the reality of the world we live in today. And especially for African parents in the diaspora, we just had that. It was a very extensive discussion with people in the medical field. And you just have to at least be open-minded to talking. Because for example, we had somebody, a lady, a child, a 13-year-old girl, came out to her parents, and she told the doctor first that she was attracted to female, like she was lesbian. And the mom and the parents did not take it very well. They even try to take her back to Nigeria, where they thought they could take her to MFM somewhere where they could pray the demon away. Those kind of belief systems. So, so my thing is, from my own perspective, is we're seeing more and more of African kids in the diaspora coming out to their doctors and they're scared of talking about this issue with their families and their parents. And we have to do a better job to at least listen to what they have to say in collaboration with the professionals. But this closed-minded attitude in this year, I think we've moved past that. So I get where Cleta is coming from. That we have to, you cannot demonize this.
Babati,
yes.
Babati, have you heard of Orishako Oshumari?
Yeah. What about why are we bringing that?
Woman, have you heard of Oshumari?
Yeah, somewhat. I've heard it in a song. Oshumari
is rainbow.
No.
Oshumari do you know that it was Oshumari that Europeans saw and actually accept that? Wow. So in actual spirituality, homosexuality, I won't say, I don't want to call Oshumari homosexual, but it's nature.
Okay. Mike.
Well, let me tell you. Let me learn. He's a god or god. It's neither a male or female, but his tendency is male and female. So he's the deity of the rainbow. So that's why the Western people adopted rainbow as a symbol of the LGBT community.
Because my battery's almost dead. But let me put you on spot, Mike. Because this is what you live in America. If your son comes out and says, let's say you have a 13-year-old son and says, Dad, I think I'm a girl. I think I'm a transgender. I want to transition. What would be your reaction? No, it's not. No. Forget that. No. Let's stop doing that. That's the problem right there. No. We need to evolve past that mentality. I'm being honest now. So
the thing I would do
if your son 13 says, Dad, I think I'm a girl, I want to transition, what would be your reaction?
I would say, listen, you are born a male, so you have to act. You have to be a male. However, whatever internally is the issue, you have to deal with it more. Figure a way to deal with it more in the private. It's not something you have to rub on society, inflict on society. It's not like you have to walk around and start dressing like a girl. No, you can't do that. If internally you're feeling like that, or that's the way, hey, keep it inside of you, or if something you have to go and do in private, hey, do that, but don't inflict it on society. That's the only advice I would tell my kid. Don't inflict it on society. You are born male, just act as a male, live like a male, but whatever inside of you, and maybe you got to express, do it in your private. That's what I would say to tell my child.
So if that's your son, as talk to someone like a doctor or a therapist, and in conjunction with them, they sit you down and say, "We've talked to your son. This is I would think is genuine about this. This is so very serious, and he wants to transition." Because this is what I'm seeing, and
he wants
like
to
the
change
way
his
you're
gender. Is that what you're
reacting.
telling me?
Huh?
He wants to go and do surgery. Is that what you're saying?
No, no, because it's a process. But this is the same reaction that you have right now and others had is what we've seen in the African American diaspora,
No,
where
me,
this is
my
just
reaction
pushed
is
back.
different. I won't fight him or reject him
Right,
or swear for him or do. I know that's a
right.
natural phenomenon. But what I would say is, hey, be who you are. However, don't inflict your own internal issue on society. You can't
So,
now
so,
be.
so, 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 Mike, you are at least open to listening to what he has to say, as opposed to just shutting him out or disowning him.
No, I won't shut him out. I'm not that foolish now.
So, because that's what my point I'm trying to raise, that we need to go past this idea of I'm going to disown my son, I'm going to do this to my daughter.
No.
Nobody's saying that here on this platform tonight, Babati. Nobody said that on this platform tonight. Nobody made the argument that we're going to disown our child if our child comes out. We're just saying that there's a problem. We are trying to look at the roots of the problem. Nobody has ever said that on this platform that we're going to disown. Everybody's aware of this, that it's rampant, and we're just trying to see what really happened to these people to make them like this. That's the topic here tonight.
All right, lady and gentlemen, I want to build, and it looks as though Thomas has disappeared on me. I'm not sure if Mike wants to hold it steady just to run this conversation through. Are you happy to do that, Mike?
Yeah, I can hold it down.
All right. Let me build the progressive, known as Akim. They behaves right there. Alexander Gomez, of course, Ayo as his tradition, not once, but not twice, but several times. That's Ayo rattling it off, as we know Ayo often does. And then so a cheeky comment by a Nigerian prince as well. So that's that. Hold it firm, Mike. If Thomas turns up, Thomas turns up, and if he doesn't turn up, you know how to switch off the lights when you're done. So thank you, Mike. Back to you guys.
Mike, what you said about Oshomari is very revealing. I just went to check.
Yeah.
I just went to check it out. You're right. I mean, you're very right. So even Oshomari is our spirituality. We have it in Yoruba spirituality. Oshomari is androgynous, and Oshomari is actually rainbow. So I won't be shocked if they got that rainbow thing from this Oshomari.
That's where they got it now. We will get their knowledge from us now, from Africa. It's from us that they decided, okay, wow, if the Africans can prove it, then it must be a natural phenomenon. And that's why they adopted that rainbow as their symbol of the LGBTQ people.
Wow.
The moment
you will always just go on this spiritual level. It's all about it. Like you see, you keep using the word spectrum. Hold on, Farabale now. Kulata, you keep using the word spectrum, right? So the thing about rainbow is the multicolor. That's why usually we see the word LGBT and I'm getting more words to it. It's just the variety, the spectrum of light. I mean, of the colors and everything. That's just what it's all about. So I don't know how come this. I mean, is there a deity in Yoruba land? Don't put Loshumari. I don't know. What is the significance of it, Mike?
So if you don't know, why you argue with me then?
So rational mind. The reason I connected. Can I answer you, rational mind? The reason I connected to what Mike said, Oshumari is androgynous, is gender fluid, and is rainbow.
Okay.
That's why, I mean, when Mike said it, I Googled it, I read it, I'm like, my God, this is spot on. It's gender fluid. It means he has no gender. And Oshumari literally means rainbow.
I know it means a rainbow. So what?
Yes, spirit of rainbow, sorry. It's the spirit of the rainbow. I'm sorry, I did not say that right.
It's an
It's the
Orisha now.
spirit of the rainbow.
It's one of the Orishas.
Yeah. So even our own spirituality, indigenous spirituality, acknowledges androgynous beings. Kiloro, is it me that created the
androgynous. So what you're saying now is that this thing started from Africa. Is that the argument or what?
No, it is a natural.
It's natural phenomena.
So we is inside the
but you go hear me now because that was supposed to marry alone now.
No,
just you go hear me more now.
Oh, it's. I mean, I'm not. Look, what is happening right now that is becoming. I mean, there's the thing exists quite all right, but then there's also Asheju, where people are just wanting to behave anyhow. That's the part I don't like. But for the innocent person that was actually born that way, that it will take that person a lot to kind of like change the way they are into something else. I can empathize with that person. I'm going to want that person to live their life the way they were born to
what
live.
percentage are you putting on to those people that have
Me percentage, I don't know. I don't know.
That's it. So I don't believe in it anyways. Some people are born like that. I don't. But if you're insisting, okay, what percentage? Then how do we differentiate them? Then to start, being empathetic with this kind of people instead of people that are just being frivolous. My whole to someone, whole to show you one got to di dada. I want you to yato. Nǹkan tó di tó ní kan wá. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ now? Wow.
èyí tó nípọn tó máa fẹjú tó.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà tá fẹjú kankan kan tó dé bẹ̀ bí ọ̀rọ̀ rational mind mo rò pé ó ti ṣerú ẹ̀ rí tóró ti ṣerú ẹ̀ rí. no but ìwọ náà ló wá sọ fún wa náà pé àwọn tó ń dó fún wọn fẹjú kankan kan ìwọ ló wá sọ fún wa. àmọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀
we are rational mind.
What's the experience here?
Rational mind ilẹ̀ fẹjú tó tó.
mo like tèmi bó ṣe wà yẹn mo like
o like àtẹ̀tẹ̀ yìí.
no mo like mo fi máa lejú kókó bí ṣẹmọ the beginning so you know how to finish the rest so yeah. So I mean, you see, for me, I just this topic is a very sensitive topic. We have to be very careful because the way people take it, even the government. I don't know if you people are aware of Uganda was kicked out. The Biden administration kicked them out of this agua. They call it something agricultural something that the US does with some countries. They give them they let them import their raw materials to the United States, duty free. So because of this Uganda anti-gay, LGBT something that they did that was so extreme, so they had to kick them out. So they no longer give them that aid anymore. You're wearing Museveni was just giving a press conference a few days ago. I was just lamenting, telling Ugandans that they should just not take that serious. It's nothing. How much is even the money that they are making from the thing? Just to tell you that some countries they don't take this topic very lightly. I think it's just because of the discrimination and the violence that these people, they've experienced in the hands of people in the past. That object to their lifestyle. So for me, I just believe that people have the right to choose whatever they want, how they want to live, but do not force your opinion on me. Do not force me to conform, that I must conform to your view. But you have the right to live where and accept you. You're free to do whatever with your body, but do not force your opinion on me. That's just how I see it. I will not force mine on you, you will not force yours on me. And the only thing that I fear is that when people talk about this matter is that some people say that they worry for the future because if everybody, how do we procreate? How do we procreate? So that's another thing. Dupe, are you there? Abi mo kombara mi sọ̀rọ̀ ni.
I'm here now.
So what's that robotic by? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? They sound Mike, Mike,
I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm hearing you guys. Yeah.
I mean, can you hear?
Yeah. Dupsy, your connection is a little bit shaky. That's what it's trying to tell you.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's a very the topic is a very like you see the gospel of the LGBTQ is being spread across by Kamala Harris and all of them. They just so it's a very big issue here in America.
Mike, if I go out and come back, can you bring it in? If I go out, Mike.
Oh, sorry. I was muted. Mumbo. You actually connect to the back. Hold on. Don't do it yet. Let me see if I can get to the background real quick. I'm trying to check it. Okay. Don't do it yet.
So yeah, I mean, we just have to be careful. Dupe, I think.
Okay. Can go out and come back in. I have access to the back. Yeah.
I'll come back. Yeah, I'll come back.
Yeah. So the thing is that you need to be careful when you argue this matter. Why some people will say it's a mental issue. Some people don't want you saying that. Some countries, in fact, if you say that, like I think in the UK, I think one man was there. Woman would be having that witness. Some people, I think they said in the UK, some parents have had their kids taken away from them like that because they said they're trying to indulge. I mean, I had that issue some years ago with my own daughter. Came home and said she's a pansexual. I was like, I sparked in my beginning. Google kata so then or shaking me pansexual. So I almost they threatened me not to be able to teach here in America again. If at all I ever go to classroom, they'll make sure that
what is pansexual?
My goodness, you don't know the meaning of the word pansexual?
I know I've come across it, but I wasn't curious enough to go read it up.
It means that only by anybody soon. They accept all kinds of people.
Isn't that bisexual?
Well, no, not really. It's more like all. Either you identify as bi, either you identify as non-binary, either you identify as they will sleep with any one of them. Either you're a trans, they will sleep with you. So they accept. It's more like they accept all kind of
everybody. Okay.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah. So that's what one kilos of them. Yeah. I mean, we got into myself and my wife. We got into trouble with that. They were. I mean, it's just something. It's just one of those episodes I want to go back to. I know. I remember relating that story here on this woman platform at the beginning. So anyway, yeah. So I've had my dose of that. But one thing I know is that some of them, as time goes on, they come to. I think it's a fad. Like I said, it's a kind of like a trend. I think then she was more like, because the school she was going, the middle school she was going back then, they were like, all the kids were like just like identifying like, because I mean they have some teachers there at their school there. Some parents, some of us were just like, what kind of teachers are you? People just then would complain and then we could not even complain much anymore again. And some of these teachers were just teaching these kids, which I'm not saying they should not. Kids cannot identify. But you see, it's a topic I don't want to go into. But then, like I said, I've said it. I have them as friends. I mingle with them. I eat with them. But you will not force me to do what I don't want to do. So, but I will eat with you. I will sit with you. You invite me to your party, whatever. When I mean party, not the party that I will go there whereby no, I will never do that. So my point is I just believe, Kolata, I agree with you. People should be left alone and to decide how they want to live their life. Do not tell them how to live their life. That's how I see it. So I think I'll rest it that way. And because this topic, if I want to overflog it, I will start messianing again too.
It's a very simple matter for me. No. Live and let live. That's all.
I think people should be left alone how they live their life in private. But in public, I think there has to be regulations. That's one thing I believe.
Yeah, no, you cannot say people not to know how to behave in the public. You can't tell people like.
What do you mean? You can't tell people how to behave in public? Maybe a person in this slide has not been told how to behave in public. Today, tell me you are not told how to behave in public.
Mike, if you live here in America I don't know if you if you work with the government or you work with because you see them a lot working in with government, and some of them you see them even some private companies, they still work there.
No. That's not the
What I'm
point I'm
saying is
making.
that, hold on. If one of them, let's say one of them, their partner came in to work and you were there and they I mean, like two men were kissing each other, what are you going to do? You say,
In a job,
girl,
okay. Well, that's that you're missing. I think you're not clear. You're missing the argument. What I'm saying is,
okay,
in society, there are laws on how we conduct ourselves in public, and I'm not telling you that they are making there's a law against homosexuality. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying there are laws.
So what
Like
what
you,
area?
for example, you cannot start walking around naked in public right now. You'll be arrested.
Yeah.
Right? But you can also argue that it's your right as a human being. You were born naked. Why do you have to wear clothes? You can make the argument, but society still made law again for you to put your clothes on. Why?
Have you heard about people that identify as nudist? Nudist. Yeah, they identify as nudist. They don't want to wear anything.
Well, if you walk around naked in American society, you'll be arrested. There's still law.
Of course, I know, but I'm saying
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah. So there's always going to be law.
But you want me to shock you? Want me to shock you? Let me shock you here. Here in my city, but if you Google, you will find out the city. I mean, one of the cities where I live, I go around. So now, this city, we have what it's the time whereby they do this, their what do you call them? Bike ride, nude bike ride. Forget it though. Even kids, they with all the you see men and
Rational mind.
yeah.
I mean, more echo.
But I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you can mix one of those. Maybe you have two of them open.
Is it me?
Maybe it's.
I don't think it's Doopsy. I think it's even me. When I was speaking, I was hearing myself back when somebody was on mute. I don't know. But I'm not hearing it again, sir.
Yeah, it's Bishop. It comes from Bishop.
Okay.
Bishop, unless you are coming into the conversation, you have to stay muted. Otherwise, you are feeding back.
Hold on now. It is not me.
It is from you now. It's been that all day.
No, now hold on. Let me talk. When somebody was complaining,
we can hardly hear you, Bishop.
Okay, I don't know if it is my volume. That's a different thing. But when somebody was complaining about echoing, I was muted all the while. I was here listening, and I was muted. It's just now that I wanted to contribute. So it is not just now that
okay.
Echoing.
Bishop, everybody is muted now apart from you and I. And as I'm speaking now, it's echoing. But let me mute you now, and then you see that the echo is no longer there. Let me unmute you. And there you are hearing the echo again. Everybody can hear it. And I mute you again, and the echo is not there. So it is coming from your system.
Me, I'm not hearing echo. That's fine, no problem.
You may not be hearing. Everybody can attest to that. Can people attest to what I just did?
Yeah. It's coming from you. Yeah.
So I mean, it's not. I'm just telling you what's happening now. It's not having a go at you or anything.
Bishop should sign out and sign back in, and maybe maybe you have more on that browser that is open, that is also playing YouTube. It could be that too. So yeah. So I mean, yeah, guys. For me, I think I think I'll adopt that view. Live and let's live. We should not overflow this topic because it's a very sensitive topic to some people. Because Canada
No, just to help our children. That's what we are about. No,
this council culture.
It's just all of our children. I'm just concerned about that. That's all.
I mean, it's a big thing now. It's a big, huge thing. In fact, they have textbooks now. I mean, I don't have kids that are at school anymore. I mean, but they have textbooks now. My goodness, those textbooks are just like
even cartoon for kids.
Oh my goodness! I mean, like
it's everywhere.
I mean, yeah, it's.
I don't like the argument that it's natural. I don't like it. I don't like the argument at all. So a lot of people tend to think that if they're like that, they're wired to be like that. No, you are not wired to be like that.
You see, that's the problem America has often. You see, mental issue in America, they often ignore that. a lot of people have. I mean, we are at this time of the year. Well, you start seeing people doing that thing here in this part of where I live. The winter can be so terrible, and it affects a lot of people's mood. And then you just see people just jumping from bridge, overdosing, and all those kind of things. And then you just snuff. So you see, it's a mental issue which they are not even paying attention. The homeless crisis here in my city and the other in California, in all the Pacific Northwest states, is so terrible that I think the system is even
You
overwhelmed.
see, this homelessness in America is I think it's the worst in the planet. Because even in Nigeria, I don't see that level of homelessness.
Well, it's because you see 5 people living inside one room now. Look at that here. 5 people, five people living in one
Everywhere
room.
in America, homeless people.
Yeah, so
The richest country in the world. Dude.
It's the richest. Yeah, it's so terrible.
And the people outside of America don't even know that. They think everybody here is just living from behind.
Has any one of you been to San Francisco recently?
Oh my goodness.
Almost. That
It's
place.
terrible.
It's terrible.
San Francisco, Philadelphia, even Los Angeles gone.
I was in LA like 2 weeks ago, man. It's downtown is terrible.
That's their home.
Even in the airport, I was in the airport just waiting to get Uber. One homeless person just sat down beside me and started gisting. So I thought I was a normal person. Then I now looked at her feet like no shoes. I'm like, what the f? No, that California. I mean, it's terrible.
Let me give you back. Let me give you. Let's digress a little bit from this our LGBT something, because I feel it's a very sensitive that I don't want to talk about. So let's talk about this homeless people. You see, we're talking about this mental illness is a big problem. See, the problem is this here. Why we have it so tough here in the Pacific Northwest is that all the 3, apart from Alaska, except for Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington State, they are all liberals. They're all Democrats. And they, like Oregon, this is what they call Measure 110, which they did pass a law a while ago, where they decriminalized, what's it called? They decriminalized drugs. So, and it's like the drug issue here in Oregon is so it's insane. So, what am I trying to say is that a lot of people are moving in from most of these red states, like Florida, Idaho, Montana. They're all flocking here because they felt like, oh, you can use fentanyl even in front of police. You can be snuffing cocaine in front. I've seen a lot. They'll be snuffing cocaine whenever I go to Portland. They will just be snuffing in front of police. They will not do anything because it's decriminalized here. So, but a lot of those people, they have mental issues because in their own state, maybe those red states.
Which state is that decriminalized drugs?
And that's Oregon.
The entire state, or just a particular
state? The entire, I think, the entire state, yeah.
The entire state. Oregon, wow. Oh.
So a lot of people flock into California, Oregon, Washington. You go to Seattle, you see them. A lot of the homeless crisis there is just so. A lot of them, they have mental issues. This red state like Idaho, what they do is that they don't. That's why you go to Boise, Idaho. You hardly see. In fact, you won't even see homeless people on the street. You won't see tents like you see in this Pacific Northwest extreme, that is California, Washington, and Oregon. So a lot of them, if you go like Boise in Idaho, you hardly see homeless people on the street because they house them. That's the way they create an economy for themselves. I mean, people who build homes and the government will be paying them. They're paying to house these people. But some of them, because they cannot continue like that, and they just want to do something. They want to continue their snuffing cocaine, and when they hear that, oh, in Oregon, oh, in California, oh, in Washington, it's free. You can just put your tent anywhere. You don't have to pay, and you can continue living your life of snuffing cocaine and all those kind. They all move here. That's the problem. That is why a lot of people here are saying that you people need to do something about it because it's getting out of hand. If you go like downtown, most of this LA downtown, go San Francisco downtown, go Seattle downtown, Portland downtown, you just Vancouver, Washington downtown, you just see all of them. It's all flooded with homeless people. So it's a mental issue. A lot of them, they have mental issue, and then they're not really taking. I think the system is overwhelmed. They can't even take care of these people. But if they had nipped it in the bud at the beginning, at least we will not be having all this crisis. It's a crisis right now. So a lot of them, not that a lot of them, they are just mentally not sound, because a lot of them is just whacked in the head. They can't hold down a job, and a lot of them is just one thing with them, and you can't even hire. Some of them are not even employable, because some of them, they just came out from prison. They cannot work. They cannot walk around kids. They cannot even get a normal, So the system is so overwhelmed, and they need to just fix this. It's broken. They just need to fix it. It's a real broken system. So it's mental issue in America is it's a big thing. I don't know why the government is not investing, and they don't have much. Don't have enough people to take care of those people. I mean, like health workers to take care of those people, their mental health. That's why
they can never have enough people to take care of mentally disabled people.
Yeah,
they can never, because you are not actually looking at the problem from the root. Where do people come from? So you have to always look at a problem from the roots. Don't just take it from the top. Government. Tinubu. Biden.
tó bá lọ sí kò mẹ èkó tẹ pariwo yẹn èkó tẹ pariwo yẹn àṣẹ ọmọ yẹn ọmọ yẹn
Dulce open expressway fún tó máa gbàgbé ọ̀dọ̀ Tinubu.
Government. You're not looking at the problem from the root.
So what's the problem?
You have to always tackle the root of each problem, so that we'll be able to see solutions to all these problems that we're talking about. So you would problem so what might go about is here. So do you understand? So we are not actually looking at the root. That is why we are having this problem in the whole world. Where are people coming from? What are the things that form their thoughts, their thinking and everything? So those are the things that you look for before you can actually treat people. So what happened to all these people that you're talking about? These homeless. These governments can help them. They've really tried. They are investing a lot of money on these people. You don't know how much government tried for these people. For counseling, for therapists, for psychiatrists, for all these people that take care of them. You don't know how much they spend each year. Rational mind, it's not easy. So where are people coming from?
That part. You see, the problem here in America is the dichotomy, and that's our Nigerian English, is our crappy English. The dichotomy that is this thing that exists between the liberals and the conservative, because the liberals, I mean the blue states, they have this kind of policy of, okay, let people live, let them just choose to live their life. But the conservative, they are very strict when it comes to I think a lot of them are in denial of the mental health of people, that people don't really have mental health. They just put them somewhere, put them in a ghetto and house them somewhere and leave them, abandon them. But these people, their mental issue festers. I mean, if you look at most of these red states here in America, they don't really fund those kind of programs. They believe that what is there, people should go and walk. Then they're just lazy. They don't want to walk is because they're lazy. Some of them know. Some of them, they have mental issues. They can't.
No, nobody can say that except you're not a professional or you don't know what's happening. That's when people just judge. You can't be judgmental when you see those people. If you really know what is going on,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, you can't be judgmental. If you really know what's happening,
judge by
some people we see them. What do you call them? Sorrow. Why do you like to listen to your voice? Why do you like to listen to your voice? Not that your voice is sweet though. Can you please that no sorrow all days because then back up. Not your voice is sweet.
Oh yeah, sorrow
you just
now.
have to listen to your own voice. I don't understand. What's your problem?
Sorrow now.
Boy, I think people, you were talking about some people that don't really understand what they go through. And that's why I'm saying that a lot of people don't know what they're going through because they don't have the knowledge of what's happening to these people. We are saying the same thing. Don't they try to attack me?
Government lè mi sọ mi ò sọ pé people farabalẹ̀ government lè mi sọ here tá bá ní pé red farabalẹ̀ tá bá ní pé red tá bá ní blue àwọn tó wà mí bá àwọn mọ̀kàn tí mo sọ ó yẹ kó mọ̀kàn tí mo sọ ẹgbẹ́ mi nígbà ló ń gbé you're in Canada here so tí bá cross kìíní bá wọ Victoria BC bó ti wọ Canada nìyẹn.
Kò kàn mí tó bá wọ Canada so má máa dọ́gbọ́n sọ pé olè wá sí Canada kò kàn mí tó bá wọ Canada kò sí nǹkan tó kàn mí pẹ̀lú yìí so kò máa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ lọ kí ṣé àwọn àti ọ̀fẹ́ wá Canada
fẹ́ kí. mo wà mí bá ó yẹ kó mọ̀kàn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ l'Amẹ́ríkà. What do you so for any?
I understand what you're talking about.
So the problem within them is that their policies is just opposing. And when people move from red states to blue states, you cannot say they should not move because they're Americans. So when they come to areas whereby they feel they have liberty to do however they like, they can snuff their cocaine, do whatever, and put tent anywhere, nobody's going to, because the liberals are just the liberals. That's why they call them liberals. Everybody's free to leave and do whatever. So they feel like, okay, let me go to this state. It's easy for me then, rather than being housed in the middle of nowhere. I'm being housed and they don't even take care of me. And I just want to explore. I mean, these people, they need mental health care. So this red state, they don't really take care of them. They don't fund much. They don't even put more money into mental health care for people. They don't believe that, no, they don't. These people are lazy. Go and let them go and work. You can't be feeding them. So, and then these people know they need more than that. They just need more than you giving them money, housing them. They need mental care. So when they find out, they can some of them just move. And that's why you see California is overwhelmed. Oregon is overwhelmed. Washington State is overwhelmed.
So what do you think it's causing this?
I just said it. It's because of this dichotomy. I mean, this policy clashing. The liberals wants to help their own people. They have means of helping them, or they are maybe kind of like the one they did in Oregon, whereby they decriminalized because when you ask them, why would you decriminalize drugs? They say, well, because even though if you don't decriminalize, after all, they still do it. And we want to curb these the spread of disease. You know, like they tell you, like okay, move syringe. When you bring this syringe, we'll give you another syringe. But if you decriminalize it, you say we're going to penalize you for that. They will be shooting everything with this one syringe, or pass syringe, and that's from there. A lot of diseases start spreading from there. So, but if you let them be free.
So, my problem is King stick to what is the problem of this? What is the root of this problem? That's the question. What is the root of this problem?
The root of the problem.
Why do you think? No. Why do you think there are a lot of people that are mentally disabled? That's the question. Why do you think so?
You see, I cannot control I cannot control what led people to that.
I'm not saying you should control. I said what is the root?
I will not tackle it from there. Listen, I will not tackle it from there because a lot of people are messed up. Either hereditary.
Why do you think they are messed up? Why do you think they are messed up?
I'm not a mental health. I'm just speaking of it because as a government worker, I'm in that line. I know.
Government worker, medical doctor, nurse.
Lady, I have colleagues working with the government that deals with that. And we have the baby issue I just saw me. Oh, man, like my attacking me. To buy your my own. I saw baby. I'm more continuing. So, to buy more. I go baby.
I said, what is the root of all this problem?
Ajale Coco. Yeah, mi ò lẹ́mí ẹ̀ alẹ́ yìí mo lẹ́mí ẹ̀ mo fẹ́ lọ sùn báyìí because onípẹ́ jí báyìí mo fi ẹlẹ̀ lọ fara mọ́ ọkọ ẹ̀ ọkọ íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì mo jẹ́ fún ẹ but
ọkọ íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ni wọ́n
ẹni tó máa ṣe kọ́ fún ẹ ó wà ń lé ọlọ́ba ń lé èmi ò lẹ́mí ẹ̀ èmi ò lẹ́mí ẹ̀ ní sọ fún ẹ.
I said what is the root? Kí ni root problem?
Wọ́n sọ fún wa tó bá mọ root náà èmi ti sọ ọkọ tó jẹ́ root fún ẹ pé problem tó wà ń bẹ̀ ni pé the government NGOs, but in this sense that even these NGOs today will need to get funding from donors like government, cities, and all of that. They need to fund them. They take care of people. So, but in the first place, what led people to that? There's a lot of things. It could be honestly, they become despondent because
no roots not mama won't call now. You check the problem from the roots.
Okay,
roots in the top to be on the roots now. Rational.
Okay, so for making roots no.
No, I'm just trying to guide you so that you be able.
No, you cannot guide me. You got me. You for red me. You
No, I'm just saying what's the root? The root has to be from the ground now. That's what I'm trying to say. That what is the root of the problem? Where are they coming from? Who gave birth to them? Who are their parents? You know, things like that. That's the history. Okay, we can go there too. Okay, I'm listening.
Nigeria, the problem, almost more than 160 million people. Mentally, they're not sound. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, electing drug barons, electing criminals in Aso Rock and all of that. And you're telling me here that it's only America here. I mean, I don't know any problem. Then you have problem, yes.
No, but this problem that we are talking about is all over the world. Though. This problem,
we know it's all over the world. But the Nigerian one is just Babala. I mean, their own is just the
people that have the resources, they can't even control it. Doctors of the people that don't even have the resources to help.
So we should just put our hand in the air and just give up, right?
No. I'm just telling you how difficult this problem is. Is so difficult to handle. That's what I'm trying to say. And the people that have the resources don't want safety. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I totally agree with you on that. It's a piece of its own. It's not something you can.
It's difficult to handle.
The very I don't know. Maybe you're talking about the very root, the very core of it. I mean, what is very at the very core? It's just the society that is so all in the name of maybe capitalism and all of that as well too. A lot of parents these days, they have to they have to work. You know, when we were growing up, our parents, they have to take care of. One has to stay home, take care of the kids. These kids, they don't have anybody to take care of them. They just come back from school, sit in front of they don't know what they do. So, and a lot of them, they just get involved in so many things, and before you know it, start affecting them mentally. So, I mean, it's war. It's crooked. The whole thing has just been crooked from the very core.
It's a war.
So
it's not one thing. It's not. We can't be saying that it's all about Nigeria. No, it's all over the world.
Yeah, but Nigeria great. There
are lots of countries too that are dealing with this.
So, Nigeria won't believe one problem. At least on believe one problem. Believe was you see about 160 million Nigerians. They walk down the street. Walk way. You walk on Lori way. Elect a drug baron as a head.
Rational mind.
No,
I'm not even speaking to the politics. I just want to talk about this transgender thing that we are talking about.
I think they moved away from transgender. Okay. Go ahead.
Because initially earlier on, I was listening to Kulata, and he was telling us that it doesn't have any effect on the society, so that we should let them be and all those things. But to me, it's not actually right, because if you look at it critically, why do we call ourselves higher animal? It's because we have rules and regulations that regulate our society, that's shaping us to behave in a normal way. So if we are not basing everything on, say, okay, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of this, then that means we're already relegating ourselves to the lowest rank of animal kingdom. And then if you look at it, it's not true that it doesn't have an effect on the society. It has a lot of effect, ill effect on the society. We want to talk mentally, we want to talk medically, in every ramification, it has a lot of ill effect on the society. So to me, I still believe that our society needs to be regulated. We can't just base everything on freedom, that you can express yourself any way you want. Because why do we regulate certain things and leave others that say this one are freedom? So that's the way I look at it. Is because some people are championing this. Maybe I don't know what they are gaining from it, and they don't now want to make everything to look as if it's freedom and doesn't have any. I don't think the narrative is true. So that's what I just want to say. Hello. Mike has escaped since now.
Let me confirm. Move by. Look by everybody. I'm gone. I'm just wondering.
No, I'm here.
Mike did it. Oh, man. So, guys, I just need to bounce. Yeah, it's nice talking to all of you. Hopefully, I will join you guys in the next session.
You are invited to my section on Sunday.
So your session, your own.
You don't come up because my friend will back. Don't come. I'm only joking, though.
Or my batteries there.
I don't come. I'm only joking, though.
No, one man is only making one. Or the women invite no.
Don't please don't come. I'm only joking.
Why not? Please. Why not?
Don't come because you dominate the session. You won't let others talk. Dominate.
We're all sharing our view now.
No. Okay.
Other people will sorrow. I didn't call answer. But it seems like the now.
Do rushing my mawa. They come and meet your dog.
Never saw me or down then more power anymore.
One lie mapo. One Danny can dominate any or Rotinu Buni Koloma.
Okay, Simba, Simba, you want to say something?
Okay, Simba, go ahead.
No. Well, I'm just watching you and Lucy.
At what theatrical spectacle before 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4. I mean 5 people. I mean 6. I mean at what is theatrical spectacle before. I can't gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ mi àti dúpẹ́ wo jẹ́ kí n máa lọ àríra lọ́la.
Rational mind, have a good evening.
Wọ́n máa sọ ẹ̀ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ní gbogbo wa máa jí Yorùbá gùn fi máa lọ lẹ́nu.
Ayọ̀lá máa jí ní mo tó tún sọ yẹn. Ayọ̀lá máa jí ní mo mọ̀.
No, àwọn tí Àkúrẹ́ máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ní pé ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan la ó jí o.
Ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan la máa jí. It means that all of us will not wake up together. For that will be chaos.
Exactly. So yeah.
Everybody wake up at their own appropriate time.
Exactly.
Ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan la máa jí. That's good.
Ṣé kó mọ Àkúrẹ́ ni ẹ́?
Bọ̀ mi ò gbọ́ yẹn dandan ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan la máa jí.
No, Ondo, you are not a proper Yoruba people now. Everybody knows that.
No, we are not. Yeah, we are not. We are not that.
I said Ondo people, you are not proper Yoruba people now.
Check my borrow back.
Like me now, Simba, I'm on what?
Is it Kwara?
You won't be able to understand what I'm saying.
Ṣé Kwara ló wá jẹ́ Yorùbá people ni?
Èmi ò ṣe Kwara Ọ̀ṣun lèmi.
Ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ni ẹ́? Okay, fara. Okay. Jẹ́ kí n wá shock here. The best Yoruba scholars are from Ondo.
We're not talking about scholars. We're talking about the language. We're not talking about. We're not talking about scholars.
No, Rational man, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you: can you name 2 towns in Ondo State that speak the same dialect?
That is the thing. You see. Okay, let me ask you a question. The same question I will ask you, but I will answer your question. Can you name states within Ogun State that they speak proper Yoruba? Ṣé àwọn èrè Ìjẹ̀bú wọn lédè tí wọn ṣé àwọn ará Abẹ́òkúta ṣé wọn sọ ẹ̀gbádò wọn.
Can you listen to yourself? Wọ́n bó ṣe ń sọ Yorùbá bí even àwọn Igbo tó ń gbọ́ Yorùbá gan sọ Yorùbá bó ṣe ń sọ yìí gan.
Mo ń sọ lédè ìṣòrí kan ògbọ́ Jẹ̀bú ìwọ́rẹ́ Jẹ̀bú owó ìgbọ́ Jẹ̀bú. Ìjẹ̀bú mo kọ Jẹ̀bú travel gbọ́ kankan sorry èmi mo ti travel extensive. I know all those things. So if Ìjẹ̀bú speak, Ìjẹ̀bú doesn't speak normal Yoruba like we all speak. They speak.
I know everybody knows now. Everybody has their own dialect. They just like everybody speak the normal Yoruba.
No. I won't agree with you. That's what I'm saying to you. In Ogun State, there are several tribes. I mean, even the Ìjẹ̀bú, Egba, they speak their own Yoruba differently. And for that,
I know.
Why now would you refer to them as not being Yoruba because they speak Yoruba?
You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying, the difference in Ondo is more.
We know, but I'm saying
when you look at Ondo and you compare it with other Yoruba states, you discover that there's a lot of we have more varieties in Ondo than any other Yoruba state.
Agreed. But the point I'm trying to make here is that does not make them less of a Yoruba, because they speak.
If I'm saying that, I'm just that is a joke now. I'm just
I know.
joke.
I'm not saying you're serious, but just trying to educate our other people that are listening to us. Anything I say, I'm just trying to make our people that are listening to us to understand that, even though we're joking, this is just how it is, that Yoruba people, we have various dialects among them. Like Ogun State, the Jebus, they have their own. The Egba they have their own. The what's it called, Yewa. The Yewa people, I think they have their own kind of version of Jebu. What kind of other language they have their own. So it's like that. Even if Yegun Abadagri and some part of I think Ogun State, towards the southern part of Ogun State, some of them they speak some form of Gun, but their Gun has some Yorubas in it as well. So the more like that, the more you just move away from that Oyo Empire, Ife area. Even Ife too. I mean, our Elisha.
No, if an Elisha, they are different. If a man is speaking, you cannot understand.
What are we talking about? So who has the proper Yoruba then? Who has the proper Yoruba? Or your man, one man, she only proper Yoruba. So nobody can say they have proper Yoruba. Just because today we call one Yoruba as a standardized Yoruba. I don't think there's anything like such as standardized.
You know the funny thing, even in America here, different part of America, they speak with different dialects, man, of English. Like if you go to New York, the way they talk, even the guys from New York, when they come to Louisiana, Texas, they can't even understand the people.
Same thing, Even in UK, if you are in London, if you speak English, they say this one is speaking Welsh English. They say this one is Scottish. They say this one is Irish.
I lived in Ireland for like 9 years. I don't even like their English at all. I don't like their accent, the way they speak. The Irish people, I don't like it. It's totally different from the way the English speaks. English, the British English is beautiful. It's the nice.
British, don't you understand? You understand?
No, Scottish, Irish, I can't even deal with their English. Especially the illiterate among them. I don't understand.
You know what's going to do? We that the colonies of English people, places where England took their language, they now speak the English more clearer, better than even the Great Britain people. Like the Americans, even we Africans, we speak English clearer. People understand us better than they understand.
I think we do understand the proper English.
Like an Indian, Chinese, they understand.
Even the way they have that great accent, they speak like Canadians. They will say, "Mom, I didn't do that. I promise." Promise is something in the future. We are talking about past tense. Why are you promising me? I always correct them. Mom, I didn't do that. I promise. It doesn't. It's not correct. Promise is for the future. We are talking about something you have done in the past. So why are you still promising on it? I don't get that English.
Americans speak bad. American.
Promise, Fukini. Why are you promising me? You're not. We are talking about something that is the past tense land. So we are not talking about something that's coming in the future.
Promising that it's not lying. You find out it's not lying.
Promising that it's not lying. Promise is for the future. You can't promise that you're not lying.
You will find out that it's not lying now in the future.
Really? What kind of English is that? They won't call an English man, Mike. Won't call an English man. How can you say, Mom, I'm not lying? I promise. Promise. Why are you promising? I don't get that English. I can't wrap it around my head up till today. Why are you promising me? I don't get it. If you're not lying, you're not lying. That's it. Well, you don't have to promise me. That English is totally not the kind of English we understand. So that's what I'm saying.
A lot of it, that promise, all those things starts from the streets. It's the streets. Then they take it to the house. A lot of American English is like a lot of their words, their dialects come from the streets.
Then Mike, even I think space also has a way of influencing language. If you let me tell you, if you are speaking the same language or the same dialect now, and you separate the people, after a while, you see that there will be some kind of modifications that will have taken place between those two entities. I think that is also one of the things that contributed to it.
If you go to New York and New York City, the way you'll be lost when they start talking to you. When they start, you'll be like, what are you saying? Because they are only almost slangs. In New York, I will not ask you what is happening. They will ask you, they'll say, what is jumping? You understand? That's what they will say, what is jumping?
Jumping.
Yeah.
What is jumping?
What is kilobyte?
Can you write that kind of Mike? Can you write such an English? Can you write it, or just a street language? Can you write it down?
I'm telling you, New Yorkers will say, "What's on the jump off?" What's on the jump off?
Mike, I think what I've noticed amongst this
what's on the jump off? What are you about to do?
What I've noticed, Mike, is that
what's on the jump off?
Yeah, the well-educated ones, you'll be able to understand their English, but the ones that are not that educated, it's always very hard to put their English together, because I think they prefer the gutter English.
Just like our people speaking pidgin English. Maybe that's our own version also, the street English.
I agree totally to that. I agree totally, because if you speak to the very educated ones, you see that you guys will be able to communicate as a Nigerian. You'll be able to communicate with them properly, and they will be able to hear you. But if you speak to those of them that are not that educated, it's going to be a problem. They won't hear you, you won't hear them. So you order the drive-thru, McDonald's drive-thru. You order something, they'll give you the wrong thing because they can't hear actually what you're saying. So sometimes it's like that. So you won't hear them, they won't hear you. But if you talk to the well-educated ones, you see that the communication will be, will be okay.
I think you Canadians still speak better English than the Americans.
Than the Americans, Abby?
Yeah.
Probably. But I just think generally, if you're well educated as a Caucasian, you'll be able to get them, understand them properly than the people on the street.
Can we agree that there's evolution in language?
Oh, definitely.
Of course. I get about the word etymology.
Definitely.
Etymology,
the linguistic amongst us wants to educate us. Let's listen to him. National mind, go ahead. Go ahead.
Language evolves now. Like it said, when I was taking a class in linguistics, there's the roots of the origin of language is like basically how we're taught was that French, it's a Latin language, like Spanish and Portuguese, and Italian. Then from French, you get English. English is an offshoot of French. That's why I see the similarities in spellings and even almost like pronunciation. Like you will say correction in English is correction, salutation, and things like that. So it's spelled the same way. Salutation, correction. I mean, it's same spelling as in English, and it's also about some other similar words. And also in German language came out from English. So this is how languages evolve. They evolve over time. Even like Arabic too. There's I think like the Persians. There are certain words in Persian. Well, when you call them,
there are variations in Arabic also. I agree with you. In fact, the Saudis Arabic is even from the Egyptians Arabic. It's totally different.
Of course,
and then the Algerians, the Moroccans, the Tunisians, they have their own language. Arabic is totally different from even what the Egyptians speaks. So there are a lot of Arabic languages also. Maybe can I say languages? Maybe can we say the dialect or something? Maybe there are variations. Totally agree with you. There are variations. In fact, even some things, the way they call it, like some commodities, like let's say maize, the name that they name it in Egypt, Egyptian Arabic is even from the Saudi Arabic. And so, and but what baffles me is that the way they claim that is this same okay, maybe because they now mix it with their own local dialect before. Because the Egyptians are not originally Arab. Even all those are Arab, so-called African Arab, they are not originally Arab. It's because of colonization and some kind of religions, this thing, indoctrination, that make them to now become Arabs. They are not originally Arabs. Hello.
The other day, who was that? Yeah, right.
No, I think I thought I was just speaking to myself. So
No. Mr. Trump, I was trying. You tell out your name, man. Sometimes I think it's Trump. How do you say? Is it Triumph or what is it?
Triumph. It's Triumph.
It's Triumph.
Everybody like.
Well, you can say the Triumph. I mean, that's English.
Triumph. That means I win.
But I think in French it would be Triomphe, right?
Oui, c'est ça. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madame Dupsy. And
Mr. Triumph, you are a Frenchman. Even see your accent. Everything is French.
You try to toast Dupsy a French accent.
No, I can't do that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Listening to you.
Okay, thank you. I've been listening to you guys, and I'm also happy to see Rational Mind because it has been long. It has been long. The last time I saw him, he was hungry, then he went off. I used to ask for female almost every day from a woman, I think. But I'm happy to see him. Where have you been, Mr. Rational Mind? Are you just busy or you're doing something else?
Le boulot.
Okay, I understand. C'est bien. I heard what you guys were saying about the language. Language is very good. It's sweet. It's interesting. But the one thing I understand, and the last time I went to London, they don't speak English anymore. Even when I speak, they were looking at me as a fool. You understand? So I was even shocked. They don't speak English anymore. And again, I may say it because of the Jamaicans over there. Bang, bang, yag. I said, what is that? This is not English. I went to school in Nigeria then. I can remember when they use them as a point of reference for us. But these days, when I listen to these young children speaking, I don't understand. I say, what is it? This slangs, no good English. That's why the language is not degrading.
Hey, Mr. Triumph, it seems to me like you got issue with Americans, man.
No. I love American very well. Even if Jamaicans, they have problem. You understand? They have problem. They don't speak good English. I'm sorry, and again they have problem.
No. It's not actually true. Well, hold on, Triumph, Mr. Triumph.
Because of what I've seen, I'm talking of what I've seen.
But what you've seen, okay. But I just want to say, they speak English.
My own experience.
They speak good English. They speak good English. It's just we know
they
this
complain a lot.
But Triumph, like the Caribbeans, man, they're the coolest black people I know, man.
Very cool.
Really?
People, yeah.
Nah.
Very cool.
You're wrong. They complain like the francophones here in France. They complain.
Maybe the ones you have in Europe there.
Maybe in Europe, America, the Caribbeans are like.
But if you go to if you go to Jamaica itself, and if you come here in America, a lot of them are cool for the most part. They're nice people.
Maybe it's the environment. Maybe it's the environment.
Especially the most. I mean, there was this gentleman sometime back. I mean, he started speaking to me but then when I started speaking normal English with him, he was just speaking real normal English, like the Queen's, what we call the Queen's English.
They say boom, clack,
yeah. Because they like to mess around with that patois. Speak like that. If you want them to speak normal English, they will. Some of them will.
Maybe the next time I go, because of you, Mr. Rational Mind, Mr. Mike, I will put it in record so you hear. Even one of my godson over there too is not speaking like them. I said, this is not what they paid you in school. This is not what they paid for you in school. You say, no, that's the way people talk now. I said, no, that's not English. That's not English. Like now when Madame Dupsy was saying earlier, when they say promise means they are swearing. because of Canadian and French and France is almost the same thing. When they talk, they say je te promets, je te promets, je te promets. That means I am swearing that I won't do it. You understand? That's it. So you have to understand, Madame Dupsy. So that's it. That's what
okay, thank you, Mr. Trayo. So that's okay. I didn't realize that. I'm always correcting them because I don't understand that English.
When
I didn't do it, Mom. I promise.
was surprised too. All of them, even people of my the elderly ones too. They say that I promise, I did not do. I say, then I understand that means they are swearing. So I just laugh. I say, you can see, just that's the way they do. But France and Canada are almost the same thing, just their accent. You understand? Even in France here, they have over 5 accents, and again, the people that in the north of France, when they speak patois. You understand? And again, when they speak very, very fast. In south of France, it's different. In the middle, the centre is different. Even in Paris, it's different. You understand? Because everybody have their own accent. With the accent, they know them easily. Like now have l'accent des Parisiens. I have Paris accent. So when I told they come in Paris, I said no, I'm from the north. So that's because of where you live, the environment changed you, and you start behaving just like them also. So that's
what you call metropolitan French.
Yes, because mine I have a Paris accent. But I don't like speaking it is when I'm with my friends. You understand? Just like the bourgeois. That's it. And then this, c'est comme like when those Efiko at Jabo in Nigeria, when they speak their English, they say they speak British accent English. So that's just it. That's the way we talk. And I do.
Efiko in Nigeria. Oh my God! You just said Efiko now. Just maybe you just remember of those glorious days of Nigeria when we have. Oh my goodness! What has happened to that country? What has happened?
No, but you told me that are you one of the Eficos?
Well, I won't say I was, but I would say yeah.
Mr. Triumph, he was an Efiko because he was actually a doctor, a lawyer, a pharmacist, and everything.
What kind of crap are you talking about? Why are you always like? Is it because I said Okay, let me reserve my comments. Just go on.
No, you can go on because it has been longer. I saw you.
It's just because they like to make me look like this guy only. I mean, he's here. Simba himself is here. So often tackle me on that. When I say certain things, I have this experience. I have this experience. So, only you have experience in all of this. No, doesn't mean that I've been a doctor, a lawyer, or whatever. I've just been exposed to all these things. That's what I'm saying. But then they'll tell me to mean like, oh, you've been a doctor, only you lawyer, you astronaut. I mean, like, why would you be saying all of these things? No, I'm not that. I read. I'm well read. I interact with people from that.
You have open mind to everything.
If you are well read, no matter what, you should no matter
tó o bá yìn mí máa ń yẹra mi nàbí tí wàá pọ́n mi lé wàá para mi lé nàbí báwo.
ó jẹ́ dàbẹ́ mo ra ilé ó wà important.
Monkey no fine mama like am baba like am so I go like myself that if you don't like me abi.
I support you on that.
Go on
Mr. Triumph.
Okay, I'm enjoying you guys. And I remember the last time I saw Simba also, we spoke after the show also. It was fun. It was great. So what do you people think for tomorrow? Tomorrow is a very big day in Nigeria.
What's happening tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow?
They have an election.
Is it not just one state election? That's
it's 2 or 3. But
so mostly going on in your state, that makes it a big day for us. Come on, huh?
No,
it's a big day, like you said. It's a big day for some people.
It's a big day because of it might cause a lot of problems because everybody wants to do that do or die, and many people are traveling there to monitor the vote.
Nobody wants to Nobody wants to do or die except APC. APC are the only people doing do or die. Yeah.
What about Labour?
Yeah, no, it's APC.
Those one, they are trying to labor to death. They don't labor or die. They are not doing do or die.
They control the instrument of violence there. They have the police, they have the thugs, they have everybody at their disposal. They have the money, they have the war chest. So what are you talking about? So they are. I mean, look at all the states.
The Labour have been threatening to burn the country down. So they are the ones that.
Are they burning the country now? Who are the people who actually perpetrated this evil that we're talking about? You go in Lagos during the presidential election and governorship election. Did your APC not mobilize their talks against people that were voting? Go to what's it called, Yaya Bello State there. Look at how he was beaten. Even he had to go and carry a tractor to start digging a road so that people will not cross over. I mean, what are you want? Look at Imo State.
People that are working with ESN and unknown gunmen. So,
where's the evidence for that? Where's the evidence for that?
A lot of obedience. I don't know for Ipobians.
Where is your evidence for that? Give us.
So you don't know obedience. So unknown gunmen, ESN, obedience. Ipobians, they are all APC. Abi.
I've given you my own evidence that they run the state. They control the instrument violence. Uzodima, he has been there under his watch. People, NLC chairman, they beat him up. Nobody there. If you want to campaign, you have to bring money. You have to pay. So same thing that they were doing in Lagos. That if you have to,
I heard that the NLC guy that was beaten, that he was corrupt. Is it true? Do people know about it? I heard it on the internet.
Nobody has. No, you don't have the right to beat up somebody because I do not have the same opinion as you.
Do you have evidence that they beat him up?
So it was a Photoshop. The one your one man brought here for you. It was a Photoshop, right?
No, we don't care what happened. No, where is the video clips of him being beaten up? Where's the police report?
You see, this is what I was talking to somebody, a very respectable.
Obedience, you guys are known to bring everything now. You know to bring evidence.
A very respectable fellow here that comes here. I always have my respect. He called me today and we're having that discussion. You see, the toxicity that has enveloped all of us on this platform.
Maybe just you.
No. You are one of the real leader because you're one of them. But like I keep telling you that sometimes when I say the insolence, I use the word with regard to you and some other people here. It's because the way we attack each other here, we don't attack these people that we're talking about. Like I see Tinubu is your father or is your
brother. I don't attack anybody. I just debunk propaganda.
No, you do.
No. I challenge you when you start lying and you start making up things.
No problem. If you challenge me,
that's the only thing. I don't have problem with you having problem with somebody.
When you start name calling.
I don't like liars, man. People just come lying, and just making up things.
There you go. Liars. So you have the truth, right? You think you have the truth.
I won't come here and just make up lies now.
Somebody make up something. You can disagree with
and
them.
Then when somebody trying to point it out, you start to switches, you move the goalposts. Come on, man, you can't be playing that kind of thing.
However, you can still disrespect. I mean, you can say respectfully. I mean, disagree.
How can I be respecting liar? Come on, how can somebody be lying?
You cannot say you either you don't have the truth. You cannot be saying you have the truth. When other people say they have the truth.
Mike, please hold on a bit. Hold on, let him land. You understand? Let him finish his train of thought. I just want to understand something. Because of I've been hearing people.
You think you're going to land? Okay, good luck. Okay, go ahead.
Please. Go ahead, Mr. Rational Mind, please.
Oh, you mean me? Oh, well, I don't.
Mr. Triumph. So are you just new to this platform? You don't know that Rational Man never lands? So you don't know him?
I love I used to hear you speak to Madame Dupsy. I used to hear you speak.
Okay.
I used to hear you also when you speak.
These are
background and listen to everyone.
You know, they say I'm a bad boy. They always say I'm a bad boy. You see, this is what they do. These are the Agbado people. You know, even the coded one among them that act like they're not Agbado. But we know where they stand. They will just come here just to discredit people, make them look. I mean, like I was saying to somebody today, I said, look, the toxic is so toxic that for my own mental, a while ago we were discussing mental issues. It's enough for anybody to start having mental problem on this platform or other platforms. The way we just spin things here, you go see blue, you go to call him red. You have a criminal there in Asuro. You say I should not call him a criminal. Somebody who forfeited money. If not because of that stupid the way they prosecute cases here in America sometimes. That guy should be, he should have been convicted. But maybe because they could not really have anything to pin him down, but at least there was evidence that you collected money. If I laundered money here in America, I'll be in jail. I will be facing IRS and I will be going to jail.
So why was he not jailed? Why was he not jailed?
I don't know. Whatever. I know they have. Okay, the same thing.
And when it happens, it doesn't have the instrument of the government, whatever. So what do you mean?
You can tell me that. But there was evidence that money was collected from himself. If he was not guilty of anything, why would he collect money?
They collect money for some other people also now. So are you saying that they change their law because of him, or
This
what?
is what I'm saying. When we start making cases like this,
Sorry
what
to
about
because of like now, I can use myself as an example now. They saw is an huge amount of money in my account. The government seized my money, so I have to bring out proof what I did and how I did things, and people that signed contract with me is over or something. They seized it. You understand? They told me that because I withdraw just a little 30K, and I kept at the side. Just they told me that I don't have the right to collect such money in my own account. You understand? My own money. They told me I don't have the right. You can see they just blocked everything. It's frozen
a
thing now.
different thing. You say triumph. You see, this is what we're saying. When we start making cases like what about?
It can happen to anyone. You understand? I'm putting my own
Have you
spray.
seen the FBI? Have you seen that FBI release that they released? How they trace the whole thing from how they've been doing that how they've been sending parcel of heroin and of stuff into America. Have you read it?
No. I don't. I don't say this. I don't know that.
If we say here now, they say, where's the evidence? Go and read it. It's there. Go and read that other website.
National man, who has been bringing cocaine to America? What did you say about that? I didn't hear you.
Go and read it. Yeah, how they
about who? Who did that?
Tinubu and his Adegbero, what is that guy's name? Agbele, all of them. How they been doing that business using IPOs to ship.
Can you tell us the summary of it? Just the summary of it. So let me know.
I've already given you the summary.
Dupsy, those are the story from.
No original thoughts at all. No original ideas. That's one thing I can't stand about my boyfriend. What's original idea? Everything is about. Everything is all this propaganda from my
people like to live in denial. The same way people in Nigeria.
You know the problem I have with you, rational man.
You see,
there's no original thought at all.
Mr. Triumph. That was why I said.
They can't
This FBI report is it only for you for the obedient or is for public consumption? Because it's only obedient that has seen this FBI report.
You want me to answer your question? And you want to listen to your answer to that
question? They live in their own world now.
It's because you people live in your you people live in.
They are the only ones that have evidence.
you anything that discredits Tinubu, you don't want to listen to it. You don't want to see it. I'm not the FBI.
We are asking to see it now. You're not showing us. Well, you're saying we don't want to see it.
Mike, do you know what?
Have you gone to?
You're telling us.
It's a sign of psychosis.
You people are beyond redemption. National
mind. Movement. When people have their own thing, their own evidence, their own, story, different from
what is the evidence now? I'm giving you. It is there.
It's a sign of psychosis.
Some of the things we discuss here.
Mr. Ashinaman, was he proven guilty? Yes or no?
That was he proven what?
Guilty. Our president. Guilty of his crime.
You see, this is what you people say. You see, this is.
I just want to know.
He asked you a simple question now.
Hold on. I'll answer the question. This is what they look for. And was he convicted? Was it this one? No, that's not what he's saying.
No, that's what he asked you. Just answer the question, yes or no. Was he convicted?
No, I've said.
Why would you not answer it?
I will not answer you. You force me to answer it.
You don't have the answer, or what?
No, you won't force me.
Mr. Mike,
no, we're not forcing you. Do you know the answer?
Because I know of my own. You understand? Because when they told me that I was,
your own is. Well, I don't know. Let's not.
I know the way they treated me. Before they started releasing part of my funds, they started releasing it that I'm not guilty, that I'm a honest guy. Because I have to come. Because I know how much. Even a lawyer cost me €1,000 just to come a day to the court. Anytime he comes, I give him €1,000. That means without VAT in it, because that's the way they do. Because of you people, I used to hear so many things. Even my friends were looking at me and saying that, "What are you?" I say because of one thing I said yesterday. I don't interfere in politics. Because the moment you put your mouth out in politics, you start looking for problems. They have connections everywhere. You understand, Mr. Mike, what we were saying yesterday. I don't want to change the subject. So I know the way I talk in public space because I know that people are listening to us. You understand? Many people know me as Mr. Triumph, know my real name. So even I put Triumph, it's just it. You understand? But rationally, for me, I love our president so much. I don't know him, you understand, but I've read about him, I've watched him, I've listened to people that know him well. So they just told me that he's a great guy. He's a great guy. So the moment
what are the people telling you he's a great guy? What are the people telling you? It's minions and
in Nigeria, they tell me that he's a great guy.
Yeah, they will tell you he's a good guy now. Why would they not tell you? Because either he's their tribe man, or maybe because
before he became the president,
maybe they're waiting for their own turn. Like Duka is waiting for him to come and call him for a caller for Minister of Health to come and become Minister of Health. I'll be SSA to Tinubu on Canadian.
National mind. To ba ti community coin náà nìyẹn o mo pe mi le fi ele ni.
Láyé kò lè kàn mí ló kàn mí pẹ̀lú gbogbo yín. Ẹ kóra dáadáa ẹ kó lọ síwájú.
Tó bá ti kàn mí ó ti kàn náà nìyẹn.
Tọ́pẹ́ Fáṣùwà mẹ́rin Tọ́pẹ́ Fáṣùwà àti lọ́n porúkọ ẹ̀yẹ ilé tó pẹ̀rẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ láyẹn.
Tọ́lá dúró tó yẹ.
Kí ni wọ́n sọ against Tinubu ní against APC? Ṣé gbogbo yín afọ àwọ̀ rajà ní gbogbo yín pretender ní gbogbo yín àmọ̀ yín.
Ṣé wọ́n tí Tinubu bá pè mí lẹ́yìn ojú kan
náà. Ló wà mẹ́rin náà fún ẹ̀ òun fún ẹ̀ kọ́ fún ẹ̀ ta máa wò pé bẹ́ẹ̀ agbèlẹ́yìn ohun tó dáa nígbà tó ń kọ́ fún ẹ̀ wọ́n ní fún ọ lágbàdo jẹ náà tó jẹ́ àgbàdo.
Tó bá ti kàn mí ó ti kàn ẹ́ náà nìyẹn o.
Look at me, I'm okay here. I'm self okay. I won't do anything. I mean, I'm okay. All I want is I want the people to be okay because once people are okay in Nigeria, I'll be free of several calls every day. I'm on school. I'm on school. I'll be free of all those things. I'll be able to concentrate on many things.
Gbogbo request gan náà tẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbà many of these requests dey people granted.
Àwọn ni mí àbí.
National man di fẹ́ ṣọ́ra ẹ̀ di public figure lórí one man show.
Ṣé ẹ gbọ́rọ̀ báyìí.
Simba. Èló ló ṣì ná. Èló ni wọ́n máa ṣe òbí bá àárí ẹ̀kọ́
jáde. Èló mo ná. Ìwọ ọmọbìnrin yìí.
Àárí ẹ̀kọ́ jáde kọ̀bọ̀ ní bíbá ìlàsọ́lá.
Do you know how much goes out of my account?
Lórí wọ́n máa ṣe òtáwà everyday. Àárí ẹ̀kọ́ super tattoo. Ẹ̀yọ́ láyọ̀ ayọ̀ nìyẹn everyday ni. Àárí wọ́n ní kò náwó kú dúdú sí wa ń bíbá.
Àfẹnu ẹnu nìkan ni ẹnu la rí.
Ẹnu la rí.
Onìkan la rí. Dáadáa.
Because I mean,
you've not answered my question of rational mind. Was he convicted? Yes or no?
Was he convicted on yes or no? I mean, you make up whatever you want to make. There's a court document for that.
No, now you understand it because
so whatever is conviction.
Mr. Town, don't waste your time. Rational mind doesn't answer questions.
It's because you are looking for a question. You want me to answer your question the way you want me to answer it.
Yes. I just want to know.
But he's not telling you how to answer it now.
He forfeited, because you want me to answer that question the way, and I said I'm going to answer your question the way I said. He forfeited money. That in itself is a conviction of some sort. Yeah. He was indicted, and he was made to pay some money. That in itself is a conviction. Oh God! You see, this is what we're saying here. You see. I don't know what I don't know the kind of water some of you drink, all because of Tinubu. What is now moral now will be immoral. What is immoral will now be moral. That's how you people say it.
No, we're trying to learn from you now. You are the one.
No, because you're telling me until you say,
we are asking you a question. We are not defending him.
You are waiting for a judge to say you've been convicted to 7 years imprisonment. Is that what you're waiting for, right? Is that what you're waiting for? Right?
How else do you get convicted?
And I said to you that there are different ways people can be penalized. You can be penalized in different
ways.
No,
convicted.
That's what I'm saying. Go and look at the meaning of the word.
There are many ways to be found guilty.
Go and look for the meaning of the word.
Other than the court of law.
Go and look for the meaning of the word conviction. If you're found guilty, that That is conviction.
That's why we're asking, was he found guilty?
So he was found guilty of that thing, and the court ordered that money should be taken from his account as restitution of some sort. That's the way they penalize him.
So he has a criminal
record. You people now twist it now, you spin it around paper. Yes, maybe you have been convicted for whatever, for fraud, and then so we are taking that was a guilt in some ways.
Okay, you say was convicted of what crime?
Dude, don't come and
it's a simple question now. Why you get frustrated when they ask you question?
You see, you keep asking questions I don't even understand. I've just answered your question. One question.
You didn't answer the question. You say was convicted. So which crime? What's the crime?
Hold on. Go and read the court case.
Was it felony?
Hold on. I don't know.
For drug dealing?
I don't know. You're sounding like somebody who doesn't even know what you're even talking about. Felony, whatever.
So he was convicted of having money in his bank account. Okay. That was his conviction. Okay.
Convicted for having money in his bank account. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's what you are telling us now. That's what we've got. We've got so far from here.
That is the conclusion you are drawing. I never said that to you. You are the one drawing that conclusion yourself.
That's what you've explained to us.
You won't allow me to talk because you want to say something. You want to put word in my mouth.
Anything now. Go ahead and talk. Let's see.
That's what you're saying. You're trying to put word in my mouth, and I'm saying
it's what you say. We just
National man, you are the one that have been talking since, not mine. Well, look, in getting your sorrow. You like to listen to your own voice all the time. You like to put yourself at the center of attraction so that everybody will be asking you questions. You're jealous. Yes.
You're jealous. Okay. All right. I can't go sorrow now. You want to influence him.
Go ahead. Explain to Mr. Trail. I'll ask you a question. So
you people need to go and check your head, all of you. You're like that. No, not insult to anybody, but just saying we're talking about mental health here. It's not when somebody starts not thinking about just Noja. I don't know where normal. But
you people are not
justify only and justify or down. You want to call like lot of crap attention.
London. Continue answer, Mr. Triumph.
What about? All because
he doesn't understand Yoruba now.
I'm speaking English now. You people
I understand Yoruba, Madam Dupsian. Really?
What about?
Did you realize that?
What about? You be doing what about? Huh?
I was a good Yoruba student.
I'm answering your question. What are you talking about? You see, when you talk, somebody, when it says admission of guilt, it is his judge that will pronounce that guilt. And there are different ways you can pronounce that guilt. It's either by fine or by something, because in itself, that is an admission that the judge said is guilty of this case that you brought before me, that number one is involved in money laundering, narcotic. I mean, let me take it that. Let me take it. What led to each other? He was involved in narcotic laundering money for for drug dealers. So they used a bank account. I believe all of them were paying money to his accounts. Somebody that was handing, how much was he handing in ExxonMobil when he was there?
So
hold on. Now you ask me a question. Now let me answer your question. Okay. Now the question that I'm answering is going to say, for the fact that the judge ordered that money should be taken, because if the judge does not order that money to be taken for that account, the account would, the bank will not release that money to the Fed. It's because there was a court judgment from the court that says, yes, they need to take money from that account. We so ordered. That's an admission of guilt. That is guilty of what the Fed brought before the judge, and the judge ordered that, okay, as a way of restitution or whatever, okay, since it's not here, go and take money from his account as penalty for that. That in itself is a conviction of some sort. So I don't know how you people read conviction. If somebody is said to be guilty of something, he has to pay in one way or the other. And he paid by forfeiting some amount of money. But we know you people will use your legal jargons, you will spin it around, a criminal is a criminal. That's how I put it. A criminal is a criminal. A crime is a crime. Because he laundered money for narcos for people who were involved in heroin trade. So are you surprised when people call him a drug baron? Have you read the FBI reports to see what it's all about? But we know all these things are all
that this weekend. I will do that this weekend. I hope you'll be around the next week. I hope you'll be around. I'll do that this weekend.
Because our corrupt judicial system, they validated him. They could not convict him, so they had to look for technicalities to get him saved so that they won't get him removed from office. Because that case was not adjudicated for me, as far as I'm concerned. That Supreme Court case that they brought before him, all was just trashed out because of technicalities. There's no evidence. You cannot bring anything from a foreign court. You have to register it in Nigeria first, and then we have to get all those kind of crap they were talking.
That's true. That's the way they do here too now. When they bought my documents, when they brought some documents from Nigeria, I have to pass through the Nigerian embassy too. You understand?
That was it. Yeah, you pass through the Nigerian embassy. Okay, no problem. You see, for me,
no, they did it to me.
That case was not adjudicated in Nigeria as to whether he was convicted, and that should disqualify me or not. They only trash all those things out of court because of technicalities. So if that case were really entertained based on how it was, I tell you, Tinubu will be removed. They never said no, he wasn't guilty. That's not what they said. They look for technicalities to throw out those cases out of court. That they did not supply enough evidence to show that Tinubu was actually convicted, so we're throwing it out of court. That's what they said.
But by law, the judge in Nigeria said he was guilty, yes or no?
That what?
He said no, he wasn't guilty. No. According to the
wasn't guilty of what? No, they never said that. They never said that. Where's the ruling? They said that he wasn't guilty.
No, they just said that zero to everything. They rejected it.
And it says zero to. It says zero to everything. So what was that? On what basis was that?
That means, in my own opinion, that is not guilty. What do you think about it?
You see, you don't seem to understand. You don't seem to get it, Triumph. For the fact that somebody's case was thrown out of court does not mean that person who won that case was not guilty of that or he was guilty of it. That's not what it means. It means they only find just one loophole why that case should not consider. Oh, you don't even have local standard, as I say it, to even challenge me. Doesn't mean that I wasn't okay. Like maybe now, me and Mike, we did primaries in our own party, and I was supposed to run against you, or Mike was supposed to run against you, and maybe after a while, I used Bago. I beat Mike for the primaries. Somebody come go say one can challenge me, say, Mike, no challenge me. But somebody else we know about how I take win that election. So I use Mago. No can challenge me, say, just because you don't get local standard because you're not part of the primary. What kind of crap is that? What kind of crap is that?
But you know that according to what
does that mean that I wasn't guilty of cheating Mike?
No, it depends. It depends the way Mike took the case at you. One thing I noticed in this court case, understand? The Labour Party said they got proof. They never brought a single court proof to the court, and that was it. You are aware of it too. Now they were asking them every day.
All the boxes you saw that they brought into the court were just empty papers or was just blank papers, right?
One thing that I learned something. 3 years back because of when my workers took me to court. You know how they work here in France because he got fired. You understand? So the guy took me to court for firing him. That I don't have the right according to French law. So I have to call my lawyer. My lawyer told me what to do and what to say. You understand? And again, in front of me, the guy did not have even a single proof.
Be very careful what you're saying, Mike. I mean, Mr. Trump. Don't say your lawyer tell you what to say because that would be.
No. He told me what to say. My lawyer told me what to say.
You just have to be careful because I don't know how. I can't remember too well how French legal system operates on that.
I remember. Even to date, I only went to court once. And I never went to court anymore. It was my lawyers that good, so I can understand when I see the absence of the president also. And I don't go. You understand? One thing is that I understand.
Why do you always have to use yourself as an example?
No. I use myself as an example when I talk things, just to be sure. Because if I talk with
of course, you know that the French legal system is different from that of Nigeria. You know that?
I know.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, this your comparison. This is what I said when I said the Agbado people. They like this kind of. So it's kind of like.
I'm not Agbado now. I'm just a citizen of Nigeria. I'm a
allow me
citizen
use
of
the word
Nigeria.
Because when I hear people sound like you, don't worry.
But are you not a citizen of Nigeria? You're still in Nigeria.
Mr. Trial, no disrespect to you, but I'm just saying when I say you see the word Agbado is a word of endearment. That's why you people should not be taking it in a negative way. Whenever I say use Agbado people, it's a word of endearment. Like I'm just like, oh, I'm so fond of you people. You people are so Agbado people. I mean, it's
other platform when I start asking questions, they call me Agbado. Then I start laughing. I say why?
Because you're making case that sound like an Agbado person. I thought this person I mean, can you for long or
no.
If you know better, come online. I'll come on here and let us discuss.
No, one thing is that both of us we have been speaking for the past few minutes. I don't have proofs. You understand? So this weekend, I'm going to read everything and understand why.
You see
and I believe that you'll be around next week, so we can talk more. You understand? So I'll be happy. So I'll be happy just to exchange something. Sometimes one man said that I'm your fans. I say that I like the way you talk. Understand that I like listening opposite thoughts, at least to see how things go. You understand? So that's just because I don't like being on one side. I like listening to two parties. So just to that's what we call.
No, I'm just laughing at this. Some of these people making comment there. They say, no, these guys are on in the comment section. He says, remember, you continue crying to 2027.
Okay, so that they don't believe that you went to school.
He said, I did not go to school. And now I'm saying that.
No, but do you like your?
And they're supposed to take me to
Arrow. Believe in the president. I know.
So what?
But you still believe in your president, yes or no? You still believe in him? You still believe in President Tinubu? He's going to do the job.
Believe in what? Believe in what?
He's our president.
Well, he's the president. That's what the Supreme Court says. So it remains that way. Do I agree? I don't agree with that. But is it? He is. That's what the Supreme Court says. So it's the final. We're not going more than that.
Is he your president? Let me see, because you don't want to accept it. Why? He's your president.
Hold on. The highest court right now is the court of the Almighty Himself that is in heaven. He'll be the one to judge at the end of the day. The Supreme Court has done their own. The human Supreme Court has done their own. But the highest one invariably will do is at the end of the day. Sooner or later, or whatever.
He will from Nigeria.
Is that what?
Which highest court again that's going to do?
That's what I'm saying. Supreme Court is the highest court in Nigeria as far as humans Nigeria is concerned. But in heavens, the Almighty, the Almighty will do.
You don't have to wish him
his
bad,
own duty
man. You wish him
reward.
to be good, because when he's good, to be the betterment of everybody in the country. But people back home, they don't complain. Nigerians don't complain. That's what I tell people.
This is narrative you people like to bring on platforms like this. They don't complain. And you are here telling me some few days ago, I mean, not maybe some few weeks ago or so, you're talking about people in Nigeria, how they were living. You were complaining about how people needed money or something like that. And you see, this is what we're talking about. When people just live in a bubble, you are so disconnected with people back home, all because of Tinubu. You just want to make things look trivial, like it's after there's nothing going, everybody's living fine, nobody's complaining. What are you talking about? People are not complaining.
Business are going fine. You just we people.
What business are going fine?
What business are going fine?
What business are going fine? God, you see,
businesses are going fine now.
I don't want to start saying certain things.
No. Like I'm trying to disrespect. Seen people on the street now. I know Nigerians when something is not okay for them.
So because
I love Mr. Triumph. You see the problem with rational mind. If you ever in this life fill your mind with negativity, then you look for negative things around. You always be negative, no matter what, no matter how you feel. So this guy looks for all the negative platforms where they talk down on Nigeria. That's where he concentrates his mind on. That's why he's forever negative. And that's why there's nothing you can tell rational mind that he will be able to understand you. Because he's not right in his mind, because he's a very negative individual. Even I'm sure in his personal life he's negative. Do you understand?
I'm very lucid than probably any one of you Agbado people here on this platform or other platform. Lucid in thinking in the way I think things through more. And I'm not a negative person. That's why I have people around me, and besides hanging out with you people on online, I have.
Who are the people you have
Unless
around
have you
you?
been
Reply besides this one here.
Who are the people you have around
One
you?
like did you went home?
Adani Kogbe, Adani Konje. Who are the people that you have around you?
Adani Kogbe. Do you
Adani
know where I was
Kogbe,
throughout the day today? Do you know where I was throughout the day today?
Adani Kogbe,
Do
Adani
you know where I was throughout the day today? Do you know where I was? You see,
when last have you been to
all because of Tinubu now, you have to go into my private life. Adani Kogbe, I be Tinubu. You see,
National why you should send me your address. It's not even funny. Take your laptop, won't you throw it in the bin? What's your problem? You have to give me your address.
You see
I have
how
to send one to
low you people can go sometimes. How
Adani Kogbe palo.
In the palo. Palo
Adani Kogbe, Adani Konje, Adani Kogbe palo.
Then your conclusion now is that Adani Kogbe.
National wide, you are too bitter. It's not good for a human being to be this bitter.
He has a car. He's doing fine.
What is your problem?
Online. I saw him driving. That was last week when he was replying somebody from his car. He's doing great. He works. He's doing great. The moment you are working in America, you have a car, you have a place you sleep.
Ojebi, Obama work. Mr. Triumph, Ojebi. How will he eat if he doesn't work? Is he disabled? See when this Mr. Triumph is talking, sir. Now for you, Mr. Triumph. He said he's working. Is he not supposed to work? Is he disabled?
It's not everybody that works. Not everybody that works. You understand? So
it's so ridiculous. You see, I mean, Triumph. You see, this is what I'm saying to you. See, that's why I said I have to just. Apart from that, I'm busy these days. That's why I've not been coming much. But you see, another thing is this toxic? What about you? What about you?
No, rational mind. Why do you think you have the need to always tell us we are busy? I have a feeling you're not busy because you're always on the same line. Because why do you think you have to say to every one of us that you're busy?
Because of Triumph.
Because each and every one of us on this platform.
Okay, let me say this
most of us are professionals. If you're not a professional, you have a very good job. People that comes to this platform, why do you think it's necessary for you?
Hold on, now I speak.
No, to always say that you're busy.
Hold on,
I have a feeling that you're not busy.
You're
always saying it.
Really?
Busy. You are rushing. You are going somewhere. You have to be somewhere. You have to. Why do you have?
I was living a while ago.
It's necessary for you to repeat these things to us. Why do you think so?
Can I answer your question now?
Go ahead.
You see, the thing is this. A while ago, I was saying I was leaving. Then Triumph showed up. And he kept talking. And when I see people that speak French like this, I just want to continue speaking. That's the reason why I'm still here. If not, I should have bounced like I said I was going to bounce. And I'm a man of myself. I can choose to do whatever anytime, but I know I have to leave very soon because I have to wake up very early because I have an appointment. You see, that's what what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm a very open person. Let me answer your question.
I have to wake up very early.
Yeah, you're right.
Unnecessary. I agree with you. Kumadani Kombo.
So what I'm saying is this, what I'm just saying is this. Let's just leave all of that. The point is, I'm a very open person. I don't feel like there's anything to hide. So that's why you see me when I say certain things, it sounds to you like, oh, are you trying to show off? No, it's not a show off. That's just where I am. If there are things I don't want you to know, I won't let you know. So I mean, whatever I put out here is something I can always defend. And I can always switch anytime, and you will not even know. I will walk past you. You never know that I was the same person that you've been talking to online. So it's just for me. I just don't feel like certain things I don't hold back from saying. I will say you. Doesn't mean I'm showing off. It's not showing off. I'm just being open. I'm as open as a book sometimes. So you and you see this election coming up. It's going to be a test of Tinubu, and I've said to all of you on this platform, you people have created a monster. a monster that will, all of you will live to regret it at the end of the day. Tinubu, this Kogi election, or is it an Imo election, all the election that's going to take place under him is going to be a litmus test for all we've been talking about. Tinubu being a person that he would just make sure that all the opposition does not look at Lagos State. That's just a mini example of how Nigeria is going to look like under Tinubu. I rest my case there. Good night, everybody.
Oh, you wait first, please. Wait first.
I have to go. I just have. Yeah, I have to go. Yeah, I just have to leave you guys. Maybe I will listen in the background. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, no problem. The one thing is this, that I know I can understand where you're going to. Do you know that there's inflation everywhere in the world today? Everywhere in the world there's inflation, and it's affecting every country in the world. It's not only Nigeria. That's what I explained to everybody. Even here in France, in the UK, my friends back in the UK, they are complaining. Even some of my business partners, they are complaining that I have to increase their fee for them. You understand? Their commissions. So that's because it is everywhere. It has been affected. Even in your place in America, because you people are fortunate that your government is pumping money. It's pumping money to the economy, just like France also pumping money in the economy. When the moment they stop, you'll see the gap between the rich and the poor. It will be enormous, just like one of these countries, just like what's it called, Cuba. You understand? So that's it, and it's going to affect a lot of people. There's problem everywhere, so you have to accept it too, because of you might come at the wrong time, the wrong time at the right time. So that's it. But I believe that Nigeria will be great. It's only just a process. We Nigeria want something quick in every businesses, in every business. You start small.
I can't hold myself back. I wanted to go before, but I had to come back again. You see, we want something quick. I mean, have you listened to Lagbaja song? One of Lagbaja song way back in the 90s, or is it 90s, early 2000? It says, "Kila wa she, I mean, she jola wa faye gbo." Yeah, so we come to this earth for how many years? How many years we have to live?
It's not the problem. It just came.
Hold on. 80 years. Hold on. Nigerians, people has never have a reprieve. I mean, like, from all this, we've been hearing, it go better, it go do am, vote me, I go do am. What vision are they not allowed to do? I remember when